Chapter 721. What kind of business? Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. How big was the business that Li Yu needed to come to his brother? Was he short of money? Did he need more than 100,000 strings of cash or hundreds of thousands of strings of cash? Brother Wu, do you have any tea? You can have some tea first. I'll tell you as I eat. And the 300 people I brought haven't eaten yet. Li Yu was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten at noon and had rushed all the way here. After eating 2 boxes, he found that he was even hungrier and wanted to eat first. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the people from the inner courtyard beside him, and the people from the inner courtyard went to prepare the food. In the middle of the night, the workers still had supper, so the people who had been invited were in charge of cooking. The 3 of them didn't drink tea. Zhang Xiaobao held a glass of juice, Li Sun held a glass of wine, and Wang Wan sat and listened with a cup of hot milk in her hand. Seeing that his subordinates were arranged, Li Yu ate a box and felt much better. Hot food was better than cold food. He said to the 3 of them, when I was the county magistrate of Changning County, a chamber of commerce called Qianshi Chamber of Commerce suddenly came. They were willing to pay 50,000 strings of cash to do business in the county. However, they didn't have land and didn't want to buy it. They said that they didn't have much money now. They told me that they planned to build a large-scale pottery distribution center in the county. At the same time, they could use the local iron ore to study new pottery processing techniques. As long as they did it, they could increase the tax of Changning County by 50% a year later and solve the problem of jobs for the 300 people who couldn't find jobs. 2 years later, they could double the tax of Changning County through their vigorous publicity and market operation. 3 years later, through the form of a joint venture. Through the form of a joint venture, you can widely distribute sales outlets and carry out some kind of brand effect. You can double the tax revenue of Changning County again and form a long-term, effective and reasonable utilization model. Every local family can go upstairs and benefit from it, right? Before Li Yu finished, Wang Wan added. She then said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Classic, it's really classic. I suddenly have a feeling of transcending time and space." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and waited for Li Yu to continue. Li Meng's mouth was half open as he looked at Wang Wan in shock. With an expression of disbelief, he asked, "How did you know?" "I know a lot, so this is nothing. The other party's level can be said to be at the beginner's level. It's not easy." 6th Marquis, please continue. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. She raised the cup to her mouth and sipped. Li Yu also took a sip of the soup. Something like that. That's what they meant. They said that their people were very good at organizing and could sell the worthless things at a high price. They told me not to worry because the things in Changning were valuable and could only be better, not worse. I thought it was good, so I prepared to let them do the business and was willing to invest 10,000 strings of cash. I had already earned 12,000 strings of cash from the money 5th brother gave me. Since it was a business in the capital, I didn't have to worry about it anymore. But they also said that it wasn't enough because they needed a very large site for research, production, mining, and storage for materials. They said that if they wanted to make money quickly, they needed to invest 100,000 strings of cash in the early stage. They asked me to find a way to pull some people in. As long as they had 100,000 strings of cash, they could start the business. Moreover, they said that the people who invested money could make a profit in 1 year and get their capital back in 2 years. Their place couldn't be moved, so I didn't have to worry about them cheating people. But there was one thing. They didn't have enough money to buy the land, so they hoped to find someone who could cooperate with them or directly invest the land in the government office. Nowadays, people talk about shares. The land shares account for 20% of the shares, which is 25,000 strings of cash. According to the price, they must have such a large land. I'm short of money. No matter what, I can't gather 50,000 strings of cash. So, I'm looking for you to discuss and see if you can invest some money. Just 30,000 strings of cash will do. I'll just gather the rest. At the same time, I want to ask fifth brother if this deal is possible. After saying this, Li Yu looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He didn't look at his fifth brother because he felt that Zhang Xiaobao's words were more credible. Although 50,000 strings of cash was a lot for him, it was too easy for his fifth brother and Zhang Xiaobao. They could even take out so much money to build a canal. Zhang Xiaobao was too lazy to talk about this kind of thing. He glanced at Wang Wan, indicating for Wang Wan to continue. Wang Wan put down the cup and said to Li Yu, "Eat your food. I'll tell you slowly. Listen carefully. First, I want to ask you if there is iron in Changning County. Can it be used to make pottery?" "Yes, there is a lot of iron and clay." "Yes, there is a kiln there." Li Yu, who took a bite of the box, said with food in his mouth. "How much land can you buy with 25,000 strings of cash?" Wang Wan asked again. "The land there is expensive now. It's close to the capital. You can buy 5,000 mu for upper fields, 8,000 mu for middle fields, and even more for lower fields. It depends on the place. You can buy 20,000 mu in a bad place, but Changning County can't afford such a large land. It's not easy." Li Yu answered again. He felt that something was wrong. Otherwise, why would Wang Wan say this? Wang Wan nodded. "It's okay if you can't afford it. You can take as much as you can. Also, you can allow them to mine the local mineral resources and other things. Then, the amount they mine will be included in the county's investment. However, the county can't use this money as dividends unless it's the profit from selling auxiliary products. Only then will the county have a part of it. When the county has enough money with resources, it can participate in the dividends of direct products again. Then, you won't be in a difficult position." "How do you know?" "That's what they told me. They also said that in this way, the people in the county can benefit from the labor in the early stage. However, they said that the county has to share part of the wages. Also, if they want to expand in the future, they will adjust the shares, which is the increase of shares after financing." "I don't quite understand." Li Yu felt that he made the right choice to come this time. If he didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really came to Changning to do business, he would have thought that the Millennium Chamber of Commerce was sent by the two of them. It was amazing that they guessed it before he finished speaking. And the person who guessed it wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, who was the best, but Zhang Xiaobao's little wife, Wang Wan. According to the popular saying, this was called a non-professional's understanding of the professional field. If she could guess it, what would Zhang Xiaobao do? Thinking of this, Li Yu stopped eating and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, hoping that he could say something. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly, "You can ask Cuckoo about this kind of simple thing. The so-called increase of shares after financing is that you put in a copper coin and I put in a copper coin. Not counting the management shares, which are paid separately, I suddenly put in 3 copper coins. Then, you will get 20% of the dividends from the original half. If I get 8 copper coins, you will get 10%. There are a lot of things in this, but what they mentioned is the simplest one. Normally, even if you really get 50,000 strings of cash, you can't get 60% of the shares. At that time, they will mention 2 points. One is the technology investment, and the other is the management investment. In the absence of a fair evaluation organization, the importance of technology needs to be observed through the reaction of the market. That is, the sales ratio between the products produced by the original technology and those produced by the new technology. But this is divided into short-term income and expenditure and long-term income and expenditure. There is a problem of market trends and saturation, so it is very difficult to judge. It is the same for management, especially in the area of sales and promotion. Normal sales channels and new sales channels can be compared. At this time, there is a problem, the problem of supervision. Without the management of various auxiliary departments, any surface profits can be changed by abnormal operation patterns. Therefore, the plan itself is full of loopholes. If they are kinder, Changning County can exist as a free raw material supply base in the future, but it can also provide new jobs for the people. You can't just send troops to kill them. Of course, you have to have the right to send troops and a reasonable excuse. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat there and drank his juice. Wang Wan looked calm, as if she already knew this. Li Yu and Li Sun were dumbfounded. They didn't understand. What a mess. They just wanted to make money. Why did so many things happen when shares were mentioned? It was too troublesome. Li Sun thought he had learned enough from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Today, he found that he still had to learn. When he cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to do business, he didn't need to do so much. He just needed to invest some money, or he didn't even need to take any money. He just needed to help with the connections and government orders. Then he could wait to receive a lot of money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have anyone to help him improve technology, management, and sales. Now that he was in a different place and with different people, it was different. Thinking of this, Li Sun put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He said, "Xiaobao, your business with me, let's not talk about this. You don't check the accounts, and we don't plan to cheat you. Why are the rules so strict? It's just that the 6 marquee business is not easy. Who knows what the other party is thinking?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't let Li Sun continue. If he really counted, Li Sun had helped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan a lot during their most difficult times. That kind of wealth was immeasurable. Therefore, it was not money, but friendship. Although Li Sun always wanted to take advantage of him, he and Wang Wan always tricked him. Li Yu also understood that the business in his county was a scam. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo knew the whole story. It seemed that they had known about this kind of scam for a long time, but they didn't want to use it. The more Li Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. It was not easy to get a business deal, but he was still tricked. Li Yu slammed the table. "Do you really think that my identity as a member of the imperial clan is fake? Brother, lend me some cavalry. I'll kill my way back." As he spoke, Li Yu stood up with a belly full of anger. He wanted to rush back through the night. "Stop right there. Do you want to use your identity to manage economic matters? You're not an administrative person. That only shows that you are incompetent. Economic attacks must be solved with economic means. Unless you admit defeat, then you can use administrative means to intimidate and pressure with your identity." Xiao Bao. Seeing his brother act so impulsively, Li Sun was also angry. He scolded his brother and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. "Cooperation, 50,000 strings of cash. The 6th Marquis will pay 10,000 strings of cash, Cuckoo and I will pay 20,000, and the other 20,000. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and looked back at Li Sun. Chapter 722. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to help, Li Yu finally felt relieved. He didn't believe that anyone could beat Zhang Xiaobao in this aspect. Smiling at Zhang Xiaobao in a friendly manner, Li Yu said, "After we make money, all the business in Changning County will belong to you, Xiaobao. You can do whatever you want. I won't stop you. You should keep it for yourself. Don't always give it to me. I just want a little." The ceramic industry in Ciizhou must be integrated. There must be at least 3 factories. They must share the technology with each other, but they must compete with each other. We can't have small kills everywhere. Those with money have no technology, and those with technology have no money. Let's not care about the iron. The imperial court is very strict. They are afraid that it will be used to make weapons. You'd better find someone to guard the iron. Don't let it leak out. We can slowly refine it when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao just wanted to help. He didn't care too much about Li Yu. If he treated Li Yu as well as before, more people in the royal family would come to him. When the time came, he didn't want to be involved in the political whirlpool of the throne. That's good. Wei Wei felt a little regretful. He really wanted to pull Zhang Xiaobao over and make a large-scale investment there. He thought that with Zhang Xiaobao's ability and way of doing things, he could make the place prosperous quickly. Since he couldn't pull him, he could only give up. He lowered his head and began to eat. The box, which he thought tasted good, now tasted even better. Looking at the night sky, the people working on the shore, and the children laughing and playing, Li Yu's mouth curved up. The night lingered. Early the next morning, Li Yu couldn't sleep. He got up and walked around. He looked at the situation of the construction site and asked about the details. Considering the popularity of the set breeding in his hometown, he decided to go back and continue to work on it. He also wanted to find food crops that were beneficial to the development of his hometown. Zhang Xiaobao also opened his eyes. After wiping his face with cold water, he woke up and began to make breakfast for Wang Wan. Ever since he found that Wang Wan was not in a good mood, Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had to cook by himself recently. For breakfast today, he decided to make 8 treasures congee, which was mainly made of millet, with a lot of red dates. The main dish would be red pond bean dumplings, with a lot of sesame seeds. He would also fry 3 medium-rare poached eggs, and 2 kinds of salty pickles that were mixed with sesame oil. As for Li Yu and Li Sun, he just asked someone to send them some salted vegetables. There were still fried fruits and soy milk outside, so he just had to make do with it. Wang Wan slept for a while, then got up. She stretched herself, yawned, and came down to freshen up. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are we going to write a petition to impeach Feng Changgong today?" "No, we'll wait until Zhang Shuang's people come. At that time, we'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let them argue with each other. Instead of taking the initiative to help them and making them doubt us, it's better to wait for them to come to us and take the initiative to discuss with us. I believe they all understand that whoever can win us over will have more weight in the balance." Zhang Xiaobao placed the food on the table one by one and sat there to reply. After freshening up, Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at the food and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. "I didn't want to eat at first, but when I saw that you made such a good breakfast, I have an appetite again. Look at you, why did you have to make the steamed bean dumplings look like a panda? Next time, remember to make them look like a koala bear. Should we go back? If we don't see Baoxin County with our own eyes, I'll be worried. After all, that's our first administrative place." "Yes, we'll go back tomorrow after we finish writing the proposal for Li Yu. We don't need to stay in Baoxin County anymore. Let's go back and see if the honeycomb coal is good to burn." Zhang Xiaobao pushed a bowl of porridge with many dates to Wang Wan. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you want to make a waist protection with mink fur?" "No, I'm not that delicate. Isn't there a lot of coal in Changning County? We can directly smelt iron there. Let Li Yu have a try. He can first turn the coal into coke, then smelt it. Think of a way to blow the coal into the furnace. Who said that steel has to be refined 100 times? Wang Wan ate a jujube with a face full of happiness. She picked up a fried egg with salt and said. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were enjoying breakfast, Li Yu, who was eating with others outside, felt very uncomfortable. After eating a big fruit, he felt that it was too hard and complained to Li Sun. "Fifth brother, why didn't you eat breakfast with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Don't they make the best food?" Li Sun glanced at him and said, "Since yesterday, Wang Wan has been a little uncomfortable, so Xiaobao didn't have time to talk to us. Eat, the big fruit and soy milk are also good. Why don't you eat vegetable buns and tofu pudding? People should know how to be content." The county magistrate here, Feng Changgong, is not content. He doesn't eat what the people can eat. As a result, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are angry and want to teach him a lesson. It won't take long before he is finished. I haven't seen anyone who can escape from the two of them. Really? Isn't it too fake? Just because the county magistrate doesn't eat ordinary food, the two of them want to teach him a lesson. The world is so big. Can they teach him a lesson? Li Yu had a strange feeling. Why did other people have to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? The world is big. Don't be afraid. What you are afraid of is that you will meet them someday. Don't let them meet you. Once they meet you, you are finished. You can't reason in front of them. What they say is the truth. Li Sun continued to scare his brother, hoping that he would eat more. Li Yu didn't know that the conflict was not so simple. He thought that it was true and hurried to eat. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would remember him. If that happened, it would be difficult to do business in Changning County. After drinking 3 bowls of soy milk in a row and eating only 1 big fruit, Li Yu was full. He didn't know who fried the big fruit, but when he ate it, it was astringent. He guessed that it was because there was too much alum. The taste was not comparable to the box he ate last night. Li Sun was not picky. After all, he had participated in the wilderness survival training. Although it was a simplified version, he had suffered a lot. It was good enough to have something to eat. There was no need to be picky. After eating 3 big fruits, drinking a bowl of soy milk without sugar, and half a piece of stinky tofu, he rubbed his stomach and burped comfortably. Then, he said to his brother, "Looks like I'll have to teach you what it means to survive in the wild. You haven't seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." When the 2 of them arrived at Luzhou, they only had a saber with them. They didn't have any other supplies. Life was tough. They couldn't even sleep well at night. You should cherish them. Many people can't even eat big fruits. Li Yu had never suffered much. Even when he had no money, he was 100 times better than many people in terms of food and clothing. When he heard his brother mention wilderness survival, he asked curiously, "Isn't it a vacation?" "Fifth brother, aren't we traveling? You've already booked the 100,000 mountains. How can you still suffer? Besides, you should compete with others who are better than you. Why should you compete with others who are worse than you?" "I'm not asking you to compete. I'm asking you to experience it. How about this? I'll make a training plan for you later. You follow the plan. When the time comes, I'll find time to visit you. If you can't do it well, I'll ask Xiao Bao to take away all your money. Do you dare to punish him with your identity as a member of the royal family?" Li Sun had his own thoughts, and he wanted his brother to know that it was not a matter of money. He had a lot of money, but he did not spend much on his daily life. At least, he did not enjoy much. Most of the money he spent was used to train the army. Li Yu listened to his brother's words and nodded helplessly. "Then I can't. It'll be very hard at the beginning. I have to get used to it bit by bit. If it really doesn't work out, I'll use all my money to buy land. I'm not afraid of other people's tricks." When he said this, Li Yu was not confident. He knew that if Zhang Xiaobao really did do something to him, it was useless to rely on his identity. "Tell Imperial Uncle?" "That's good. Uncle will question me first. Then you can try. See if you can avoid Zhang Xiaobao's scheme by buying land. Eat a fruit. What's the use of drinking so much soy milk? You'll be hungry again after a while. Zhang Xiaobao will probably tell you what to do when you go back today. Remember, I think Zhang Xiaobao's plan has 3 options. The first is the best plan, which is to directly deal with the opponent. The second is the middle plan, which is to play along with the opponent and make them lose more. The third is the worst plan, which is to not take the initiative to attack and leave the opponent a way out, giving the opponent a chance to choose. This is especially true when the opponent is from Great Tang. When you're given the choice, you have to choose the worst strategy and give the other party a few more chances to start over. Don't kill them all in one go. If you do that, it's easy to change your mind in the future. Take Xian Kai County's county magistrate Feng Changgong for example. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given him more than one chance. If he thinks it through, go find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and have a good talk. Both of them will stop. What people fear most is stubbornness. When Li Sun told his brother to eat more, he suddenly thought of something important and hurriedly told his brother. Li Yu unhappily picked up a large fruit and put it next to his mouth, not wanting to open it. After hearing his brother's words, he put the fruit down. Seeing his brother glare at him, he could only raise it and ask, "Why don't you kill them with one blow and leave them behind? If it were me, I wouldn't give them any chance." If that's the case, they'll have a wishful thinking and still dare to oppose them in the future. At most, we'll just compromise and stop fighting. We should be merciless. What do you know? That depends on who you're dealing with. Have you been merciful to the Tubo people? It's not easy to think of such a plan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to keep the talent. Don't think that it's the worst plan, they'll always give them a chance. However, if the other party can't think it through, they'll be like Feng Changgong, and it'll be difficult to keep their lives. The more chances they give, the more vicious the plan will be. Listen to me and use the worst plan. If they still refuse to accept it, what awaits them is a bottomless abyss. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family have always been like this. If you don't believe me, take a look. Especially Xiaobao, he kills without spilling blood. Do you understand? Understood. I'll eat it now. Li Yu was frightened. He suddenly felt that the taste of the fruit was not bad. After eating, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a plan. Just like Li Sun, it was divided into 3 plans. He gave Li Yu the freedom to choose. In the worst plan, there were many chances for the other party to break free. It all depended on what the other party thought. Wang Wan began to prepare things that she might need. She also paid attention to keeping warm and tried to calm her emotions. She reminded herself not to bring her bad mood to work. When it was almost noon, Zhang Xiaobao prepared a meal. He left a portion for himself and Wang Wan, and asked someone to give the rest to Li Yu and Wang Wan. The plan was not finished yet. It was very troublesome. It was estimated that it would be finished at night. The people working were still as diligent as before. For the sake of their future lives and to allow their families to obtain more resources, they worked hard without complaint. Everyone was very calm. If there was someone who could not calm down, it would be Feng Changgong. Last night, he had also seen a group of cavalrymen coming over. After asking around, he found out that it was Prince Li Xian's 6th son, Li Yu, who had come to visit his older brother, Li Sun. He could only see Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan and Li Sun together from a distance, but he did not know what they were talking about. In the past few days, he had always felt a threat by his side, but he could not figure out the reason. After seeing Li Yu last night, this feeling became stronger. As a result, he could not sleep the whole night. Even if he drank some wine and lay on the bed dizzily, he still could not fall asleep. As long as he closed his eyes, he would have nightmares. He could only open his eyes and ask someone to light the wormwood to drive away the mosquitoes. He opened the window and looked at the starry sky outside. When it was time for breakfast, he also got up. He did not have any appetite. After drinking a bowl of porridge, he could not eat anymore. It was the same at noon. He did not feel hungry. It seemed that he would be full even if he did not eat anything. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He had no choice but to send a letter to the capital, hoping that there would be news soon. At this time, people had already set off from the capital. Cui Riji and Li Linfu took a boat to the south. Normally, when going to a place to work, they would need to bring along their family, but neither of them did. On this point, the two of them had the same idea. They would not stay long when they arrived at Shinsai County. One of them came specifically to investigate the old debts of Shinsai County, while the other came to find a way to stop it. It was a very simple matter. When the time came, it would depend on who was more powerful. The boat that the two of them took was from the Jingshui Boat Company. It would save them a lot of trouble if they were together. However, for the two of them, going to work together was the real trouble. In fact, Cui Riji looked down on Li Linfu from the bottom of his heart. He thought that his ability was too weak. However, he felt that Li Linfu was different from the person he had seen before. He did not dare to offend him easily. After all, he was now the county magistrate, while Li Linfu was the registrar. Although his position was high, the registrar also had the responsibility of supervision. If he found that the county magistrate did something wrong, the registrar could submit a report to the higher-ups, either to impeach him or to clarify the matter. Cui Riji definitely did not believe that Li Linfu would forgive him after he made a mistake. Moreover, when he submitted the report, he would not send it to the prefecture, but directly to the capital. At that time, it would be difficult for him to do anything. Of course, he could also supervise the registrar and directly submit the report to the capital. Thinking about what he had to do in the future and what he had to do well, Cui Riji could not stay still. He went to the bow of the boat and asked someone to bring him a chair to sit there. While feeling the river breeze on his head, he thought about the matter in his heart. He was also a third-ranked official, and he had people who specialized in strategizing at home. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to not bring someone with him when he went out. In order to better deal with the situation in Xian Kai County, he brought along the advisor he felt was the best in the manner. When he sat at the bow of the boat, the advisor also moved a stool and sat beside him. They looked at the water together. It was unknown what the two of them saw in the water, but they didn't move at all. After a long time, Cui Riji sighed and said, "The water in this river always flows to the east. It has not changed since ancient times. However, the water that flows into this river does not necessarily flow from west to east. Most of it flows from east to west and then flows into the Yellow River. Do you think it flows to the east or to the west?" Cui Riji did not know why he said such a thing. After saying it, he realized that even he did not know which was better. After hearing Cui Riji's words, the advisor fell into deep thought. After a short while, he said, "That depends on what it flows to. If it has to enter the sea, then it flows from west to east. If it can't even see the sea, then it doesn't matter how it flows. After all, it needs to join a river. If it doesn't want to join, then it's not big enough. In the end, it will end up like a river in the desert. Today it flows like this and tomorrow it will flow like this. In the end, it won't even leave a name. It is a pity. Since it has chosen a river, then no matter how it flows, it will be fine as long as it flows to the other side. As for where it will flow in the future, just follow the river. Yes, it's fine as long as there is a river. However, it is not easy to follow a big river when there is a lot of water. If we encounter some obstacles, the water from a small river like us will rush to the front. It is very easy for us to collide and not leave behind a corpse." Cui Riji was just complaining that the people above him should not have arranged for him to be here. It was too difficult. Xian Kai County was not only a battlefield for both sides to fight for. More importantly, there was also a dangerous place that could not be touched. That was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he had to think clearly about how to win over Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao when they arrived at Xian Kai County instead of going against them. That would definitely not benefit him in any way. The advisor next to him said, "So what if we collide? We can't always collide with the same river water. As long as we get through it, we can enter the sea together with the big river. Then, we won't have to worry about colliding with anything." Cui Riji nodded. At this time, he had also thought it through. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from behind him. "Lord Cui, you are in a good mood. Sitting at the bow, do you feel that the cabin is too hot?" "I can't stand it. I don't know how their ship is made. I heard that their ship is actually very good. No matter how hot it is very cool to stay in the cabin. This time, they did not send such a ship. What a pity, what a pity." Cui Riji did not need to turn around to know who the person was. Just by hearing the familiar voice, he knew that it was Li Linfu. He stood up politely, turned around, and said to Li Linfu, "So it is Lord Li. I didn't feel that the cabin was stuffy. I just wanted to come out and get some wind. After all, in the cabin, the wind is too weak. Even if I open the window, it is not big enough. It is not as good as the bow. When the wind blows, it is as if I can fly. Others are afraid of the wind, but I am not worried at all. Yes, the wind at the bow is good. Unfortunately, I can't get too much wind. I cry when I am blown too much by the wind. In fact, I want to not be with the wind. But many times, I can't help it. If I can stand behind Lord Shui can help me block the wind and rain, that would be even better. Li Linfu followed Cui Riji's words. No matter who looked at him, his face was sincere, making people feel that his words were credible. To be honest, Cui Riji did not know much about Li Linfu. Looking at Li Linfu, Wei Wei was stunned. Then, she said, I just said that some water can flow directly into the sea from west to east. Some water has no choice. As long as it can meet a big river, it doesn't matter how it flows. I don't know what Lord Li thinks. Water? Yes, Lord Shui is wise. I didn't think of this. Indeed, as Lord Shui said, many times, you can't enter the sea just because you want to. Sigh, I don't know why, but when I heard Lord Shui's words, I felt uncomfortable. Perhaps I am like the small river that can't enter the sea. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Forget it, I will flow as I should. If Lord Shui has a better river, please tell me. Maybe you and I can flow together. At that time, I will rely on Lord Shui's help. A trace of helplessness flashed in Li Linfu's eyes. After saying this to Cui Riji, he turned around and was about to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Cui Riji, I heard that the county magistrate of Xian Kai County, Feng Changgong, has offended His Royal Highness, Commandery Prince Tang. When we get there, I'll cooperate with Lord Shui to teach him a lesson. Commandery Prince Tang is not an ordinary person, and he rarely makes mistakes. I think Feng Changgong did it on purpose for his own benefit. After saying this, Li Linfu walked step by step toward the cabin. Cui Riji, who had no connection with fools, was stunned for a while. Then, he suddenly smiled and said to the advisor who had been silent, it seems that Yu Wenrong's side is not very close. Otherwise, why would Li Linfu be willing to surrender? Do you think we should let him do something when we get to Xian Kai County and see how he does it? The advisor raised his eyebrows and his ears twitched. He said, you can't judge a book by its cover. Also, we can't make a decision easily. Fortunately, the journey is long. We can see more in case we choose the wrong person and leave a disaster behind. Chapter 723. 2 days later, Li Yu was preparing to go back. During these 2 days, whenever Zhang Xiaobao showed up, he would follow Zhang Xiaobao and ask him about the details of the 3 plans Zhang Xiaobao gave him. Zhang Xiaobao did not refuse. As long as Li Yu asked, he would answer in detail and give examples so that Li Yu could understand better. Although 2 days were not long, to Li Yu, it was like seeing a new world. In the past, he had heard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reputation. One could be said to be a scholar and the other a martial artist. Each had their own strengths. Many people said that the scariest thing was not meeting one of them. This was because if you only met one of them, then if the whole country worked together and did not think about taking advantage of them, there might be a way to resist. However, if you really met the 2 of them together, there would be no more chances. This was because the 2 of them grew up together. Their cooperation was called tacit understanding. Some people felt that it was very good to be able to understand each other with just a glance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not even need to look at each other. Even if the 2 of them were separated, they could understand what the other was going to do and cooperate with each other. The most direct feeling was that in the 2 days that they stayed, Wang Wan ran to the riverside at noon on the first day. She did not even say a word before she was with Zhang Xiaobao. When it was time for lunch, Zhang Xiaobao went to prepare something. It was a basin and some salt, but there was nothing else. At this time, Wang Wan ran back and happily told Zhang Xiaobao that she had caught a lot of prawns and wanted to eat salted prawns. Then, she directly put them in the basin and cooked them for everyone to eat. At night, Wang Wan ran to the river again without greeting anyone. She still asked Zhang Xiaobao about the details together. When it was almost time to eat, Zhang Xiaobao went to get some garlic sprouts and eggs. When Wang Wan came back, she said that she still went to catch prawns and wanted to eat dumplings at night. Then, Zhang Xiaobao began to use the things he took out to make dumplings. The next day, Wang Wan ran out at noon. When she came back, she was carrying a big fish in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao was not around to prepare lunch. After Wang Wan heard that, she put the fish down and found a few children to make mud. When Zhang Xiaobao came out with charcoal, the mud was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao directly poured seasoned wine into the fish's stomach and wrapped it in mud to burn. With such cooperation, there was no need to look at each other. The two people did not need to see each other at all. They did not need to communicate with each other to know what the other was going to do. One was a scholar and the other was a martial artist. This was the real combination of two swords. More importantly, if it was really a scholar and a martial artist, it would be fine. The problem was that Zhang Xiaobao was not bad at martial arts. When they were really close, he always stood from the angle that he could protect Wang Wan the most. At the same time, when talking about military affairs, he was better than himself. Needless to say, Wang Wan was even better. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking about the plan, she would add on from the side and explain the things that she did not know. Who was the one who said that Zhang Xiaobao's martial arts were not good enough and Wang Wan's literary skills were not good enough? Only by really interacting with the two people could one understand their abilities. Even when talking about academic matters with them, Wang Wan was not worse than Zhang Xiaobao. These two people could not be offended. He felt sorry for Feng Chenggong. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Moreover, when there was a way out, he still insisted. When he was about to leave, he actually came to curry favor with him and gave him a gift worth 300 strings of coins. He wanted to bribe him with 300 strings of coins. Why didn't he bribe Zhang Zhong with that much money? There were too many, so many that it was a little scary. Young master, it's already noon. Should we find a place to eat? Just as Li Yu was thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and felt scared, the guard captain next to him came up and asked. Li Yu broke away from his thoughts just now. He looked at the sky and said, "It's noon so soon. Aren't we going the way we came? Did you see any hotels around when you came?" In reply to young master, "There is no decent restaurant, only a small restaurant." "Are we going there? I mean, why don't we change direction, walk a few more steps, and find a good restaurant to eat? The food in a small restaurant will definitely not taste good." The guard captain suggested with concern, hoping to walk along the fork in the road ahead and look elsewhere. Li Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. "No need. Go to the restaurant and ask if they can make food for 300 people. Simple food is fine as long as it can fill my stomach." "So what if it's a restaurant? Can the food made by the chef there be better than Zhang Xiaobao's?" "Don't be so picky." Many of Fifth Brother's guards had followed Wang Wan to Tubo to fight. When they were there, they fought with their lives on the line every day. How could they have the time to think about what to eat? Even if it's tree bark, they still have to eat it. Are my soldiers really that bad? I don't dare. I'll send someone to ask. The guard captain really did want to eat something good for himself and his brothers, but after hearing Li Yu's words, he didn't dare to mention it again. He hurriedly ordered someone to ask in advance while he followed behind Li Yu. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would train his subordinates well. Normally, when he met the prefectural army, he would think that they were not bad. After returning to Xian Kai County and seeing Tang and Royal Prince, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan's bodyguards, he finally realized how big the gap was. It took him about 3 days to reach Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. In the last 2 days, he had a few matches with Tang and Royal Prince's bodyguards. One of them could beat 2, 2 of them could beat 5, and 5 of them could beat 15 of his bodyguards. The more people there were, the better their cooperation. The real competition was between Royal Prince Tang and's guards who didn't follow Wang Wan. Those who passed the test couldn't be bothered to fight with people like him. Those who were unconvinced went to find trouble with him. In the end, it was 5 against 1. 3 of them were knocked unconscious and 2 of their joints were dislocated. The other party still had that kind of disdainful look in his eyes, but no one dared to challenge him anymore. His attacks were too ruthless, and it was completely different from their usual training. Every move he made was a killing move, and he fought with his life on the line. When had they ever seen such a thing during training? When 5 people beat him up, he was clearly hit in the face. If it was a normal practice, he would have dodged. However, he took it head-on and paid the price of 2 teeth. He defeated 2 people in one move and acted as if he didn't care. Ruthless, really ruthless. He was ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. This was a fucking person who came back alive from the battlefield. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's guards didn't make a move either. Someone suggested a competition, and the other party made his people sign the life and death agreement. They said that they had never competed with others outside. There would be blood if they fought. The reason was that they weren't skilled enough and couldn't control their weapons freely. These 2 types of people made his people lose so badly that the young master was unhappy. At that time, his face was as dark as water. If he still wanted to eat something good today, he would probably be taught a lesson when he returned. Li Yu also prepared for this. Embarrassing, it was too embarrassing. If they couldn't beat Fifth Brother's people one-on-one, it was even worse when they worked together. What was the point of having such guards? Did they have to specifically find people who weren't as good as them to fight? What if they had to go outside one day? Did they have to run for their lives? If Fifth Brother's cavalry was led by Wang Wan, they should be the ones running for their lives. He didn't have to say that he was that good, but at least he didn't embarrass himself too much. It turned out that those who were good at hunting might not be good at killing. As he thought about it, Li Yu felt that he should train his guards on the way back. When the time was right, he would show Fifth Brother that he wasn't bad and was also very hard-working. Li Sun didn't know what his younger brother was thinking. When he sent his younger brother off, he gave him a lot of canned food so that he could eat it when he didn't feel like eating. It wasn't easy to see each other. They were family, but he couldn't show it. This time, they were in Xian Kai. If they met in the capital, they would be treated differently. He was the loneliest in a big group of brothers. Fortunately, he met Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at that time. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. After sending his younger brother off, Li Sun turned around and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, the 2 of them were also planning to leave. Li Sun was reluctant to leave. After thinking for a while, he said, "You guys are going back. Wait for me for a few days. I'll take a look at the situation here and come to your side." That day, someone came to report that honeycomb coal was good. "Why don't you send some to my county? I'll use it too." "Yes, I have to go. There are still things to deal with in the county. Cuckoo is also homesick, so I'll probably have to ask for leave to take her to Luoyang. Honeycomb coal is actually nothing. You can look for coal mines in your county. If you don't have any, you can look around and make your own. It's very simple." Zhang Xiaobao also knew that there was no such thing as a banquet that lasted forever. He solemnly said some words to Li Sun, telling him to speed up the preparations so that they could leave as soon as possible. Wang Wan was getting more and more sleepy recently and always wanted to sleep. They had to go back and let her see her family. At that time, she would be comforted. She would be fine after this period of her menstrual cycle. That night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan set off to leave, leaving Li Sun alone to continue watching. He wanted to find a pattern that did not follow. "Xiaobao, we won't be sending people gradually. This time, Li Linfu will also come. I really want to see what he looks like." It's said that no matter what he faces, he is always so calm, giving people the feeling that he is very sincere and reliable. Then, as long as he has the opportunity, he will take action against people who have a grudge with him. He's very insidious. On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. So what if he's insidious? The main thing is that he is very capable. Otherwise, it's useless to rely on insidiousness. What's the point of looking at him? He's just a small official, secondary class, rank 4. I really don't put him in my eyes. If you give him a chance, he can go up. If you don't give him a chance, he can forget about moving up. If you don't hate him, then suppress him. Even if he is really different from what is written in the book and is a good person, you can still suppress him. Who can this world not revolve without who? Zhang Xiaobao tried to say something to make Wang Wan happy, so that he could adjust her mood. That's right. As long as I'm not satisfied with him, no matter who he is, I'll deal with him. But it's best to see when the time comes. If he's really capable, even if I can't let him run to a higher position, I still have to use him. Not all people are good people. Wang Wan was happy as expected. She agreed and proposed to observe Li Linfu carefully. No one was perfect. If the other party was capable, then he could be arranged to a place where he could show his ability. Okay, I'll listen to you. Are you still sleepy? Why don't you come to my horse? We can walk slowly. Zhang Xiaobao was indifferent. It's okay. I will be fine in a few days. When the time comes, you can't bully me. Wang Wan was recalling her previous physical condition at this time. She was tired, sleepy, and could eat a lot. I want to, but I am not as fast as you. No, I have decided to eat more mutton and dog meat when I go back. If there is a need, turtle and ginseng can also be eaten. Zhang Xiaobao urged the horse and said jokingly. Then you can wait to eat ice cream every day. Don't run so fast. I still want to see the surrounding scenery. Wang Wan also urged the horse to catch up with him. In Buxin County, many people had started to learn how to make honeycomb briquettes. Carriages of briquettes were sent here, and the people made them at home according to the method given by the yamen. Old Man Pai and the other two also made a few by themselves. They were going to use them for barbecue when the time came. They wanted to see if there was any difference between the honeycomb briquettes and charcoal. If it was more delicious, then there would be more reasons to advertise. I will make a few more holes on the sides of this honeycomb briquettes. This way, it will burn faster. Old Man Chung took out the honeycomb briquettes from the pressed mold and used a small wooden stick to continue inserting holes where there were no holes. Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao did not have as much free time as Old Man Chung. After the two of them took out the honeycomb briquettes, they looked at each other and did not care about the briquettes anymore. Instead, they talked about the recent events. The imperial court sent Li Linfu and Cui Riji over. One of them is on Zhang Shua's side, and the other is on Yu Wenrong's side. I reckon there will be a good fight when they arrive at Xian Kai County. Old Man Pai said to Old Man Yao while washing his hands in the basin. Old Man Yao rubbed some soap on his hands and thought for a while. Actually, it doesn't matter who they send. Feng Changgong is finished. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really hold a grudge. Even if Yu Wenrong wants to protect him, he won't be able to. If he doesn't, it might be better. If he really does protect him, then Yu Wenrong will easily fall into his trap. The news sent over a few days ago already stated that other than Feng Changgong going to apologize to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo himself, no one can help him. Unfortunately, it is impossible for him to go over. When the time comes, I just hope that Li Linfu will be smart. Otherwise, once he is protected, he will not have a good time. What 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Is that something that others can casually talk about? Don't look at it as just a few words. It can kill. Now I understand. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to do something, just follow them. Don't oppose them. If you really want to oppose them, then do it through normal means. Any evil means is useless, and you will also get yourself into trouble. The 2 little guys will do this. Maybe they are waiting for others to do the same. Old Man Yao rubbed his hands until there were a lot of bubbles. While washing his hands, he looked in the direction of Xin Kai County. Yes, Feng Changgong won't be able to escape. Other officials can't be too relaxed either. Xiao Bao asked someone to send a letter last time saying that there is a problem with the registrar of Xin Kai County. He asked us to keep an eye on him, especially to find a way to convince the imperial court not to act rashly and alert the enemy. However, we still have to send capable people to keep an eye on him. Also, Li Sun's younger brother, Li Yu, also came 3 days ago. Isn't he now in Changning County of Ciizhou? What is he doing here? Is he short of money? Ask for some money from me? After washing his hands to his satisfaction, Old Man Pai wiped his hands and said, I don't think it's that simple. Maybe they are secretly discussing something. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't mention it in the letter. We can ask them when they come back. As long as they are not thinking of joining forces to rebel, it's fine. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming back soon, right? Old Man Yao snatched the towel from Old Man Pai's hand and looked at Old Man Chang, who was still trying to insert the holes. He shook his head helplessly. Although Old Man Chang was inserting holes, his ears were not idle. He was still listening to the conversation between the two. When he heard Old Man Yao say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming back, he immediately interrupted. When they come back, I must ask them why they didn't insert more holes in the honeycomb coal. Isn't it said that the more holes there are, the better the fire will be? If all the coal is blown into the fire, it will burn even better, Old Man Pai retorted. Just as the 3 old men were talking back and forth, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also entered the county. When the 2 people appeared, all the people who saw them revealed happy smiles. Whether it was the 2 people's abilities or the 2 people's appearance, they all made people feel comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't just pretend that they didn't see anything. As they walked, they returned the greetings of the people around them. From the entrance to the yamen, the journey that should have taken less than a quarter of an hour actually took them an hour to walk. Some people even gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the eggs that they had just cooked and didn't have time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse. They took the eggs and rode on their horses, peeled the skin, and ate it bite by bite. Even if it didn't have any saltiness, they ate happily. Not all officials could make the people give them eggs voluntarily. It had nothing to do with the price. Only those who were approved by the people could do it. This was also considered an honor. After an hour, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Wang Wan's bag was already full. Zhang Xiaobao also used his clothes to carry a lot of things. The 2 of them didn't stop eating. They walked and ate. The only thing they regretted was that they shouldn't have eaten in advance. They should have starved for 2 meals. Grandpa Bai, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let me peel a goose egg for you to eat. Wang Wan finally found someone who could help her. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, Old Man Pai and the other 2 people were playing mahjong next to the drum in front of the door. Recently, no one played the drum. They didn't need to care. This position was good. It could help to block the sun. If anyone was happy, they could beat the drum to express their feelings. The people seemed to be used to it. After the early cases were dealt with, there wasn't much to do in the county. Everyone was busy getting rich and didn't have time to do anything else. The thieves also found their own jobs. They were skilled workers. They were required to have nimble fingers. Wang Wan didn't jump down when she saw the 3 old men playing mahjong. At the same time, she knew that there wasn't much to do in the county. The yamen's entrance was still pasted with the pictures of the day. It let the people know how much they earned, how much they spent, and what they spent on. There was also a plan to spend money in the future. If the people didn't agree, they had to point out the drawbacks. It was best if they could come up with a better solution. Once the solution was accepted, they would receive a medal. In the future, they would be able to come to the county and give their opinions. Old Man Pai's forehead was full of sweat. Zhang Xiaobao watched from the side. He probably lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Sure enough, Old Man Pai looked at the goose egg and said to Wang Wan, "Do you want me to die of saltiness? Have you ever seen a boiled goose's egg? It's all salty things that are pickled. Grandpa Bai, gambling is wrong. What's even more wrong is venting your anger on others when you lose the bet. Who said that goose eggs have to be salty? Mine is bland. As long as the people find it pleasing to the eye, they won't care about it. If you don't believe me, you can try it." As Wang Wan spoke, she knocked on the goose egg and opened it, revealing the inside. It was indeed bland. It was probably because when the news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the county spread, someone immediately ran home to boil the goose egg and gave it to them. If the goose egg wasn't salty, it wouldn't taste good. However, no one would say that this kind of goose egg was bad. Who didn't know that salty goose eggs were much more expensive than chicken and duck eggs? Looking at the goose egg in Wang Wan's hand, Old Man Pai said with jealousy, "I said that I'm a minister, and I'm from the Ministry of Revenue. In the end, no one said that they would give me something. This time, you guys came back to welcome me. I'm sad. Xiaobao, come and help me win a few rounds to comfort me." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect to encounter such a problem as soon as he returned. Looking at Old Man Pai's anticipation, then looking at Old Man Yao and Old Man Chang's warning eyes, he finally decided to make someone sad. Thus, he said to Old Man Pai, "Grandpa Bai, my stomach suddenly doesn't feel well. I'll talk about it later. I'll go in first. It's just that I haven't eaten goose eggs on the way. Grandpa Bai, you have to remember to eat. If you lose, then lose. Money is just a worldly possession. Cuckoo, let's go." "What money?" "We're playing stickers. I've already lost 20. I'm going to stick one on my face tonight." Zhang Xiaobao, who was leaving quickly with Wang Wan, heard the business behind him. His ears twitched, and he forgot about it. 2 days later, Cui Riji still ran to the bow of the ship and sat there. He would only return to the cabin when it was time to eat and sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't stay there. It wasn't that it was uncomfortable to stay there, but because the wooden walls of the cabin weren't soundproof. When he wanted to say something to the advisor, he was always worried that someone would hear. Of course, the bow of the ship wasn't soundproof either, but he could see other places. If someone approached from behind, he could immediately change the topic to prevent others from hearing what he wanted to say. After leaving the capital, they traveled down the river at a very fast speed. However, it was impossible for them to reach Xian Kai County in a short period of time. Unless they reached the shore now and rode a fast horse, they would have to take the military rest stop. Of course, that was impossible. Cui Riji also didn't want to reach Shinsai County now. Today, he also asked the advisor to sit at the bow of the ship. Seeing that there was no one around, he said, "What do you think of Li Linfu these 2 days? Can you make him one of our people?" The advisor had been carefully observing Li Linfu these 2 days. He wanted to learn more about him through his daily life. In the end, he found that Li Linfu seemed to be very kind to everyone. He always had a smile on his face and didn't get angry with anyone. Even if the advisor deliberately sent someone to say a few unpleasant words in front of Li Linfu still looked so amiable. If that was really the case, it would be a very good thing. However, the advisor was worried that Li Linfu was a person who looked one on the surface but was another person behind his back. This kind of person was actually the most terrifying. No one could know what he was thinking. Now, many people on the ship, including the boatmen, were very kind to Li Linfu. Even the ship's cook specially made some good food for him. Other people didn't have the opportunity to receive such benefits. He didn't know why the people on the ship of the Zhang family and Wang family had become like this. They had flattering smiles that made people feel disgusted, making people feel very uncomfortable. What? Can't you see it? Seeing that the advisor next to him didn't speak for a long time, Cui Riji asked again. At this time, the advisor said, I always feel that something is wrong. Logically speaking, a person with a good temper like Li Linfu's can't be promoted to his current position. Such a position can't be obtained by just anyone. Right now, many of the people on the ship have been bought over by him. He doesn't need to use money to buy people over, he just needs to lower his status and smile a bit more. Why don't you learn from him and win over the people on the ship first? That way, when you need them in the future, it will be more convenient. Cui Riji also thought so. He didn't understand. Logically speaking, Li Linfu, who should be very tough, should have been able to stabilize his position long ago. When the time came, he could have whatever he wanted. At least, he didn't need to gather others to his place to discuss bad things. When he got there, it was time to use people. Now, Li Linfu was not gathering people. He was not like himself, who would run to the bow of the ship, look at the running water, and bask in the sun. Instead, he hid in the house all day long. No one knew what he was thinking about. After hearing the advisor's words, Cui Riji thought about it and said, "If I ask him, do you think he will be willing to surrender to Galai? After all, there is a lack of literati in that place, let alone enter Jishin courtyard. Give them a place to enter and let them fight for it. Don't you think it will deepen the conflict between them?" This was a very bold idea. When they were still on the ship, Cui Riji was ready to educate his people. It would be best if he didn't let more people participate. After dinner, he would call everyone to his side to show off his knowledge. He had already planned that as long as someone was willing to come and show off, he would get 20% of the income of an advertising tablet. It didn't sound like a lot, but if one really had the ability to get it, the reward for this position would definitely be a lot. However, there was also a range. He would not do this all the way to Shinsai County, which was the advertising tablet on the ship. The advisor actually wanted to persuade him again. He could tell that Cui Riji had never planned to give up on this matter. He wanted to pull Li Linfu to his side, but he didn't know the real situation yet. Now was not the time to make a decision easily. Fearing that Cui Riji would do something wrong, the advisor advised, "My lord, you're still too impatient now. It's better to wait until we reach the place and see what he will do. Otherwise, once he makes a mistake here, the one who will suffer will be you." "Oh, that's fine. Then let's leave him alone for now. I will find time to talk to him and then make a decision." Cui Riji also knew that he couldn't speak rashly. If he really did, people would think that he was too easy to talk to, so they weren't afraid of him. Just as the two of them were talking about Li Linfu wandered out of the cabin like a ghost and stood in the same position as that day. He said to Cui Riji and Li Linfu, "What a coincidence, I just passed by here. I didn't expect to see you two again. Are you two idle?" Cui Riji thought that this was nonsense. If he wasn't free, why would he be busy? He looked at Li Linfu and replied, "Sir Li, to be honest, I really want to be free. Unfortunately, I can't. Even though we haven't arrived at Shinsai County yet, we still have to go there one day. If we don't know enough, it will easily make the people unhappy. Therefore, this official asked the people at home. If I could find out more about that place, it would be much more convenient for me to do things once I arrive there. Unfortunately, I was in too much of a hurry and forgot to bring a map. I can only think about it now and ask for more details after we get in the car." Of course, Cui Riji couldn't tell Li Linfu the purpose of his visit here. He casually found an excuse and prepared to make arrangements for the next step. He didn't expect Li Linfu to be so much more prepared than he was. After hearing his complaints, Li Linfu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Cui Riji. "Here is a map for playing games. I don't know if Master Cui would be able to use it. I think this map is pretty good. If we get to Xiankai County, I'll draw more maps if I have the chance. From there, I'll find a better way to develop that place." After hearing Li Linfu's words and looking at the game map he took out, as well as his peaceful appearance, Cui Riji suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was admiration, appreciation, and vigilance. If he only looked at this person's expression, he would be very easy to talk to. Moreover, he was well prepared. If he worked under Cui Riji, it would be a very good situation. However, at the same time, it also made Cui Riji worried. Why did he think of bringing a map? Although the game map wasn't as good as the military map, it was still better than nothing. While Cui Riji was thinking, Li Linfu still had that peaceful smile on his face. He said to Cui Riji, "Sir Cui, I feel that the first thing we should do when we arrive there is to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. We also can't leave Prince Tang and behind. As for the local people, there is no need to worry. The people who have the final say over there aren't the county magistrate and registrar of Shinsai County. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao and the other two, we will go together. If we can find out more about the situation over there from other people, it will be easier to investigate. To be honest, when I came out, the higher-ups told me to pretend that I didn't know anything and to protect someone if I could. However, on the way here, I thought a lot. If I protect those who should be protected and those who shouldn't be protected, it will be a disaster. I also dislike officials who treat the people badly. Why don't we first meet Zhang Xiaobao and the other two when we arrive there and listen to what they have to say? Then, we will ask the people and finally go to the yamen. If everyone treats Feng Changgong badly, Sir Cui, you will investigate in front and I will follow behind. I will not let any bad guys go, even if it means offending the higher-ups." When Li Linfu said this, he did not try to hide it from the others. Everyone on the ship heard it. They all looked at Li Linfu with a hint of respect. A good official. He clearly knew many things, but he did not do as he was told. Instead, he really thought for the people. A good official. Cui Riji was also stunned by Li Linfu's words. Li Linfu's words were too direct, and he didn't hide anything. He just stated what he was thinking and what he should do when he arrived there. From Cui Riji's point of view, Li Linfu's words were words of surrender. Li Linfu wanted to lean on his side. He really didn't know whether to rope him in now or continue to wait. He looked at his advisor. The advisor was also very confused. He carefully looked at Li Linfu, who was standing there with a sincere expression. He didn't find any treachery, so he nodded to Cui Riji and Weiwei, got up and walked back first. Cui Riji understood that this was a tacit agreement formed before. Cui Riji wanted him to follow the words first, then find an excuse to go back to the cabin and continue the discussion. Thinking of this, Cui Riji said to Li Linfu, "If Sir Li can really think like this, that's great. I also think that we can't just listen to one side of the story. Even if Commandery Prince Tang and said that Feng Changgong is bad, we still need to ask around before we can come to a conclusion. I will go back and write a plan. Then, I will ask Sir Li for help." After saying this, Cui Riji had an excuse to leave and walked back to his cabin. Li Linfu seemed to agree. He said behind him, "Sir Cui, you have worked hard. I actually have a plan here. Why don't we put it together later?" Another person who used to be a county magistrate saw that the people on both sides had become friendly. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He said to himself, "I don't think it's that simple. It seems that I have to think of something." Chapter 724. The sky was rosy, and the sun reflected the flowers. The dew was slightly cold, and occasionally, a lone crow would fall from a tree. The fog from last night gradually dispersed in the morning, and a red sun like an egg yolk first covered the east with a beautiful veil. Then, it jumped out on its own, and the clouds changed with the wind. If one stared at it for a long time, one would think that there was a group of ducklings standing in a neat row, following behind the mother duck. In Lesaw City, it should have been a place where a slave master or a noble lived, but it had been changed into a place with rich rural scenery. A small river flowed through the large courtyard, and a wooden house sat on the opposite bank. A small bridge spanned over the river, and under the bridge, the water gurgled, and ducks and geese mingled on the water surface. With a creak, the door of the wooden house was opened from the inside, and a girl with a pot in her hand walked out. She went to the stove outside, lit a fire, and began to boil medicine. As she boiled, she said, "You said that my medical skills are not good? Let's see what you would do without me. A big man, you look strong, but you fall sick every 2 to 3 days. Me fan, wake up and cook. If you want me to cook every day, can't you just buy 2 people? Look at you two, one is sick, and the other is taking care of you." He said that he was not acclimatized to the climate, and asked him to go back and find someone else, but he refused to leave. "I'm the one doing all the work, Miss Jo, can't you just do it while you're at it?" Before seeing anyone, Mi Fan heard the noise. She walked out of the house with a large lump of gunk in the corner of her eye. As soon as she walked out of the house, she shivered and went to another stove to collect dust and set up firewood. Jiao Meilang looked at Mi Fan with dissatisfaction and complained, "Why do you have to do all the work? I have to manage the accounts every day. I have to sell chickens and ducks, and I have to buy livestock. It's so cold in the morning, and it's so hot at noon. If I stay here, I'll get old." "That's right. It's not like we didn't know when we came. It's just that Brother Han is suffering and can't take it anymore. It's time to open the lottery today, right? We'll have to fork out a lot of money again. Also, it's time to collect the money from the entertainment venues for this half a month. You've contributed the most in this regard. Those people who came to cause trouble were all poisoned to death by you." Mi Fan set up the firewood, drew a fire from under Jiao Mei's cold stove, lit it, and went back into the house to get things for breakfast. "Wash your face first. Otherwise, you'll be the only one who's going to eat all the feces in the pot. Patient Han, are you awake? Squeak, and I'll serve you. I've come so far, and I'll have to live a hard life with you." Jiao Mei's hot and cold medicine was almost done. She said something to Han Xianfeng and Mi Fan, then put a cloth on the pot and prepared to send it into the room. Squeak. A short squeak came from the room. Jiao Meilang looked up at the sky. "I wonder if anyone can win the lottery today. I'll be back in a month. I won't come here anymore. I'll stay in Sanshui County. It's more comfortable there." When Jiao Meilang poured the medicine into a bowl and brought it to Han Xianfeng was already dressed and leaning on the bed with a slightly yellow face. "Sorry to trouble you again, Miss Jo. This is probably the altitude sickness that young Master Song repeatedly emphasized when he came here. I didn't expect that everyone else would be fine except for me. Fortunately, the red ginseng pills were sent from Wing Province. Otherwise, I would have really died here," Han Xianfeng said to Jiao Meilang apologetically. Jiao Meilang blew on the medicine and tasted it herself. When she felt that the temperature was about right, she brought it to Han Xianfeng and didn't let him drink it. She insisted on feeding him herself. "I owed you in my previous life. It's too hard to live with you. Go back quickly and live a better life." Han Xianfeng didn't know what to say. In the past, he could always retort when Jiao Meilang said something like this. But now, he couldn't say anything. He opened his mouth and drank the entire bowl of medicine, then ate the Danshan pill. He let Jiao Meilang put a blanket on him and closed his eyes to rest. "The meal will be ready soon. Don't go out today. Stay at home. I'll give the money to someone else." After wiping Han Xuanfeng's mouth and checking his pulse, Jiao Meilang turned around and left the room. Han Xianfeng, who had nothing to do, just leaned on the bed and kept thinking. Ever since they were sent to take revenge on the economy, the 3 of them had rushed all the way from Izhou to Tubo. After some discussion, they decided not to stay anywhere else and directly went to Lhasa. It was an eye-opener. There were few commoners and many slaves. The whole of Tubo was a tribe made up of slaves. There were a few times when they were almost in danger. Thanks to Mi Fan's ability to make people speechless, they managed to escape. They sold the food they brought and built a place for entertainment. In fact, it was a place for brothels and gambling. They bought beautiful girls and taught them how to cheat. They added a lot of new gambling activities. They could cheat money and also bet things. They didn't know what young Master Song was thinking. He actually made the prettiest girls not accept the money directly to accompany others. Instead, he had to win the bet first. There was something wrong with this. But this method was very useful. More and more people came to gamble. With this kind of cheating method, the people who came lost more than won, but they still came like a flock of ducks. When they had more money, they bought a big courtyard here. It turned out that it was Tatata's courtyard. He was now living a good life in Tang. It was fate. Later on, they started to do public relations with the other local tribes and gradually stabilized. After the spring festival, they created a lottery. They earned more and more money, but there was a lot of trouble in the process. Fortunately, they had Mi Fan and Jiu Meiling's poison skills. Only then did they get rid of the source of trouble. Before they could continue to work hard, they fell sick. Only then did they know that the three of them were not fighting alone. The Zhang family also sent people. First, a very powerful local noble came to visit them. Then, all kinds of things were sent to them from Izhou. With the help of a big noble, things went smoothly. At the beginning of spring, they bought eggs from Pengzhou. Some of them were newly hatched eggs, some of them were eggs that could be hatched, and some of them were duck eggs and goose eggs. They began to teach the locals how to make a big stall. They were in charge of providing the goods, saying how good they were so that they could find people to prove it. As for the eggs, they sold them under publicity. They also sold a lot of chickens and ducks at a low price. They also taught others how to make poultry. They lied and said that the Tang emperor ate this and asked them to raise them. They also gave them the secret breeding method. They were really worried that the emperor would find out and arrest them. Impressive. Zhang Xiaobao's vengeance was no less than Wang Wan's. Who would have thought that a matter that could improve the lives of the common folk of Great Tang would turn into a vicious scheme just because of the addition of a secret breeding formula? No matter what kind of food was planted, there had to be a shelter between every 3 ridges. It could be a wooden board or a cloth curtain. Then, the bees and butterflies in this place would be caught, mashed, and mixed in the food according to the proportion. Then, they would feed the poultry. It could only be done at the beginning of spring. It was said that the chickens and ducks raised in this way would be less troublesome and live longer after eating it. If one wanted to plant paddy fields, they would need to catch toad buds. This was the thing that the little tadpoles used to find their mother in the children's books in Sanshui County. If this wasn't enough to show how poisonous Zhang Xiaobao was, then one could tell from the soil and the newly opened egg transport truck from Pengzhou Pass that Zhang Xiaobao had actually ordered people to look for places where there were a lot of locusts last autumn and then dig out a layer of soil from there. When they reached Tubo and were slightly further away from Great Tang, they would scatter the soil along the way. When they were almost done, they would send the final batch to Lhasa City and scatter it in the surrounding fields or dry areas. There were also some that were sent over from the desert. If number 1, who played tricks in Jiannan Circuit back then, were to find out about this, he would probably regret it to death. Of all people to offend, he just had to find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao. Then, he would send the animals that he bought at a high price to Jiannan Circuit through another route. The good ones would be kept while the bad ones would be killed for meat. The price was very cheap, saying that it was a subsidy to the people. The price of the eggs was also very cheap. When he bought the eggs, he would use the money he earned to pay for it. It was called a foreign trade subsidy. It was said that when summer came, Jiannan Circuit would purchase poultry from Tubo. However, they would only sell it within Great Tang's borders. They would use food to exchange for it. As long as the poultry were sold, they would have to pay more taxes. This was used to balance the subsidies and prevent Tubo from dumping their poultry into Jiannan Circuit. In any case, he wasn't able to figure out the meaning of so many words. He just had to follow the instructions. What are you thinking about? Here, I've put the food here for you. You can eat it yourself. Mi Fan and I are going out to do something. After you eat, you can sleep for a while. We'll be back at noon. I reckon that Sonrigan will be here today. I'll leave the matter of discussing the transportation and price of the butter to you." Jiao Mei's cold voice interrupted Han Xuanfeng's mental activities. A bowl of milk with a layer of milk on it was placed in front of Han Xianfeng. There were also several fried eggs. Han Xianfeng could only eat this for breakfast and couldn't eat too much. At noon, there would be butter cakes, and at night, there would be cakes baked with sesame oil. These had just been delivered the day before yesterday, from Lingnan Circuit to Pengzhou. Unlike the oil made from frying pepper, sesame oil was a good thing. It could strengthen one's body. There was very little of it. In order to ensure that Han Xianfeng could return alive, Jiao Mei quickly sent it all the way here. When he left, it would be sent by pigeon, and when he returned, it would be sent to a military post. Smelling the rich fragrance of the milk, Han Xianfeng nodded. "Be careful outside." "I know. You're the most dangerous one right now. Let's go." Jiao Mei left him with this sentence and followed Mi Fan out of the house. The ducks and geese outside, who had been playing in the water since morning, saw that their owner was about to cross the bridge and surrounded them. "Go, continue playing. Someone will come to feed you later." Jiao Mei coaxed them a few times. As she walked across the bridge, she said to Mi Fan, "You go to the entertainment center. I'll give them the prize. Come back early. I don't know why you want so much butter. I don't like it. It's too greasy. It's not for adults." The young master said that after we buy it back, we'll make cakes for the children in school. There's also cheese and yogurt. If we could transport fresh milk back, we would have bought it long ago. Mi Fan was still sleepy and yawned. Chapter 725. When Mi Fan and Jiao Meilan went to do their own things, Han Xianfeng finished his breakfast and began to think about how to trick people. After a while, the sound of poultry came from outside. Han Xianfeng knew that someone had come. He sat up straight and waited for the person to come in. "Brother Han, I'm here. The goose you raise is not big, but it's so fierce." When the door opened, a Tubo man came in with a stick in his hand. He must have used it to drive the poultry away. "You broke my goose. You have to pay for it." Han Xianfeng was very familiar with the person who came in. He had seen him both here and in Sanshui County. It was Sonri Nigan, the one who sold carrots. After he came here, he met him in the casino by chance. At that time, he just watched and didn't participate. The person he hired to watch the casino watched for a while. He felt that this person didn't look like someone who came to bet, so he reported it to him. Now that they met, it was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Since then, when he had nothing to do, Sonri would always come over and talk about how his chickens were doing and ask about the changes in Sanshui County. Since he got sick, he came here more often. He even asked someone to treat him, but it didn't work at all. "If you want to talk about compensation, then I want you to compensate me. Originally, I was the only one who raised a lot of poultry. Now that everyone else is raising poultry, it's hard for me to sell them. I have to go to Sanshui County and ask someone." Senrignigan complained back, then carefully looked at Han Xuanfeng's complexion and said happily, "You look like you're going to get better soon. You're so lucky." In the past, the slaves they caught from Tang and the Tang people who came here by trade didn't survive once they got sick. Of course. Who do you think I am? When I get better, I'll be able to soar into the sky. Han Xianfeng also knew that his illness was not that serious. He asked Sonri Nigan to sit down and bragged. "I heard that it has nothing to do with you. The Zhang family mobilized a lot of good things for you. They even sent a doctor to hide somewhere. Others may not know, but you can't fool me." Senrinigan said enviously. He was happy for Han Xianfeng from the bottom of his heart. He found a good family to rely on. Although he had a lot of slaves here, not many people were willing to help him when he was in trouble, let alone spend a lot of money after he got sick. Han Xianfeng smiled and didn't refute. Instead, he asked, "How are the poultry you're raising? Why don't you sell it quickly? Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the time comes. How's the field?" Han Xianfeng knew that even though Sanri Nigan was from Tubo, he didn't care about Tubo. He was just a small slave owner here. In the past, he was often ostracized by others. It was only now that things were better, so he could talk to him more. As soon as Sun Rinnegan heard Han Xianfeng ask about his family, a worried expression appeared on his face. What Han Xianfeng said was right. Ever since many people started to buy chickens and ducks to raise, the people around him who had a good relationship with him started to have their own ideas about him again. 2 large food stalls appeared in the city. Although they only sold hairy eggs and chestnut eggs, they also had a big impact on their own business. Those who wanted to sell chicken and eggs were not as enthusiastic as before. Their income suddenly decreased by a lot. But what could he do? He couldn't not let others raise his chickens. He only hoped that the people sent by Sanshui County could think of a new way to make money for him. "I've already made century eggs according to the method you taught me. I'm going to sell them after a while. Century eggs with tofu are very delicious, and you don't have to worry about them spoiling. They can be eaten outside. Think of a way to send me more salt. I'll make some salted eggs." Sanri Nigan had a total of 2 methods, which was to make century eggs and salted eggs. At the same time, he also knew what Han Xianfeng and the other 2 wanted to do, but he didn't want to tell others. The good or bad of others had nothing to do with him. Moreover, even if he found others and told them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were coming for revenge, they might not believe him. Now that Lesa City was forbidden to talk about these 2 people, even if they believed him, the credit wouldn't fall on him. Who let him have so few slaves and a small territory? Han Xianfeng thought for a while and replied to Sanri Nigan, "We can't send too much salt now. The Jiannan circuit is too strict. When autumn comes, it should be enough. If you have a lot of eggs, give them to your slaves to eat. Only when they eat well can they have the strength to work. They are eating. Other slaves only have 1 meal a day. No matter what they eat, as long as they can fill their stomachs, it's fine. My slaves have 2 meals a day. If they still have to work at night, I will add a midnight snack. I have a lot of children, so each of them has 2 fried eggs a day. It's much better than other slaves. But I have a lot of them, so no matter how much they eat, they can't finish it. After a while, I will have to kill some chickens for them to eat. They are already old and can't lay eggs, so I can only eat them. I also made a lot of dried chickens, but I can't sell them. Why don't you help me buy some of them? The price can be cheaper." Sanri Nigan sat down and felt that his mouth was dry. He didn't need to trouble Han Xianfeng and started looking for tea leaves in the house. He even went to the kitchen to get a pot of water and washed it with a big bowl while complaining. He wasn't wrong. The slaves in his house definitely ate better than other people's slaves, and even better than most of the commoners. In the beginning, there were more than 300 slaves working for him, but now there were nearly 1,000 people. Some of them were willing commoners in the past few years, and some of them were the children of the slaves. So now there were a lot of children waiting for them to grow up to work. They had to be well taken care of when they were young and cultivate their loyalty. Sanri Nigan could do this because he learned from the 2 Zhuangzi families of Sanshui County, Zhang Li and Wang Zhuangzi. There were so many farmers, and in fact, there was no difference between them and slaves. But when they worked, their enthusiasm was not comparable to ordinary slaves. Later, after observation and understanding, he found that treating the slaves well seemed to be spending more money, but it was very worry-free. The bodies of the slaves were strong, and they were not easy to get sick. They also had strength when they worked, and their loyalty was also improved. 1 slave could do the work of 2 others, and 2 slaves could do the work of 5 others. After calculating the investment and output ratio, it was still more cost-effective to raise the slaves stronger, especially when they were not completely farming. There were also other breeding industries, so the slaves were very useful. It was precisely because of this consideration that Sonri Nigan began to treat the slaves well. He did not let the slaves starve. At least, he gave them highland barley to eat, and meat to eat every few days. Every child under the age of 12 was given eggs. When the slaves were full, they could work better. In addition to raising poultry, he also raised a lot of cattle and sheep, which were all fed by the slaves. He did not have to worry about the slaves suddenly defecting. As long as the slaves wanted to escape alone, it was easy to get into trouble. But if he talked to others to escape together, they would report it. With more money, Sonri Nigan also bought a lot of weapons to arm his slaves to fight against the people who were jealous of him. Now, when Sonri Nigan saw that his team was increasing, he finally approved of the practice of treating the slaves better. After drinking a bowl of tea, seeing that Han Xianfeng still did not agree, Sonri Nigan said, "Can't you sell dried chickens?" "Yes, but it's useless. Let me tell you, the customs tax is going to be raised soon. Plus the transportation fee, you can't make any money. If I let you transport the chickens, won't it harm you? How about this, you sell the poultry as soon as possible, and only keep the food for yourself. The Zhang family is going to buy a lot of dairy products, milk chips, cheese, butter, and a lot. As long as you have them, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. The price is not low, and you don't have to pay taxes. Follow the name of the Chamber of Commerce there. This is called smuggling. You have to hurry, lest you regret it later." After hearing Han Xuanfeng's words, Sonri Nigan poured water for himself again and asked worriedly, "Is it going to be a fight?" Zhang Xiaobao came first to fight an economic war, and then Wang Wan came with the army? Then what should I do? I have always been on good terms with you. It was no wonder that Sonri Nigan was afraid. Now, even if they did not allow people to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they could not stop people from talking about them in private. It was because the people in Tubo did not allow others to talk about them, which made the two of them even more highly. It was as if the two of them were to fight, the whole of Tubo would be finished. What are you thinking about? Fight? With what? The young master and the young lady went back to be officials. Two ninth-rank officials with no military power. Han Xianfeng felt that Sonri Nigan was a little suspicious. Sonri Nigan waved his hand and said, "Don't lie to me. It's easy to not have military power. You give it away just like that. Tell me, what do you want to do? If it really doesn't work, I will move away to Izhou. If you really don't want to fight, then see if you can get food while you still have money. Save it up and use it. When autumn comes, there will be a shortage of food. Don't let so many of your slaves starve. Do you have 3 rows of wooden planks and rags to separate the land in your house?" Han Xianfeng assured him again that they would not fight, but he also revealed some information. Sonri Nigan shook his head and said, "No, it's too troublesome. My poultry is not as good as your emperor's. Now that other people's chickens are still young, I can sell them. When their chickens and ducks grow up, I will think of other ways. You said not to raise them, so I will listen to you and start buying in large quantities. Then, I will raise more cows and sheep and harvest more food. I see that the food this year is growing well. There will be a big harvest in autumn. Won't I lose money if I buy more food? If I lose money, I will go to Sanshui County and ask your master. I will say that you lied to me. Big harvest? Dream on. This year, Tubo still has to trade for food from Tang. I suddenly thought of something. You also have land, right? Han Xianfeng looked at Sonri Nigan and asked. Nonsense, how can I not have land? I even planted a lot of barley and 200 mu of rice. Why? Can I earn money from the land? Sonri Nigan was a small landowner. He had more than 1,000 slaves. How could he survive without land? Then sell it quickly. Don't plant it anymore. If you sell it now, you can get a good price. Didn't you already plant something? Sell it, don't delay. When the time comes, change it all into local specialties. Also, sell your house. Bring your slaves to the east of Jinchuan, the west of Tang, and feed them well. After Han Xianfeng gave the idea, he remembered that locusts had wings and could jump. They would not just stay in one place. If things went wrong, Tang might have to prepare to exterminate the locusts. If Sanri Nigan farmed here, he would lose everything. In the first few years, there was a plague of locusts in Tang. The higher-ups spent a lot of effort to exterminate them. Now, Tubo was in trouble. When the locals saw so many locusts, they would kowtow and offer incense. By the time they realized that the locusts were gone, it would be too late to send an army of livestock. Sanri Nigan did not know the specific situation. When he saw Han Xianfeng asking him to sell his land, he looked at Han Xianfeng carefully. Do you have a grudge against me? If the land is gone, what do you want me to do? If the land is gone, you can buy it back. But if the harvest fails this year, or if the harvest is reduced by half, not half. Even if the harvest is reduced by 20%, it will be over. If the weather is bad again, this year will probably be worse than last year. Listen to me, I won't lie to you. Han Xianfeng knew that he could not say too much to Sanri Nigan. How do you know that the harvest will fail this year? Sanri Nigan had to understand. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a hunter called Halabu. One day, he went hunting and saved a. So he could understand the language of the wild beasts. In the end, he turned into a stone man. Han Xianfeng could not say that Zhang Xiaobao had used a desperate measure here. He could only choose to let Sanri Nigan believe him. After hearing this, Sanri Nigan sighed. So you are that Halabu? Do I really have to sell it? Or else I will suffer a huge loss. Sell. You helped the Zhang family transport a lot of good things here. All kinds of spices and things that Tang does not have. You gave the Zhang family a lot of benefits. Even if you don't make money by moving to another place, the Zhang family will not let you suffer a loss. That's all I have to say. Don't say that I didn't tell you when you don't hear it. Han Xianfeng said seriously to Sanri Nigan. Sanri Nigan's expression turned serious. He nodded. Okay, this time I will believe you. I won't let you turn into a stone man. I will sell it when I get back. When I go back, I will buy other animals and raise them along the way. I will go to the east of Jinchuan. If I don't move there, I will be worried that people will find trouble with me. The sky is cloudy and looks like it is going to rain. I thought that it would rain at night. Brother Han, you will feel uncomfortable again. Do you want to eat something? It's okay. I am much better today. I will drink some sugar water mixed with alkali and vinegar later. I will be fine. If you have something to do, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Han Xianfeng also realized that the weather had changed. The weather should have been getting hotter, but now it was a little cold. Sanri Nigan knew that even if he did not stay, someone would come to take care of Han Xianfeng. Thinking about selling the land, he helped Han Xianfeng pick up the bowls and then left the house. Outside, the chickens were running around in the open space. The slaves bought to feed them called out to them and led them to the shed in case they fell ill. Mi Fan had already collected half a month's worth of money and had people transport it back. There were all kinds of things in the cart. There were copper coins from Tang, local coins, silver, gold, and even jade. When the gamblers were out of money and jealous, they would take out whatever they had to pawn. Whenever they pawned something valuable or memorable, they would ask people to remember the name and place of the owner. If the owner's family was capable, they would have to take the initiative to return the pawned item. For example, the jade pendant that had been passed down for hundreds of years would be troublesome to keep. Jiao Meiling had not started the lottery yet. She was waiting for the others to arrive in the restaurant she bought. It only started when it was almost noon. The restaurant had already prepared food and wine. At this time, regardless of whether one won or not, whether one was happy or sad, one would usually need strong alcohol to comfort oneself. The items for the lottery were put away. The people who came early drank butter tea or milk tea while eating snacks while waiting for others to hurry up. They all hoped that they could win at least once. In fact, it was fine even if they did not come. There were too many people buying lottery tickets, and the restaurant could not accommodate all of them. They just came to be witnesses. When the time came, the lottery would post the winning numbers and let others know. While Tubo and Han Xianfeng were busy with the plan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already returned to Luoyang. They saw their family, followed by Xiaobei and the rest of the kids. They wanted to leave their brothers and sisters, as well as their parents. In Baoxin County, He Wei had many things to do. Suddenly, 2 people were missing. One was missing, and for such a long time, a lot of work was on him. Fortunately, during this time, the people in the county did not have many complaints to complain about, otherwise he would have to solve cases. Today, he once again posted the revenue and expenditure of the county to the entrance of the yamen, explaining the current situation to the people. After he finished talking about the financial matters, the people were preparing to leave. He said, "Don't go yet. There's one more thing. Right now, there's a place where the scenery of the Tang Dynasty is placed. Soon, there will be a place from another place that will come. This official feels that the roads in the county are not good enough. In some places, even if the people nearby help to fix them, it is still very inconvenient for the carriage to travel. This official is prepared to take out 1,000 strings of coins to widen the narrow roads. What do you all think? If it was in the past, he would use it if he wanted to. There was no need to discuss with others. Now, he could not. He had to let the people know about the benefits and disadvantages of spending money, even if it was just a small portion of the people. As long as the majority of the people who knew about it agreed, then it could be implemented. If the majority did not agree, then he had to do some thinking, which was very tiring. Not only was He Wei tired, but the other officials in the county also had to work. Hearing that He Wei was going to take out 1,000 strings of cash, the people looked at each other and hesitated whether to agree. It was not a lot, only 1,000 strings of cash. County Magistrate this old man wants to ask, do Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang know about this? An old man stood out from the crowd and asked He Wei, who was waiting for the people to answer. They don't know. I thought of it myself. He Wei really wanted to do something by himself. He could not always listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was already an adult. Why couldn't he be a county magistrate and be a county magistrate? It was not like before, when he wanted to be greedy and wanted to take advantage of others. He was also thinking for the sake of Wuxia County. In the end, if he first mentioned this matter to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and the 2 of them agreed, then the people would also agree. If the 2 of them said that they would think about it, then the people would not agree. Looking at the old man who asked, He Wei could not lie. He had no choice but to tell the old man the truth. In his heart, he was thinking that it was over. His proposal would probably be rejected. As a county magistrate, sometimes he was happy, sometimes he was depressed. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking. How could they let the people decide? What did the people know? If they did not know, why did they have to explain it to them? So it was county magistrate his idea. I don't know about other things, but I agree with building roads. In the future, when it becomes more prosperous, there will be more people coming and going. We also need to divert a river. When the time comes, there will be more merchants and rich people. If the roads are narrow, it will delay things. Just when He Wei thought that his idea would not be approved, the old man who asked the question agreed. The young man standing beside the old man also said, I think it should be built. In fact, we don't need 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone, find some stones and transport them over. We just need to find the place where the roads are to be built. There is no need to pay. After the spring plowing, there will be many idle people. With 2 people agreeing, the other knowledgeable people also agreed. They unanimously said that they should first take out 1,000 strings of coins. Everyone should try to think of ways to save money. When the time came, they should not spend all the money. After saving the money, they could still do other things for the county. When Hiiwei, who was originally feeling very sad, heard everyone's words of support, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded vigorously and said, "Then let's do as everyone says. I'll take out 1,000 strings of coins first. When the time comes, I'll take out as much as I need. Even if I don't get paid, I still need to prepare meals. I'll arrange it now." After saying that, the happy Hiiwei rushed back to the yamen to check the map. He planned on listing the various places that needed to be fixed. Old Man Pai and company did not go to Luoyang with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them would be returning in a few days, so there was no need for them to go back and forth. When they saw that Hiiwei's suggestion had received the support of the people, they also revealed knowing smiles. "I was really worried that Hiiwei would fail this time. If that happened, he would lose confidence in doing things in the future. I never expected that he would actually receive support." Old Man Chang was also very happy as he said from the side. Old Man Bai, on the other hand, was staring at the dispersing crowd. Among them, there was an old man and a young man who had spoken earlier. The two of them were walking together, whispering something to each other. At this moment, Old Man Yao spoke. Chapter 726. Xiao Bao, this place looks really good. What do you think it would be like if Dongzhuo didn't burn this place down? After returning to their home in Luoyang, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to look at Luoyang. Although it couldn't be compared to the current Chang'an city, it had a different charm. Wang Wan looked at the people coming and going on the road and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think about this at all. When the news from Tubo came back, he was worried about Han Xuanfeng's illness and whether he needed to send someone to bring him back. If he wasn't worried that Han Xuanfeng's sick body would easily worsen the bumpy road, he would have brought him back long ago. Since he couldn't adapt to the plateau climate, he shouldn't stay there. Even if he survived this time, it was easy to leave behind hidden dangers. When he heard Wang Wan's voice, he didn't react for a moment and said, "Let's end this quickly. When he comes back, he can recuperate. We won't send him there in the future." "What do you mean we won't send him?" "I'm asking you about burning down Luoyang." Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was distracted again. As more and more things happened, Zhang Xiaobao's mind was wandering more and more. He had to take care of both big and small matters. It seemed that she had to think of a way to change this habit of his. What about her subordinates? If she had to take care of them, they would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about this time. He smiled and said, "If it's burned, then it's burned. As long as it's built better, who cares what it was like in the beginning? Hiiwei should be doing well there. It's been arranged. As long as he asks for something, support him first. Even if it might not succeed, I'll think of another way. Who knows? There's no news yet. Don't worry about this matter. Look for some snacks. Take some specialties." When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao bringing up another matter, she hurriedly interrupted him and pulled him forward. From time to time, they would stop to look at what the people on the roadside were selling or go into a shop to take a look. After wandering around Luoyang for an entire day, the two of them were tired from walking. After eating, Wang Wan didn't go straight into the house like before. Instead, she went to chat with her mother, leaving Zhang Xiaobao alone in the house. After some thought, Zhang Xiaobao prepared to look for Xiaobei and the others to tell them stories. However, when he saw Xiaobei and the others, he realized that they were telling the adults the stories they had heard during this period of time. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to find another place to stroll. After walking around a few times, Zhang Xiaobao realized that he couldn't find anything to do. He could only return to the house, light another lamp, and practice his calligraphy. At the same time, he waited for Wang Wan to come back so that they could discuss other matters. He waited for 2 hours. Time passed very quickly while he was practicing calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao didn't realize it until someone came to tell him that his wife wasn't coming back to stay. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao realize that it was already very late. He took a bath and prepared to sleep. The moment he laid down, he felt uncomfortable. He tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep no matter what. The insomniac Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment and finally knew what he was missing. He sighed, "AI. Sometimes, habits are the most unbearable. Sleep, relax, relax, and relax again." The next morning, everyone woke up. Wang Wan also found Zhang Xiaobao. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Let's sleep separately for the next few days. I have to get used to it." Get used to what? Zhang Xiaobao was very uncomfortable. He always felt that something was missing when there was one less person beside him. What else can I get used to? When I was chatting with my mother last night, my body already had a reaction. Wang Wan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. "I thought it was something else. Isn't it just that you have grown up? Okay, you get used to it first. Do you need to supplement anything? Jujube, saffron?" "No, I have already prepared everything. I will sleep with you at night after I get used to it." Wang Wan was like a different person. She became shy. After she finished speaking, she didn't accompany Zhang Xiaobao. She turned and left. He didn't know what she was busy with. Zhang Xiaobao, who felt very uncomfortable, shook his head and said to himself, "Isn't it just a small matter? Women, I really don't understand. When you grow up, time passes so quickly. It's like yesterday. Do I have to go through the troubles of growing up again?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not the only ones who were troubled. In the Four Seas Academy, Yamamoto was also very troubled. Even though he had already grown up, a few days ago, he heard from the people who went to Baoshin County to inquire about something called honeycomb coal that could save firewood. After that, he began to feel vexed. For 2 days in a row, his mood wasn't good. He couldn't get back the 2,000 strings of cash he had bet in Baoshin County. If it was when he first went there, it didn't matter if he had the 2,000 strings of cash or not. At that time, he had a lot of money. Now that he had no more money to spend, the 2,000 strings of cash also became important. There was also the land he bought. He couldn't get a single copper coin from it. Every year, he still had to give a sum of money to the county. After all, it was originally said that it was used to open up wastelands and change fields. There weren't any discounts. If he sent people to cut down trees, he still had to give out a portion of his living expenses in the academy. His days would become even more difficult. Yamamoto, who was in a gloomy situation, felt that the hot weather was extremely uncomfortable. He drank 2 large bowls of tea in a row, but he still didn't feel cool. He walked out of the door and looked at the students walking back and forth in the academy's empty courtyard. In a daze, he seemed to have come to another world. "Yamamoto, why don't you sell the land in Baoshin County? You can still get some money to use. The lives of the people from our country here are getting worse and worse." Just as Yamamoto was daydreaming, Yamamoto, who had also heard the news, popped out of nowhere and said to Yamamoto, "Sell? No, we definitely can't sell it. If we sell it, our losses will be even greater. That place is developing, and the land will be very valuable in the future. I estimate that we just need to wait for another 2 years, no, 1 year, and the price we bought it at that time will double." It seemed that Yamamoto didn't study here for nothing. He even understood this principle and rejected Yamamoto's suggestion. In fact, Yamamoto had also thought of this problem, but he also knew that if there wasn't enough money, many people from his country here wouldn't be able to study in peace. It wasn't easy to come here, so he had to seize the opportunity, so he insisted. That little money won't be considered money after a year. The important thing is now. It will take a few months for the money from our country to be sent here. If we survive, will we still be afraid of a lack of money? Yamamoto didn't say anything. He also understood that now was the time to use money, but he just couldn't accept that none of the plans he had designed had succeeded after arriving there. They didn't seem to have done anything specifically against him. They were just busy with the construction of people's livelihood. As a result, his plans had failed one after another. This kind of psychological blow was the most important. Seeing the determined Yamamoto's serious look, Yamamoto finally compromised. Sell it. Send someone over and find someone to ask. Try to sell it at a high price. It will probably be very difficult because the firewood there is no longer valuable. We will be satisfied if we can sell it for a capital. Yes. Yamamoto happily agreed and hurriedly went to find someone to discuss the matter of selling the land. He was in charge of the lives of people from China, while Yamamoto was in charge of the external affairs. Because he didn't have money, he was under a lot of pressure. Of course, Yamamoto was also under a lot of pressure, but he couldn't make both of them uncomfortable. Looking at Yamamoto's back as he left, Yamamoto was no longer daydreaming this time. Instead, he lowered his head and thought about how to make more money. He didn't have to think about using a lot of money to make a lot of money. As long as he could make the people from China live a better life, he had time because he didn't have to continue learning what the academy taught him. If he wanted to learn, he had to learn something better. Yamamoto, why don't you use the forest land as a mortgage in exchange for money? When the time comes, the forest land will still be ours. Yamamoto was deep in thought when another person came over and said to him, "Who will mortgage it with? That's a lot of money. When the time comes, even if the forest land doubles, it probably won't be enough to pay the interest. Sell it. It'll save me a lot of trouble. Tomorrow, I'll go out and have a look. I'll do some small business nearby. I don't know what kind of business is good to earn." It wasn't that Yamamoto hadn't thought about it, but he realized that he had to pay more. He had to admit that all his plans in Baoshan County had failed. He wanted to buy some goods and then set up a stall here. He could be considered a person. When he had so much money but no money to use, he was willing to set up a stall for the people in his country. Ordinary people didn't have such thoughts. "Yamamoto, can you get the people from Shinlua to give us money? I found something. When I woke up the night before yesterday, I saw a few people from Shinlua gathered together to discuss something. Guess what they said? They actually want to make a move in Changning County. There's also someone from the Tang Empire's imperial family there. They're going to get some benefits from there." The person didn't leave. Instead, he suddenly told Yamamoto a piece of news that shocked him. After the person told the details of the matter, Yamamoto suddenly felt that the other party seemed to be doing better than him in Baoshan County. "You're saying?" Yamamoto lowered his voice and asked. "Yes, we're using this to threaten the people from Shinlua. If they give us money, we'll tell them about this and make them fail," the person said excitedly. Yamamoto's eyes also lit up. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned and shook his head. "No, we can't go and tell them. Once we say it, I'm worried that they'll stop and not give us money. We won't get anything. It's just that they won't get anything either. I want to see if Tang Empire's Zhang Xiaobao is really that powerful. Was his previous success all a fluke? I'm waiting for Tang Empire to lose once. When that time comes, will Tang Empire suddenly turn hostile?" Yamamoto suddenly felt a little unwilling to accept his failure. He wanted the people from Shinlua to teach Tang Empire a lesson. Even if he didn't succeed, he would know that Tang Empire wasn't invincible. Although the people from Shinlua didn't directly confront Zhang Xiaobao this time, Zhang Xiaobao had already expressed his meaning very clearly. That was, as long as I, Zhang Xiaobao, was in Tang Empire, everyone had to be honest. Don't think about using crooked methods to plot against Tang Empire's people. Once the Marquis realized that something was wrong, he would probably go to Zhang Xiaobao and see how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with it. When the person heard this, he also felt that this was the case. However, he had other suspicions in his heart. He suspected that Yamamoto wanted to use others to pull Zhang Xiaobao down from the altar. This was because many people were saying that there was one person missing from Tang Empire's top game rankings. A person who was above them was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if he defeated the number one person, as long as he hadn't fought with Zhang Xiaobao, it wouldn't be considered a victory. Yamamoto was clearly letting others take the lead. Therefore, he said, "Yamamoto, you don't have to worry about this failure. As long as there's still a chance of victory." When did I fail? Didn't I just take the technology of turning radishes into ginseng? No matter what method it is, as long as it succeeds, it's a victory. It's just that after buying seeds, radishes, and thermometers, I don't have any money. I also bought the cement that was sold outside Tang Empire. Did I fail? Yamamoto said unhappily to the person who came. It meant that he had succeeded, even though he had obtained the technology secretly. If you didn't fail, then don't ask the people of Xinhua for money. If Yamamoto wants to do business, I'll do it with you. What else could the person say? He could only agree and express his support for Yamamoto. Just as the two of them were about to do some small business tomorrow, another person who was collecting information in Baoshin County rushed over. He walked in front of Yamamoto and looked around. Seeing that no one would hear him, he whispered to Yamamoto, "According to a reliable source, Li Yu went to Baoshin County just recently." According to reliable sources, Li Yu went to Xian Kai County a while ago, and then left happily. I don't know what they were talking about, and I don't know who leaked the news, but before I came, someone from the Zhang family came to find me and said that they wanted me to tell Yamamoto that if Yamamoto wanted to do some business, they were willing to provide a way. Yamamoto was stunned, then shocked again. He was stunned because he couldn't understand why Li Yu had gone to Baoshin County. He was shocked because the Zhang family not only knew where the person he had sent there to gather information was, but they also knew that he didn't have any money. Yamamoto suddenly had a feeling that there were no secrets. It was as if everything he had done was in the other party's eyes. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Of course, no one would feel comfortable in this situation. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yamamoto asked the person who came to report, "What are the conditions?" "They want our land in Baoshin County. They said that as long as we give them the land, they will tell us how to earn money. We will definitely be able to earn as much money as our fleet will return in a short period of time." The person replied. Without waiting for Yamamoto to speak, the person who had come over to talk spoke first. "Yamamoto, I think we should agree. Who doesn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family have a lot of ways to earn money?" Yamamoto's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at this person with great dissatisfaction. He slowly said, "What if their method of making money can only make a little money, or even not make any money at all? What should we do if our land is gone? Also, why are they in such a hurry to get a few pieces of land? Could it be that they have a bigger plan?" The person who was about to agree didn't expect to have so many questions. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Then don't agree. If we have to do business tomorrow, we'll do it ourselves. If we don't agree, what if Zhang Xiaobao is afraid that we will sell the land, so he deliberately proposed a method to exchange for it so that we can continue to keep the land so that he can set a trap for us?" Yamamoto now felt that anything could happen to Zhang Xiaobao. He couldn't advance or retreat. He was extremely vexed. When the two of them saw that Yamamoto had said everything, they didn't say anything else and waited for Yamamoto's decision. Yamamoto put his hands behind his back and began to walk in circles. After taking a few steps, he would stop, shake his head, and continue walking. Only when the two of them were confused did he stop and instruct the person who was scouting for information in Baoshin County. "Go back immediately and find the person who discussed it with you in the Zhang family. Ask them if they want to buy it directly with money instead of the recipe." "Yes." The person answered, turned around, and hurried away without resting. After watching the person leave, Yamamoto turned his head and explained to the person standing beside him, "If the Zhang family agrees to buy it with money, it means that they have a use for those pieces of land. If they don't agree, it's very likely that they are digging a trap for us to jump into. Go back and study hard. You don't have to worry about the business. The person nodded and turned to leave. He went back to review his homework. On the way back, he was still thinking. According to Yamamoto's words, it wasn't bad, but what if Zhang Xiaobao could guess Yamamoto's thoughts and deliberately use them? After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't think of a better way. He quickened his pace and returned to his room. This room wasn't for free. It was 30 strings of coins a month, 1 string of coins a day. It was very expensive. The person who was working in Baoshin County rushed back as fast as he could. He found Erniu, the person who was now in charge of the matter, and told Erniu about the matter. Erniu didn't look surprised at all and said to the person who came, "You can buy it if you want. If it's too expensive, we can't do it. Our family really can't spare the manpower to do new business. Otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. The price we offer is half of the original price. If you want to sell it, sell it. If you don't want to sell it, you can exchange it with the recipe, or you can think of other ways." The person in charge of the intelligence already knew Yamamoto's thoughts. He thought that he could get some information from Erniu, or at least understand his attitude towards the woodlands. He didn't expect that Erniu would be lukewarm. If he said that he wasn't in a hurry, he would always mention the woodlands. If he said that he was in a hurry, he would try his best to lower the price. What was going on? How about this? Let Yamamoto come here personally. There are many things that you can't make a decision on as a messenger. It's a waste of time to go back and forth. Erniu saw through the other party's thoughts and said to him. The person who came sighed and nodded helplessly. He could only run back to the Four Seas Academy. Going back and forth would take a long time. After the person left, Erniu chuckled and muttered, "You guys definitely didn't expect this, right? This matter wasn't ordered by the young master at all. I was just looking for some interesting activities when I had nothing to do. It doesn't matter if I sell the land or not. The main thing is to make you guys feel uneasy. You guys have nothing to do anyway. Xiaobao, move inside." Zhang Xiaobao was prepared to sleep alone today. When they both laid down, Wang Wan suddenly appeared. She stood beside the bed and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength, making him move inside. "How many days have you been there?" Zhang Xiaobao moved and looked at Wang Wan as he asked. I didn't sleep well over there. It's troublesome to discuss some things. I heard news today that Li Linfu is about to arrive. There's also Cui Riji. The two of them have met. Now there's going to be a show to watch. I don't know who will win in this confrontation. I think it will be Li Linfu. He has a lot of schemes, and he doesn't show it on the surface. He's a very sinister person. Wang Wan laid down beside Zhang Xiaobao and found that it was still more comfortable to sleep here. She pulled one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and rested her head on it. Zhang Xiaobao was also calm. When he heard Wang Wan mention the two of them, he replied, "I reckon that the county officer that was sent isn't some good person. He might even be of some use. Don't underestimate others. This time, we won't go back first. Let's see how chaotic their side is. Now, I think Cui Riji will win first. After all, we have prepared Feng Changgong's mistakes for him. As long as he is not stupid, he can arrange it clearly. Even if Li Linfu has the ability to turn the world upside down, he doesn't dare to directly protect Feng Changgong. The most appropriate thing for him to do is to temporarily stand on Cui Riji's side and severely punish Feng Changgong. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about being targeted by the imperial court. Then he can find a chance to turn the balance back. I believe he can do it. When we go back, we have to be careful when dealing with him. After all, he is so famous." Wang Wan chose a person. In the first round, Cui Riji won, and Li Linfu endured. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the posture of his arms and said, "If Li Linfu is really as powerful as you say, I think he can find a way to protect Feng Changgong in the first round. He is still young, so he can't reach the level in the future. Who knows? Let's wait and see. Give me a blanket. I thought you lived alone. I'm going to sleep. Wang Wan pulled the blanket to her, yawned, and closed her eyes to sleep. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to turn his body, but found that his arms were pressed down. He had to face up. Looking at the moonlight shining on Weiwei's bright ceiling, he gradually fell asleep. The person they were talking about was also rushing through the night on a boat. At this time, he was less than 20 miles away from Xinsai County. It was estimated that he would enter the county tonight and find a hotel to rest. He would take over the position tomorrow morning. They had the transfer order of Feng Changgong, a county magistrate, a registrar, and a county lieutenant. They could officially take over the position when they arrived at the place. Feng Changgong was not sleeping at this time. Since he sent the letter and money to the people above, he had received a reply telling him who would come over. He was told to be careful and not to make mistakes, especially not to recognize the wrong person and show his bad side. Counting the days, he had been bringing people to watch the progress of the construction site next to Rushui every day. In fact, he was waiting for the people sent by the higher-ups. He hoped that the people sent would arrive at night. In that case, he could arrange a place for the other party to live and find his own people to discuss. If it was during the day, then there would be less buffer time. Chapter 727. They're coming, they're coming. Sir, they're coming. As soon as they saw the boat carrying so many lanterns, the yamen runners next to Feng Changgong shouted. They knew that the people who could light so many lanterns to sail at night must be sent by their superiors. Other people were not so generous, especially businessmen, who would save as much as possible. Feng Changgong also looked over there, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The timing was perfect. He could arrange their accommodation, and then discuss with Li Linfu about what to do. Looking at the boat from afar, Feng Changgong thought for a while and led his men forward to welcome them. At this time, only Li Linfu and Cui Riji were standing on the bow. Cui Riji stood a little forward, and Li Linfu and Weiwei stood behind, looking very humble. This is their construction site. I didn't expect that there would be people working here at night. Not bad. Once a workshop is built here in the future, the lives of the local people will be better. Shangxian might even become the most prosperous place. Cui Riji also saw the fire in the distance and the swaying figures there, so he said to Li Linfu beside him. Yes, Sir Cui, you have to make more decisions in the future. When the time comes, we'll build this place well. Li Linfu was so low-key all the way. He took his position very seriously and didn't look like he was against Cui Riji at all. In fact, Cui Riji had nothing to say. When the Zhang family and the Wang family were building, it had always been like this. There were people working day and night in shifts. The speed was fast, but it was very expensive, especially the torches and the food provided at night. But they were rich. This method was the most typical way of using money to exchange for time. It was very useful, but not many people were willing to use it. Cui Riji liked to talk with Li Linfu, because when he spoke, he could feel that he was respected, and his impression of Li Linfu was getting better and better. Hearing Li Linfu agree with him, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he said, Sir Li, do you have any ideas about the future of the county? My lord, this lowly official thinks that as long as the rules are set by the Zhang family and the Wang family, this lowly official does not have the ability to do better than the Zhang family and the Wang family. Li Linfu knew that this was not the time to continue saying that everything was up to Cui Riji. He had to say something, and at the same time, he wanted to test him. Cui Riji, who had been very happy just now, put down his smiling face at this moment. He snorted slightly and said, Lord Li, you don't have to belittle yourself. In fact, the Zhang family and the Wang family both have their own ways of doing things. Now that I know a thing or two, I can help make up for their shortcomings. After all, Zhang Xiaobao can't come here all the time. Naturally, there will be areas where he doesn't think things through. In the future, Lord Li, you have to help me think more. You can't make any mistakes, even if it's the Zhang family and the Wang family. Yes, after hearing what my lord said, this lowly official has thought it through. Zhang Xiaobao is very powerful, but he can't take care of Xian Kai County while he's in Baoxin County. This lowly official thinks that after taking over the position, I can ask about the specific plans, find out the omissions, and improve them. Li Linfu was still so respectful. At the same time, he could also put forward his own ideas. Of course, his ideas were all in line with Cui Riji's. However, he didn't think that way at all. The Zhang family and the Wang family did have their own ways of doing things, which was to find ways to make use of the local natural resources and then make arrangements according to the specific local conditions. One was the infrastructure, which needed to be fixed, and the other was the people's livelihood. However, such a way of doing things couldn't be done in every place. It had to be adjusted at any time. For example, the imperial court also had its own ways of doing things. One was to find ways to gradually improve the lives of the people in the Tang Empire. Another was to be careful when dealing with outsiders. Third was to make more arrangements when there was enough money to spend. Such a way of doing things was the same as not saying anything. Did they really think that it was so easy to imitate what the Zhang family and the Wang family did? If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many middle and lower counties now. Thinking of this, Li Linfu had a better understanding of Cui Riji. He was a little conceited, which could be used to his advantage. Cui Riji didn't know that he had exposed his weakness with just a few words. He was still fantasizing about finding out the problems in the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family and then making up for it. Yes, just making up for it and not directly opposing it. He didn't dare to do that. It was also good to make up for it. It could make the reputation of the Zhang family and the Wang family not so high. When others saw that, they would think that the Zhang family and the Wang family also made mistakes sometimes. Cui Riji could improve his reputation, killing two birds with one stone. While the two were talking about the future, Feng Changgong had already led his men to the shore beside the sailing ship. As he followed the ship to a dock downstream, he shouted, "Are you Lord Cui, Lord Li, and Lord Yan on the ship? I'm Feng Changgong. I'm late to welcome you." Although Feng Changgong was called a lower official, he was actually about to be promoted. However, there was a prerequisite that he didn't let others find fault with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be about where he would be promoted, but whether he could keep his position. Lord Cui, the person on the shore, is Feng Changgong, the county magistrate of Xian Kai County. Li Linfu heard the voice and said to Cui Riji. At the same time, he also looked at the shore. There were people lighting torches there to illuminate the area. He couldn't see what Feng Changgong looked like, but he knew that the person in the official uniform was him. Cui Riji also turned his head to look. After a glance, he didn't pay attention to it anymore. Instead, he said to Li Linfu, "Lord Li, he didn't rest in the county at such a time. Instead, he came here to welcome us. He didn't know when we would come, so he probably watched and waited every day. We didn't come here to make him wait. We want the local people to live a better life. Lord Li, tell me, if he waits like this, can he still get up to deal with official business during the day? How can he work for the people?" Cui Riji came here with Zhang Shua's idea. He didn't want Feng Changgong's people to be promoted smoothly. He was worried about how to find trouble, but he didn't expect Feng Changgong to give him an opportunity. He was happy. Li Linfu also complained about Feng Changgong. It was good to do things honestly, but he just had to curry favor. Didn't he know that there were people who came here to target him? He hadn't even taken over yet, and he was already caught red-handed. He was even more passive. After thinking about it, Li Linfu didn't say anything good about Feng Changgong. He also followed Cui Riji's words and said, "Lord Li is right." Feng Changgong didn't put his mind on official business. He actually delayed his rest to welcome an official. "After we get off the ship, I will teach him a lesson." "There's no need to teach him a lesson. With our current status, we can't teach him a lesson. We just need to report this to the court. Cui Riji finally found this opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? He wanted to use this matter to take down Feng Changgong. Once the memorial was sent, it would be in Zhang Shua's hands. Zhang Shua wouldn't let go of such a serious matter. Li Linfu had to fight for his right to speak. He said it very nicely, Lord Cui, I think that we must teach him a lesson. We can't let him go just because his rank is not high enough or equal. After teaching him a lesson, we will report it and see what the court says. Well, okay. Cui Riji didn't object this time. As long as Li Linfu was willing to report it with him, it was fine. Feng Changgong, who didn't know that he was about to be unlucky, was still running on the shore. He kept saying good things, even if the other party didn't respond. In the end, his running speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the ship. When the ship reached the place first, he was still panting and running. When he ran to the dock, Cui Riji and Li Linfu were already on the shore. Behind them was the county officer named Yen, who took over the position. Lord, I am, County Magistrate Feng, do you know your crime? Without waiting for Feng Changgong to speak, Li Linfu asked loudly. Feng Changgong was shocked and couldn't breathe. He stood there anxiously, looking at Li Linfu. He didn't know why this person who should be on the same side as him attacked him as soon as he got off the ship. The county officer beside him quickly found some water and handed it to Feng Changgong to drink. Li Linfu didn't wait for Feng Changgong to ask why he was guilty. He said directly, you don't rest in the government office at night, but come here to wait for the official to take over. I guess you have been like this for many days, right? Then let me ask you, how do you work during the day? Is there anything here that needs you to take care of? I must report it. Hearing Li Linfu's words, Feng Changgong finally calmed down. So it was like this. It must be the other party's people who suggested it. Li Linfu was helping him. If there wasn't a construction site here, he really couldn't say anything. But there was still work in full swing there. Without thinking, he explained. Lord, you are wrong. My lord, you've wronged me. How could I be here to welcome a successor? Even if I had nothing better to do, I wouldn't do something like that. Perhaps I haven't done a good enough job, but I'm absolutely devoted to the people. There's a workshop under construction here, and I'm worried that something might happen to it, or that someone might dig up water during the construction process and cause the dam to burst. If that's the case, when can the people in the county live a good life? I'm not here to keep watch all the time. When I'm tired, I sleep for a while. When I wake up, I think about what to do to improve the lives of the people in Xiankai County in a short time and cooperate with the Zhang family and the Wang family to make the county's economy prosper. These words were pleasant to hear and made people feel comfortable. At least Li Linfu felt comfortable. He was happy in his heart, but his face was still calm as he lectured, it's a good idea, but you can't be too ambitious. You have to be firm. Don't think that the economy of a place can improve in a short time. As long as you do what you should do, you are a good official. Otherwise, you will easily make mistakes out of kindness. You have to pay more attention to rest. Your health doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to the whole Xiankai County. You have to change the way you sleep. Yes, I know. I will change. I will take care of myself for the sake of the people. I know I'm wrong. County Magistrate Feng, did you encounter any trouble here? Are there any tents here? Cui Riji's good mood was gone. Listening to Li Linfu and Feng Changgong's words, the matter of him being punished seemed to have changed. Instead, it became a matter of praise. How could this be? If they continued talking, he would have to write a letter to praise Feng Changgong. This was definitely not what he wanted to achieve. Listening to the two talking, he felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. They were too shameless. He interrupted them. He couldn't let them continue. Feng Changgong was relieved and quickly replied, yes, there are tents. But tents are usually for the tired people. It's better to go back to the county at night. There are also places there. We don't have to fight with the people. Since Feng Changgong decided to be a good official, he started to say that it was for the sake of the people. He didn't want Shui Riji to be here because it was inconvenient to talk here. It was easy for people to eavesdrop. Shui Riji's face became gloomy. He was tired and wanted to sleep early. It was not comfortable to sleep on the boat. When they finally reached the place, he wanted to rest early. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to refuse him with the same reason. Li Linfu snickered. He didn't expect Feng Changgong to be so interesting. Looking at the situation, Xian Kai County shouldn't cause any trouble. He could relax and deal with them after he understood. Shui Riji couldn't say more about this matter. He had to get in the car and walk to the county. It took more than 2 hours. It was already midnight. He was woken up in his half-asleep state. He got out of the car and went to the arranged place. He fell on the bed and slept. Li Linfu was also arranged, and so was the county magistrate surnamed Yen. After arranging for everyone to rest, Feng Changgong had to find Li Linfu. He wanted to wake him up and tell him what happened recently, including how he offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought Li Linfu would be able to sleep. However, when he arrived, he found Li Linfu was still in his clothes. He was sitting there waiting and sipping tea from time to time. "Master Li, I'm here," Feng Changgong said respectfully. "Sit down. Tell me what happened in the county. Don't hide anything. Otherwise, even the gods can't help you." Li Linfu knew Feng Changgong would come. Wei Wei nodded and asked him to sit down. Although she was sleepy, she had to endure it. Otherwise, she might not have time tomorrow morning. "Yes." Feng Changgong sat down and began to tell Li Linfu. Here's what happened. Just as Li Linfu had requested, Feng Changgong told him everything he knew. He did not include any subjective opinions, including how he had offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, what strategy he had used, and how the other party had not reacted. He did not leave out anything. He knew that the officials sent this time were divided into 2 groups. Some wanted to deal with him, and some wanted to protect him. Once he missed out something important, not only would he be finished, but the people above him would also be in trouble. Li Linfu slowly drank tea and didn't interrupt Feng Changgong. He listened to Feng Changgong. As he listened, his face darkened. When he heard about the Taoist priest that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met and what he said before they left, his forehead was already sweating. He didn't have time to wipe his sweat and asked anxiously, "Did the Taoist priest named Ruming really say that?" He said that the Taoist priest who chased after dreams could do the things of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After you offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that day and used a trick, they didn't trouble you? Yes, that's it. This is good. In the future, no matter what Ruming said, the local people will be convinced. As long as it doesn't involve the workshop, there will be no problem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan probably haven't thought of a way to deal with me, so they can only hold on. Speaking of this, Feng Changgong seemed very happy. Ruming can even meddle in the affairs of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Why did you ask him to come here? That's the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How are they compared to the current emperor? Li Linfu asked in disappointment and emphasized the words, 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Feng Changgong also sweated. Ruming said a lot that day, and he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he ignored many things. If it were the officials in the imperial court, they would have already realized it. Now that he heard Li Linfu emphasize the words, 3 sovereigns, he finally understood. If someone mentioned it and added a little more, he would be finished. But he didn't ask about the emperor. It turned out that he was waiting here. Ruming wasn't a god. Thinking of this, Feng Changgong pleaded with Li Linfu with a pale face, "Lord Li, save me. I didn't ask him to come here to talk about the emperor. I just asked him to look at the place." You said he didn't, so he didn't? Ruming stayed here for so many days. Who knows if you secretly asked him to do this? I'm going to die because of you. I don't even dare to provoke Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Why do you have to dislike them? If you want to divert the river, then do it. They are not the kind of people who only care about their own interests and don't care about others. I understand that you are not convinced by the two of them and want to compete. You still dare to say that they didn't do anything. Commandery Prince Tang and has already sent a memorial to talk about you. He is very dissatisfied with you. This time, Cui Riji didn't come here just to take office. He needs you to get rid of him. Good plan. Zhang Xiaobao is indeed Zhang Xiaobao. This plan is well used. They put you up and then use you to do the dirty work. They have already done it. It's because of you that they built a workshop here. Their purpose is to take the credit of Xian Kai being promoted to a county. At least, they won't let you take the credit. They also let people fight for the position. Now you see, the imperial court sent 3rd rank and 4th rank officials to be the county magistrate and registrar. How important do you think Xian Kai County is? No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went through the normal channels to send a memorial instead of using pigeons. They want Zhang Shua to understand the situation in Xian Kai County. No wonder the name list they put forward is full of our people. They want to lure Zhang Shua into the arrangement of people and attack us. When Li Linfu got off the boat, he still thought that Feng Changgong was very smart. Now, he no longer thought that way. Smart people did many stupid things. He wanted to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and offended them so badly. If he, a 7th rank county magistrate, really wanted to deal with them, it would be a joke, a big joke. Those 2 half-grown children were like cunning people. He had only seen them scheme against others, but he had never seen them suffer losses. Even the emperor was the same. When he asked for a place, he asked for a place in Jiannan Road and the northeast. In the end, he arranged for them to be in Fengzhou. When his family went there to build happily, they found out that it was the place that the emperor wanted. After going in a big circle, he finally calculated all the people. If such people could be easily dealt with, the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Li Linfu thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan this time and sighed. If it were him, he might not be able to do it. It was a good plan. If he didn't come here and listen to Feng Changgong's words, people on his side would think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were on his side. It was not the case at all. Feng Changgong was dumbfounded. After listening to Li Linfu's analysis, he, who was not too stupid, finally understood the purpose of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's series of actions. It was not that they did not take action, but that they had already done it. It was just that he did not see it. Now that he understood it, he did not know how to deal with it. Sir Li, is there any other way? In order to deal with me, they took out money to build a workshop in Xian Kai? They are really unscrupulous to achieve their goal. Feng Changgong asked Li Linfu for help. When Li Linfu heard Feng Changgong's words, he was angry and amused. You are nothing. If they really want to deal with you, they have a better way, a more direct way. They really want the people of Xian Kai to live a better life. After all, Xian Kai is close to Baoxin County. If they pull Xian Kai together, the two counties can rely on each other and develop together. Ability, this is real ability. Do you think they will only pay so much for you? Then you underestimate them too much. The emperor and the officials in the imperial court will not pay so much attention to them. Dealing with you is just a matter of convenience. More importantly, they dragged Zhang Shua into it. Zhang Shua was the one who joined the list of people they sent to join the pilgrimage. I heard that Zhang Shua had said bad things about them in front of the emperor more than once. You think too highly of yourself. Wake up. Feng Changgong was said to be worthless. He was afraid and sullen. He sat there, lowered his head and did not say anything. Li Linfu also did not speak. He drank tea mouthful by mouthful, his eyes fixed on a place without moving. After a while, he let out a long breath and said to Feng Changgong, "There is a way, but I don't know if it will succeed." "Is it related to Cui Riji? Do you want to calm him down?" Feng Changgong looked at Li Linfu gratefully and asked. "It has nothing to do with him. Even if there are 10 Cui Riji, I can protect you if I want to. He is easy to deal with. The key is how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hate you. If they want to deal with you, the success rate is not high even if I take action. It is very dangerous. How did you offend them? Why don't you send someone to test them first and see what they say? If they agree, it will be easy for me. You go back first. Don't sleep tonight. Think about it. I will also think about it. I will send you a letter before dawn. Remember to send someone to Baoxin County immediately. Ask someone to say that you are a grandson. You are about to die, so don't care about your face. Do you understand?" Li Linfu gave Feng Changgong an idea and asked him to leave. Chapter 728. Come on, come on. Sounds of encouragement came from the mouths of Xiao Bei and the others. There was a large pool in the courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This courtyard was not in Luoyang City because it was too big. They had bought a manor outside because there was a river passing through here. Now, this place had been dug into a very large pool. Beside the pool, there was also a very high platform built with cement and wood. In fact, it could not be considered as being built. It was piled up like a small mountain, but on one side was a cliff. There was a lot of water in the pool below, and it was very deep. At this moment, a person was standing on the high platform. Looking at the height below, his legs were trembling. He was a member of the Zhuang Protection Team No. 1. This was the first time he was standing in such a dangerous place and had to jump down. He was carrying a bag on his back and wearing a diving suit. There were also members of the Zero team below, waiting for rescue at any time. Xiao Bao, jumping down from such a high place and landing in the water will be fine. Zhang Zhong had never seen anyone jump into the water from such a high place. He stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and used binoculars to look at the trembling legs of the person above. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and replied, "That's not it. If he doesn't jump well, he can easily die. This is the reason why I didn't let him eat now. No matter what he does, there is danger. However, there are many things that he can't not do. He has practiced many times on flat ground and knows how to control his body in the air. I hope he doesn't forget because of nervousness. Watch, the members of the Zero team have already demonstrated it. It would be great if he could find a way to fly into the sky. That way, another person can jump with him. The platform is not high enough." Zhang Zhong originally wanted to let this person come down, but seeing his son insist, he could only stay below and watch. This was the first step to flying. If he couldn't cross it, he could forget about succeeding. Xiao Bei and the others were still shouting excitedly. While the first member on the stage was nervous, he didn't dare to retreat. Once he retreated, he would be eliminated and wouldn't have another chance in the future. Gritting his teeth, he shouted loudly and recited the steps in his heart. He used all his strength to jump off the platform. As soon as he left the platform, he pulled on the rope in his hand. A big flower came out of the backpack behind him. With a bang, it pulled him down and slowly floated down. Seeing this, the people below all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Bei and the others even shouted out their praises. This one succeeded. Next one. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He was very satisfied with this person's courage. Another person stood on the platform above. His face was pale, and his hand was holding onto the handrail. When he looked down, he felt his vision darken, and he was suddenly piled up there. Come on, come on. Xiao Bei continued to encourage this person. They hadn't stood at such a high place, so they didn't know what it felt like. Even if they knew that it was water below and that there was a doctor waiting to rescue them, it still required a lot of courage to jump. Xiao Bao, don't you think we should let them try high platform diving from a low place first? When they get used to the feeling of entering the water, we can let them go up. Or bungee jumping, we can use a large number of cow tendons to form a rope. It shouldn't be a problem. Wang Wan felt that there was still a long way to go to train more capable people, so she told Zhang Xiaobao her idea. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, nodded, and said, "This height is a little high. Let's start from a low place and increase it bit by bit." But no matter how much you increase it, they still have to stand there in the end. They can't jump into the water easily. I'll go up and take a look in a while. Is it really that scary? Then I'll go and take a look too. I haven't jumped in a long time. Wang Wan also looked eager to give it a try. She had also jumped with a parachute before. Of course, this wasn't learned in the military school. They didn't give her this course. She had used her family's identity to go to someone's military camp and ask them to jump with her. Once she jumped, she would become addicted. The person above was already lying on the platform. He crawled up bit by bit and peeked down. He looked as pathetic as he could. This made the people standing behind him feel helpless. They said to him, "Can you still stand up like a man? Either you stop jumping, or you go back." The person lying on the platform turned his head and looked at his teammate. His face immediately turned red. He nodded, slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and jumped down while shouting. However, he forgot to open the parachute in the air. The people below heard a loud bang. This person plunged into the water with his feet facing down and his head facing up. When the person in charge of protecting below saw this, he immediately went to rescue him. This fall was probably not light. Zhang Xiaobao's heart also trembled. He was afraid that this person would be in danger due to the impact of the fall. Blood would rush to his head. Who knew that before the rescuers could get him, this person would float up from the water by himself? He shook his head and chuckled. He shouted to Xiaobei and the others who were cheering him on, "I've jumped down." Xiaobei's side very cooperatively clapped for him. In the end, this person immediately started grinning again. Just now, he had jumped down, but the parachute behind him had also followed him down. When he fell into the water, the feeling was not very pleasant. If it weren't for the fact that the strap was wide enough and had a lot of traction, he would probably have lost half his life even if he didn't die. Get him out. It's fine. The acceleration in the air is so fast that even opening the parachute can withstand it, let alone entering the water at this height. Let him take a look. If there's nothing serious, he can jump later. Wang Wan knew why the person in the water was grinning. Fortunately, this person had mustered the courage to jump down. In a house in the capital, Zhang Shuo and Zhang Jiuling were sitting there. The two of them were reading the letters in their hands and thinking about their own matters. The letters were sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from Luoyang. One letter was about Daoist dream chasing, while the other was about He Wei. Zhang Jiuling's letter was about He Wei, while Zhang Shuo's was about dream chasing. The two of them saw different things, so their thoughts were naturally different. Zhang Jiuling felt that He Wei wasn't bad. Although his performance in the past was a little bad, he had changed a lot ever since he went there. It was fine if he was promoted. The main reason was that he could return a favor to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't write such a recommendation letter to the manor because they didn't want He Wei to continue working there. From the meaning expressed in the letter, they were preparing to arrange for He Wei to go to Yaozhou, which was the state that was established with Huaiyuan County as the lead. They wanted him to accumulate experience there. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were probably preparing to use him. Zhang Jiuling had already agreed in his heart, but he was worried that Zhang Shuo would deliberately not agree to it in order to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If that happened, it would be difficult for him. Zhang Shuo still hadn't read the letter recommending He Wei. His eyes swept over the few words in the letter again and again, as if he couldn't get enough of it. The letter emphasized the situation of Feng Changgong finding a Taoist priest there, and it also described the situation without adding any of its own thoughts. It was precisely because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have their own thoughts that Zhang Shuo appeared helpless. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said that they wanted to impeach Feng Changgong, then he could use this as an excuse to push the matter to the two of them. However, they didn't say anything, and just calmly described the situation. They didn't even emphasize the key words that could be used to attack Feng Changgong. It seemed that they wanted him to make a move, and after knowing that he would make a move, they sent him a knife. Reading it over and over again, Zhang Shuo's mood went from being happy at the beginning to being confused, and now it was heavy. He finally found the source of the problem. He handed the letter to Zhang Jiuling and said, "Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually schemed against me. They did it on purpose, wanting me to make a move and then have a conflict with Yu Wenrong. Now that they have succeeded, and at the most critical moment, they even sent me a big gift. Should I accept it or not?" Zhang Jiuling took the letter and finished reading it with 2 glances. He then took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Shuo helplessly, saying, "It's not good to accept it. This gift is a bit too much. They clearly want to kill with a borrowed knife, but without this letter, Xinkai County is very likely to lose. However, once we use it, we will be helping Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them want to teach Feng Changgong a lesson, but they want to hide in the background and let us take the lead. Bad, really bad. My lord, look, there is a letter here. They want to recommend He Wei. Do you want to help them?" Zhang Jiuling wanted to directly say that he would help them, but when he saw the other letter, he really didn't know what to say to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them didn't waste time and went in a big circle to trap Zhang Shuo just to deal with one person. It could be said that they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Jiuling finally understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's character of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. As long as you offended them, don't expect to live a peaceful life. They would always find trouble for you. Zhang Shuo took the other letter. After reading it, he laughed angrily. Good, good. I have been promoted to this position and have met many powerful opponents, but I have never really admired anyone. Today, there are finally people I admire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Good skills. This means that I have given you a big gift, and you have to return it to me. We don't owe each other anything. After all, as long as we do something about chasing dream, we will have an easier time in Xinkai County. My lord, what if we accept their gift but don't help them arrange people? Although they used us to deal with Feng Changgong, we have also received benefits. What can they do? Zhang Jiuling still hadn't reacted, so he asked again. Zhang Shuo sighed and said, "Then it's even simpler. Don't think that this gift letter is really a gift. It's actually used to threaten me. If I don't agree to it, they will take action and protect the other party's people. Don't you see that they are just talking about the matter and don't have any intention of impeaching me? As long as I don't tell them to arrange for He Wei, they will have the means to take out another letter. For example, they found Taoist Feng Changgong. After their investigation, they found that chasing dream Taoist Feng Changgong didn't have such great ability. He was framed by someone else. Who framed him? By that time, we will have used the first letter to deal with Feng Changgong. The biggest possibility is us. What will the emperor think? Good plan. They handed the knife over but didn't sharpen it. They can even take it back at any time. Zhang Jiuling nodded as he listened. He admired them in his heart. 2 half-grown children were able to plot against Zhang Shuo like this. He said, "Do you agree?" "Agree. How can I not agree? It wasn't easy to get a chance to occupy that place. I have no choice but to agree. I was careless this time." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the letter, should have thought that it wouldn't be simple. I was fooled by their ages. If I had known earlier, I would have discussed with them about the Fengchan list. Even if I couldn't give them the number they requested, I could have arranged a few fewer people. That way, they wouldn't always be thinking about me. In the future, I have to be careful. I can't fail miserably. Send a letter to Luoyang. Once Yiwei's matter is settled, we can make a move on Feng Changgong. Zhang Shua lost a game, but he didn't think that he lost unjustly. Instead, he felt that it was very interesting. He was schemed against by two little fellows and didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who told him to be one step behind? The other party drew a circle, and he jumped into it without waiting for others to push him. Fortunately, he didn't lose anything this time. He really had to be careful in the future. Zhang Jiling knew that Zhang Shua wanted him to write a letter. He spread out a piece of paper next to him and hinted that he agreed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's request to promote He Wei. While the two of them were feeling helpless for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji and Gao Lishir were very happy. Li Longji could also tell from the recent events that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had schemed against Zhang Shua. In addition, the contents of Zhang Xiaobao's letter to Gao Lishir made it very clear how and why it was arranged. Hercules, that son of yours is truly amusing. He wanted to take care of someone, but he actually went in a circle, forcing Zhang Shua and Yuan Rong to fight. Actually, this emperor hopes that the two of them can cooperate and get things done properly, instead of fighting like this. Li Longji said to Gao Lishir with a smile after knowing the situation. Gao Lishir didn't think that Li Longji's words were correct. Perhaps he needed people to fight like this, so he respectfully replied, if Zhang Xiaobao wants to deal with someone, he can just write a letter directly. That Feng Changgong doesn't want to eat the same food as the commoners and wants to steal other people's fish. Moreover, he wants to implicate the commoners of Xian Kai County for his own personal gain. These few reasons are enough to deal with him. Why did he have to drag Zhang Shua into it? Sigh, he's still not sensible. What Gao Lishir said earlier was just a casual remark. Only the last sentence was what Gao Lishir wanted to express. What he meant was to tell Li Longji that although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were good at scheming, children were still children. Whatever they did, they had to tell others. They couldn't hide things in their hearts and couldn't treat things like adults. Of course, when it came to their abilities, they could treat things like adults. Yes, it wasn't easy for them to scheme against Zhang Shua. They were afraid that others didn't know, so they wrote a letter to tell you about it. Just like a child who secretly ate candy. In fact, even if they didn't say it, you can understand it if you think about it carefully. That He Wei can be considered lucky. Li Longji also agreed with Gao Lishir's words. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not sent that knife-like letter to Zhang Shua, perhaps it would have been difficult to guess their true intentions. Once they guessed it, they would have to think highly of them, or rather be on their guard. However, not only did they take out that letter, they even used it to threaten Zhang Shua to get He Wei an official position. At the same time, they let Gao Lishir know about their schemes. They were clearly children who hadn't grown up. Gao Lishir also smiled and said, Your Majesty, this actually shows that He Wei is a good person. He has the imperial court in his heart. After realizing that he can let his family have a good life without being greedy, he is willing to do things for the commoners wholeheartedly. It's not easy. He is much better than those officials who don't do their jobs properly despite having money. Yes, that's right. Li Longji nodded. As the two of them spoke, the palace maids and eunuchs beside them lowered their heads and pretended not to hear anything. At this moment, a eunuch ran in from outside and reported, Your Majesty, another letter was sent from Luoyang. It says that Project Soaring is about to succeed. When the time comes, Your Majesty will see with your own eyes how people fly in the sky with wings. As the eunuch spoke, he handed Gao Lishir an envelope. The letter had already been opened, but there was a small envelope inside. The small envelope had a seal on it, indicating that it was not for others to touch. After checking it, Gao Lishir nodded at Li Longji and opened the letter. When he looked up, he saw a picture on it. Beside the picture was an introduction to various places. It was very detailed. Your Majesty, there is a picture in the heart. The picture explains why people can fly in the sky. Take a look. After Gao Lishur understood it, he was astonished. As he spoke, he handed the picture to Li Longji. Li Longji was also curious. When he read the letter carefully, he saw the principle of how people could fly in the sky. It was like a kite. It explained how air came about, how it was blown, and why birds could fly freely in the sky. In fact, it was just simple content for popular education. If it were elementary school students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they wouldn't be interested at all because they already knew. However, Li Longji didn't know. Today was the first time he had heard of it. He already knew, but he didn't know why. He didn't understand how things could be thought of in this way. After reading it carefully twice, he happily closed the letter and said to Gao Lishur, "So it's like this. Does that mean that as long as there is a strong wind, one can fly even on flat ground? There's no need to jump from a high place?" "I don't know. I think your Majesty is right. I'll write a letter and ask over there. It's just that it's not easy for the strong wind to come out." Gao Lishur replied cautiously. He really didn't know. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "Wind is easy. Between the clouds and the water, there are a few houses that are connected to fans. As long as there are enough fans and they spin fast, the wind will be strong. When the time comes, we can connect a frame and put people on it. With the wind blowing, people and the frame will fly together. If they could put something on the shelf, they could directly turn the fan. Some could be used to push it and some could be used to pull it. Then, it would be much easier for people to fly in the sky. If they could put a few grenades on the shelf and throw them down from above, who in the world would be able to fight against them? It's just that it's difficult to make something that can be put on the frame to make the fans spin. I don't know if the expert behind Xiaobao and Wang Wan can think of a way. When you write the letter, write down my thoughts and ask." "Yes." Gao Lishur didn't care if Li Longji's idea would work or not. In any case, what the emperor said was good. Even if it didn't work, he had to let Xiaobao and Cuckoo try. Gao Lishur really didn't know how many ideas Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have after he sent the letter to them. The two of them would definitely feel that it wasn't easy for Li Longji to think of this. This was because this was the idea when the airplane was invented. It was even more amazing. He directly considered throwing bombs. At that time, the airplane was used for reconnaissance and had not become a bomber. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already preparing to leave Luoyang and return to Baoxin County. Xiao Bei and the others also had to follow them back. After all, they couldn't fall behind in their education. When Xiao Bei was packing her things, she didn't forget to carry a mini parachute bag on her back. In the past 2 days, she had been telling others that she had also jumped with an umbrella. Her brother and sister had jumped with her, and it was very fun. Jiang Wang clan had already told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about this matter. That day, when other people jumped with their parachutes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also jumped. After the two of them successfully jumped, the bold Xiao Bei also begged to jump once. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan considered it and really tied an umbrella bag on Xiao Bei. Then, the two of them jumped down from the platform with Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei actually opened the umbrella herself. She opened it before Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, they didn't plan on letting her open the umbrella. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to share a large umbrella with the three of them. Of course, there was a backup. In the end, when Xiao Bei opened her umbrella, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were depressed. Zhang Xiaobao pushed Wang Wan in the air and pushed Wang Wan a distance away so that she could open the umbrella and not get entangled with Xiao Bei's. Zhang Xiaobao himself completed the diving action in the air and dove down first. Fortunately, there wasn't a strong wind. Otherwise, who knew where Xiao Bei would have been blown to? In the end, she slowly landed in her brother's arms on the surface of the water and shouted excitedly. From then on, she had to carry a small umbrella bag every day and was watched 24 hours a day. This was to prevent her from finding a high place to jump down. If that happened, she wouldn't even have the chance to open the umbrella. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team set off, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao's side with her umbrella and asked, "Brother, can I parachute at the place we're going?" "No." Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to say yes. "Then can I really use wings to fly in the sky in the future?" "Xiao Bei wants to fly too, okay?" Xiao Bei was very regretful and asked another thing. "Okay, as long as I can fly in the future, I'll bring Xiao Bei along." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he had already decided that if he really made the hang glider in the future, no matter what, he couldn't let Xiao Bei see it during training. He was too bold. Chapter 729. The water swayed on the sides of the boat, and the willow catkins on both sides floated in the wind. Which family's child caught a green butterfly and fell into the bamboo forest to break the willow flute? With the arrival of summer, people in cold places had more things to do. Today was the school holiday in Huaiyuan County, and most of the adults had gone out to work, leaving the children to play with their friends when they were bored. Dei Medical School was not to be casually approached, but Dei Hospital did not have any restrictions. People could come and go as they pleased. The hospital's area grew larger and larger, and there were departments that specialized in treating all kinds of diseases, as well as places for recuperation. Unless the people recuperating in the hospital were afraid of being disturbed, there would be a sign outside the courtyard, prohibiting unrelated people from entering, and there were even guards at the gate. If they were not afraid of being disturbed, they could naturally let them in, but as long as they were adults, they would have to register. The local children were exempted from this process and could enter and leave as they pleased. There were signs on the roadside, and the children knew which places were open to play and which places were for the patients to rest. The best place to recuperate in the hospital was Four Seasons House. The people who could afford to live in this place were not rich at all. If you charged a normal fee, it would cost 300 strings of coins a day. Even so, there were still people who wanted to live in this place. After all, they could feel the changing scenery of the Four Seasons. Even if they wanted to build a snowman made of ice foam, they could do so. Four Seasons House was also the favorite place for the local children. There was a bamboo forest here, and there were the crisp sounds of birds. During this season, one could break a piece of bamboo to make a flute, or pick a piece of bamboo leaf and put it on one's lips to make a sound. If one played it well, it was said that there were hundreds of birds chirping, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. Today, the school was closed, and a group of children crowded here. Looking at the sign outside the courtyard, they saw that it did not say that they were not allowed to enter. They cheered and rushed in, chasing butterflies along the way. Then, they entered the bamboo forest, broke some bamboo, and used the small tools they carried with them to make a flute, and began to play with each other. Her voice wasn't that pleasant to listen to, let alone melodious. However, when one listened to it, one could always feel a kind of joy. Half a li away from the bamboo forest, there was a small 3-story building built beside a stream. Upstairs, a person was sitting with the window open, holding a poetry book in her hand. Listening to the flute sounds coming from not far away, she smiled. "Empress, are you tired of listening? This servant will make them leave." As the voice sounded, a person wearing a palace robe gracefully walked over from behind the woman sitting in front of the window. Annoyed? Why would he be annoyed? That's the most beautiful sound. It's almost noon. Xiao Zhu, you can get someone to send soup and rice to the little ones. If they want to come here, call them over as well. Empress Weiwei shook her head. She continued to read her book and recited, "Not compared to the celestial beings in the mortal world. The green grass is full of love, the flowers show their beauty, the bamboo flute chirps. The most interesting thing is here." The palace maid who was called Xiao Zhu nodded and smiled. "Empress, you are learning faster and faster recently. If you want to recite a poem, you can just open your mouth and recite it. Isn't it time to reply? Go back. Wait until autumn." The empress looked out of the window and said with a hint of melancholy, "Then I will go and deliver the food to them." The palace maid Xiao Zhu realized that she had said something wrong and hurriedly left. When she walked down the stairs, she looked back and sighed helplessly. She walked to the kitchen. At this time, another palace maid came out and also looked at the small building. She softly asked, "Sister Xiao Zhu, is the empress better?" "Much better. Just now, she was reciting a poem. When she returns to the capital, she won't be bullied by that Wu person like before. Our empress has learned a lot of skills here. Although she's not that good at reciting poems, it's better than before. She can also play the zither and dance. Also, that Wang family's little miss, Cuckoo, sent some books on public relations. She won't be so easily tricked like before. Also, the empress's body is becoming more delicate. After continuous effort, it's that S shape. I don't know how much money Cuckoo spent." Xiao Zhu, who had always been partial to Empress Wang, was happy for the empress. The palace maid who asked the question walked with Xiao Zhu and said, "Also, Cuckoo's little miss specially sent clothes to wear. No one has ever heard of them. Even I feel embarrassed when I see the empress wearing them. How could that Cuckoo think of these? No wonder Xiao Bao is so good to her. Don't say bad things about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It's all thanks to Cuckoo's help that the empress wouldn't have a good life in the palace. There are many capable doctors in the medical academy who can treat the empress. They say that when she returns, there's a high chance that she will be pregnant. If it's a boy with a handle, the empress won't have to worry in the future. With the empress here, servant girls like us have a good life. If it was another servant, we would probably have to worry about being beaten to death every day. That one surnamed Wu is so ruthless. If she really took over the position, wouldn't her close servant girls bully us to death?" Xiao Zhu lowered her voice even more, afraid that someone would hear. The palace maid at the side stopped and closed her eyes and prayed to the heavens, "Protect the empress, protect the Wang family's little miss, protect the Zhang family's little master. If they did something wrong, let me take responsibility. Good people have good karma, good people have good karma. Let's go quickly." Even if you don't say it, no one dares to touch the Zhang family and the Wang family. Ever since that one surnamed Wu found out that the empress was brought here by one letter from Cuckoo, she was so angry that she didn't dare to say anything. She and her people couldn't deal with the Zhang family and the Wang family. They couldn't do it in literature or in martial arts. I heard from Xiao Fang from the Department of Internal Servants that a few days ago, when the Zhang family and the Wang family sent things to the palace, the things they gave to the empress were much better than the one surnamed Wu's. In a fit of anger, that one surnamed Wu smashed a beautiful glass jar. In the end, even when the emperor asked, that one surnamed Wu didn't dare to say that the things given to her were not as good as the ones given to the empress. She only said that it was accidentally broken. Even so, for some reason, the Zhang family and the Wang family found out. In the end, when the skincare products were sent to the empress the second time, the one surnamed Wu didn't get a share. In the end, it was Lord Gao from the Department of Internal Servants that spoke on her behalf. Only then did Cuckoo get someone to make up for it. That one surnamed Wu cried the whole night, feeling wronged, but she didn't dare to complain. Even though she's favored, Cuckoo isn't afraid of her. When Xiao Zhu talked about this, her eyebrows were raised in exultation, as if she had defeated Wu Huifei. Really? How come I didn't know? That damned Xiao Fang, he didn't tell me anything. The next time he comes, I'll put more salt in his food. No, salt costs money, and soil. I heard the guard in charge of this courtyard say that staying in the Four Seasons workshop for a day costs 300 strings of coins. Even though it's not bad, it's also not that good. However, our empress eats a meal specially prepared for her. There's a time limit, and there's also water used for bathing, good things to apply on her body, and a person specially sent to give her massages. If we really want to calculate, adding up all of these, it's estimated that the cost of a day is more than 600 strings of coins. The scariest thing is that a few days ago, that young Lady Cuckoo had someone send a set of clothes made entirely of pearls. When the Empress put it on and stood there without moving, she looked like a dignified and noble person. However, once she moved, she couldn't cover up what was supposed to be covered up. It's so embarrassing. When we go back, His Majesty will definitely stay with the Empress every day. When the palace maid at the side was talking about other people, her face blushed like a ripe peach. Xiao Zhu's eyes were filled with tears as she listened. She also talked about this matter, there's more. He even found a top prostitute from the best brothel to teach the Empress about the ways of the boudoir. When we go back, let's see if that Miss Wu can still occupy His Majesty. Humph. Great, the two of you are gossiping here. It's over, it's over. If you don't want me to complain, then tell me everything that you said just now. Just as the two of them were talking, another palace maid suddenly walked over from the side of the fork in the road and spat out threatening words. Sister Xiao Dai, we didn't say anything. We didn't say anything. The Empress asked me to send food to the children playing in the bamboo forest. I have to go quickly. Otherwise, they'll have to go back after they're done playing. Xiao Zhu refused to admit it no matter what. She tried to cover it up and wanted to run away. Don't run, I'll go arrange it. Go and find the Empress immediately. Tell her that there's news from the palace. Wu Huifei told His Majesty that she's not feeling well and is preparing to stay here for 10 days to half a month. Also, visit Empress Wang at the same time. I reckon that she's not coming with good intentions. Don't delay it, Xiao Dai held on to Xiao Zhu and said worriedly. Xiao Zhu opened her mouth in shock. Ah. Wu Huifei is coming. Ah, will she fight with the Empress over Four Seasons restaurant? Then Sister Xiao Dai, go and arrange the food for the children. I'll tell the Empress so that she can prepare early. After saying this, Xiao Zhu hurriedly turned and ran back. Xiao Dai also quickened her pace and went to the kitchen. The last palace maid stood there and pondered for a while. I have to go and tell my sisters too. Don't say anything wrong and let Wu Huifei have something on us. Why did she insist on coming over? When Xiao Zhu returned, Empress Wang was still reading the poetry anthology. This poetry anthology was also organized by Wang Wan. It was filled with good poems written by scholars. There were even colorful pictures in the anthology that allowed people to better understand the artistic conception expressed in the poems. There were also annotations at the bottom of each poem. Most of the love poems were about the scenery, including Wang Wan's own words and songs that specifically described the affairs of the boudoir. Empress Wang was reading the book. At this time, she was reading the poem that Wang Wan had just added. It was the song of the burial of flowers that many people in Wang Wan's era would memorize. Flowers wilt and fly, filling the sky. Who cares when the red disappears? It's hard to keep the soul of a flower or a bird. The bird is speechless and the flower is ashamed. Once spring ends, the beauty becomes old, the flower falls and the person dies. Empress Wang quietly cried as she read. Just as she was about to wipe her face with her hand, she suddenly thought of something. She took out a handkerchief from the beautiful purse at her waist and pinched it between her thumb and middle finger while the other 3 fingers were slightly raised. She held her wrist out and gently dabbed it on her cheek. Only then did she let out a long sigh and said to herself, "Cuckoo is really too much. She must write something that makes people cry. It's probably a poem that others don't know. So many scholars think that they are outstanding. I really should let them read this poetry anthology and let them know what it means to be a woman who is not inferior to a man. Look at this poem. If life is only like the first time we meet, what is the autumn wind's sad painting fan? Ordinary changes, but the heart of an old friend changes easily. It looks like it's not finished. Why did it stop at the end? Sigh. If only Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were my children. With the 2 of them, no one would dare to think about my position. I don't know if I'll be pregnant when I go back. Empress, bad news, bad news. The one surnamed Wu is here. Oh, it's Consort Hui. The news just came from the Zhang family. Many people in the palace don't know about it. Before Little Bamboo arrived, her voice came first. Then, she heard the sound of her footsteps running up the stairs. Empress Weiwei frowned. Seeing Little Bamboo running up, she said softly, "Don't panic. She didn't do anything to me in the palace. Do you think she can overturn the heavens in Dei Hospital? If she wants to come, then let her come. Do what you need to do." "Empress, what if Consort Hui wants to snatch the Four Seasons workshop?" Little Bamboo was still worried. "Is this Empress's place a place that anyone can snatch? Let's not talk about this Empress status. Even if it's other concubines, as long as they were invited by Cuckoo, they can stay wherever they want. Unless the Emperor is here, no one can even think about taking over." Empress Wang felt vexed, but she wasn't worried. Even if Consort Hui had the guts, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble in Dei Hospital. Then this servant will wait on the Empress here and won't go anywhere. This servant is afraid that she might bring something for the Empress to eat. Little Bamboo decided to stay. Empress Wang didn't reject this time. "If you want to stay, then stay. When she comes, remember to behave properly. Don't embarrass me." "Do you know where her entourage is?" "I don't know. She probably didn't prepare any ceremonial guards and came here secretly. She must be up to no good," Little Bamboo mumbled. Before she could find someone to ask, a woman in charge of this place came in to report. "Empress, Consort Hui will probably arrive at the pier in another 2 hours. From the pier to here, it will take another 3 hours. She will probably arrive before evening." "Got it." Empress Wang Weiwei nodded. The person who came left immediately. It seems that what others say is right. As long as one enters this small river, no one can keep any secrets. Consort Hui must have already made arrangements. She thought that she could secretly arrive, but she was still discovered. Empress Wang sighed at the ability of the Zhang family and Wang family to control this place. Wu Huifei had indeed come. She was sneaky and didn't prepare any ceremonial guards. She thought that she could come to Dei Hospital without anyone knowing. The palace had blocked the news very well. Unfortunately, she brought too many people. Even if she didn't prepare any ceremonial guards, she still had to bring more people to serve and protect her. With so many people entering the river, how could the Zhang family and Wang family not pay attention? Even if she didn't use the Zhang family and Wang family's boats and didn't dock on the river, she still wouldn't be able to hide. The patrol boats on the river were not only useful in case of emergencies, but they were also responsible for collecting information. During the day and at night, they had to patrol the river. What kind of people were rowing on the boat, what kind of people were on the deck, and all suspicious things had to be reported. This section of the river was in another county. If it was the section in Sanshui County, they would have been able to determine who was on the boat. The information collection work here wasn't so good. At this time, Wu Huifei wasn't as free as before. Since Wang Wan brought Empress Wang to Dei Hospital, the plan that Wu Huifei wanted to use completely lost its effect. At that time, she was about to succeed. Empress Wang had already met the expert and was willing to listen to him to hold a meeting. She was so close. However, Wang Wan's letter arrived. Once Empress Wang left, all her plans fell through. After hearing the people from the Internal Servants Department say that Empress Wang had a good life here, Wu Huifei began to worry. It wouldn't be easy to deal with Empress Wang again. The management here wasn't loose. It seemed that anyone could come in and out, but in fact, it wasn't the case at all. Wu Huifei wanted to deal with the Zhang family and the Wang family the most, especially Wang Wan. Of course, she didn't know that Wang Wan had calculated well before doing this. She only thought that Wang Wan was suddenly good to Empress Wang on a whim. Wang Wan, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death." Sitting in the cabin, Wu Huifei held a necklace made of pearls in her hand and said angrily. She looked at the necklace and threw it aside. She stared at the necklace for a while, then took it back and continued to hold it. This necklace was also sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family. If it weren't for the beauty of the jewelry sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family, Wu Huifei really didn't want it. As she held the necklace, she became angry again. This necklace was already good. Each pearl looked the same size, a few sizes bigger than soybeans. It looked very beautiful. However, the one given to Empress Wang was prettier and the pearls were bigger. Was it because she was a concubine and Empress Wang was an empress, so there was such a big difference? Your Highness, we're almost at the pier of Huayuan County. When we arrive, do you want to rest at the pier or go directly to Dei Hospital? Wu Huifei also had a palace maid serving beside her. She went out to take a look and asked others how much time was left. When she estimated that it was about time, she asked Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei looked at the palace maid and thought for a while, then said, "Go directly to Dei Hospital and see if they'll be flustered. I want to know where they'll arrange for me. If they're not, I won't let them off. Isn't Empress Wang in Four Seasons House? When the time comes, I'll talk about how good Four Seasons House is and see what they'll do." Wu Huifei really wanted to deal with Wang Wan directly, or ask Wang Wan to go to the palace to cause trouble. However, she didn't dare to do so. If she went to deal with her, she would be in someone else's territory. It was very likely that something unexpected would happen. If she asked her to go to the palace, she couldn't directly use force to deal with Wang Wan. She could only set a trap and let Wang Wan fall for it. However, Wu Huifei thought about it and felt that even if Wang Wan really did something wrong in the palace, the emperor and Gao Lisher wouldn't do anything to Wang Wan. Firstly, she was young, and secondly, she was very useful. Most importantly, she had a great reputation. If she was dealt with in the palace, what would the world think of her? Of course, the most important reason was that Wu Huifei was afraid of death. She heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took out a bunch of weapons when they met the emperor. Who knew if they really took out all their weapons? If there was a more powerful weapon that could be used to perish together with others, it seemed that it would be easy for her to die if she had to deal with her. Zhang family and Wang family had too many strange things. Just thinking about it made her worried. Wu Huifei had been depressed for a long time, so she thought of coming to see Empress Wang to see if she could still be a threat to her. At the same time, she could also create some trouble for Zhang family and Wang family's Dei Hospital and test their reaction. If she could draw Zhang family and Wang family to her side, that would be good. It was with this idea that Wu Huifei secretly came out, wanting to catch the people of Dei Hospital unprepared. At the same time, she really wanted to see what this Dei Hospital looked like. Although she had seen it on the model, it was different from seeing it with her own eyes. She could also enjoy the good things here. After traveling for a few days, Wu Huifei really didn't want to stay on the ship anymore. At noon, the fleet finally docked at the dock. In order to continue to keep it a secret, Wu Huifei directly got on the ship and directly pulled the car out. Then, the group of people flew quickly to Dei Hospital. In fact, as soon as they left the dock, Dei Hospital was not far away. There was a hospital building here. It was close to the dock so that it was convenient for people to see the doctor. However, Empress Wang's place was still very far from here. If they drove normally, it would take 2 hours. When the team was big, they were afraid of danger, so they naturally slowed down. Wu Huifei sat in the car and felt the bumpy situation in the car. She was quite satisfied. The car was specially installed with shock absorbers, and the road was very flat. She opened the 2 curtains of the car and looked out through the layer of gauze, saying, "Zhang family and Wang family are really not bad. There are not many people who can govern the place so well. Unfortunately, it's really a pity. Why can't they see the situation in the imperial court clearly? If they had come here earlier, I could have helped them go further." If Wang Wan heard this, she would definitely laugh heartily. Wang Wan didn't take her seriously. Zhang family and Wang family didn't need a concubine in the imperial harem to develop. The palace maid sitting next to her, who was ready to serve her at any time, observed her expression and echoed, "You're right. They still don't understand. In my opinion, this place is just a so-so. It's not as good as Chang'an. What do you know? Chang'an is naturally good, but it's the capital of a country. This place is not. Look at the road, it's not narrower than Chang'an's, and the surrounding scenery is very good. Look at the pedestrians coming and going. If it's just a county, how can there be so many people? How can it be so prosperous?" Wu Huifei looked at the situation outside and said. There were indeed many people outside. Some were in cars, some were riding horses on the side of the dirt road, and more people were talking and laughing on the sidewalk. She looked at the clothes of the people coming and going. The styles were good, and the materials were good. Even if there were people wearing linen, it was fine linen. With nothing to do, the children playing were even more amazing. Their clothes were all made of cotton, and their small faces were clean. They were no different from the children in the capital, and even more lively. This showed that the people in the county lived a good life. At least the children didn't suffer. It's better to hold and be full, it's better to hold and be sharp, it can't be protected for long. The hall is full of gold and jade, it can't be guarded, it's proud of wealth. While she was looking, the children playing outside began to recite the Tao Te Ching. In Wu Huifei's ears, even if she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't help but be moved by the ability of Zhang family and Wang family to govern. Chapter 730. Wu Huifei, who thought that she had come in a very secretive way, walked and watched. She felt that it was indeed better than seeing it on the model. Now, what she wanted to do the most was to get to the place immediately. Only when Dei Hospital and Empress Wang were not prepared could she get more real information. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arrived at Baoxin County at this time. On the way, they saw many people widening the narrow places and flattening the wide places. The stones and sand were all found from nearby places. The people were really sweating. Some people even specially made mung bean soup for them. This was not a salary. They just wanted to make their county more beautiful. The only compensation was that the first 20 days of their work counted as the court's work, but after that, it did not count. After all, this was not a task sent by the court. If it was not a task sent by the court, it usually could not continue to be exempted from rent and tax. If it was Sanshui County in the past, it would be exempted. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were not famous, and the people in the county did not have a good life. They could not pay too much rent and tax. However, at this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of one area. Everyone in the court knew that Baoxin County would pay a lot of rent and tax this year. If it was exempted again, the loss would not be small. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's unique logo on the car let the people working immediately know who had arrived. They were originally worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not come after they left. Now, they were even happier. Wherever the team arrived, the people there would stop and greet them. If I had known, would have made an open car. Then, I could wave and say hello all the way. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and said to the people outside. Wang Wan waved her hand at the other side and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is a normal thing, but when it comes from your mouth, it feels like you're belittling it. When you get to the county, don't forget to praise He Wei and tell him where he's going. He'll stay in Yaozhou for 2 years before being transferred to the capital." Well, Yaozhou is good. Unfortunately, my father can't be the governor there. I don't know if Li Linfu will come back to find us. After driving for a while, the road became more spacious. When Zhang Xiaobao could no longer see the commoners, he closed the car door, pulled back, and began to talk about Li Linfu. If he's willing to come, then so be it. If he's not willing to come, then I'll save myself the trouble. I don't want to see his hypocritical smile. Wang Wan also closed the car door. She poured some juice, put a piece of ice in it, and sucked it up with a small bamboo tube. Young master, young lady, there's a letter from the capital. It's for the two of you. Master asked me to come and deliver it to you. A shout came from the back of the group, accompanied by the sound of horse hooves. The carriage didn't need to stop. The person came to the side and delivered the letter to Zhang Xiaobao. Then, he turned the horse around and went back. When he saw the envelope, it turned out to be from Gao Lisher. He quickly opened the letter. Zhang Xiaobao skimmed through it and handed it to Wang Wan. He said, "It's a letter from my godfather. He said that Wu Huifei left the capital and went to Dai Hospital in Huaiyuan County. She was very low-key. He asked us to be careful and not let Empress Wang and Wu Huifei fight." At this time, Wang Wan also finished reading the letter. She threw it aside and said, "Let's go." No one stopped her. She probably wants to see how Empress Wang is doing. This person's scheming is extraordinary. Unfortunately, she can't control us. If I had known earlier, I would have let Dai Hospital take her money. There's only one empress in the palace. I don't want money, but there are many concubines. If any one of them wants to eat and live for free, I won't do it. If she dares to make trouble for me there, Xiaobao, you can deal with her. I support you. You can deal with her. Why do you have to do it with me? No, I can't let her eat and live for free there. I have to write a letter and send it. No matter what, she is a favored concubine. If I don't make use of her, I will feel sorry for myself. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly remembered an important matter. He quickly took out a pen and ink and began to write. He gently dried it and asked someone to send it to Dai Hospital as soon as possible. The weather became hotter. Wu Huifei, who didn't eat lunch, also heard the protest of her stomach. She asked when they would arrive. She heard that there was still an hour. Thinking that the food there was better than the snacks she brought, she decided to endure. An hour passed very quickly for some people, but for someone as hungry as Wu Huifei, it seemed slow. The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became. In order to eat more, Wu Huifei only drank water. Just when she felt that she couldn't bear it anymore, the group finally arrived at the sanatorium. The outermost fence blocked the group's way. Wu Huifei has come in person. Why aren't you welcoming her? Wu Huifei's guard leader urged his horse forward and shouted to the people guarding there. The people here acted as if they didn't know that Wu Huifei was coming. Someone immediately ran back to report, looking slightly flustered. Seeing this, Wu Huifei was happy. It didn't take long for a group of people to come out and greet her. A young man standing at the front stepped forward and said, "I didn't know that concubine Hui would be here, so the preparations were rushed. Please forgive me. I am the person in charge of the sanatorium. My surname is Zhang. Concubine Hui, please move aside. Manager Zhang? Have you arranged a place? I heard that there is a Four Seasons house here that is not bad. Is there anyone staying there?" Wu Huifei knew that this was a servant of the Zhang family. She guessed that it would be difficult for him. In reply to Wu Huifei, Empress Wang has always been staying in Four Seasons house. If Wu Huifei wants a similar place, there is a Shanshui Square not far from here. It is not easy for people to stay there. Manager Zhang answered respectfully. He meant that he wanted to arrange for Wu Huifei to stay in Shanshui Square. Alright, then let's go to Shanshui Square. But it's better to see Sister Wang first. Lead the way. Wu Huifei didn't insist on going to Four Seasons house this time. She didn't dare to say that concubines were inferior to empresses. That would be inviting trouble. The group then split up. Some went to rest elsewhere, while the rest entered the sanatorium and headed towards Four Seasons house. There were too many people, and they couldn't possibly move all of them. Empress, she's here. Her Highness Concubine Hui is here. Let me help you put on your clothes. Please sit here and wait. Let her greet you and take her down a notch. Upstairs, Xiao Zhu had already seen Wu Huifei's group through the binoculars and told Empress Wang. If it was in the past, Empress Wang would have done so. After all, she was the empress. Usually, she would not be able to control Wu Huifei. But now, Empress Wang had learned so many tricks here. Oh, it was the way of communication. She would definitely not do what Xiao Zhu said. She didn't wear her own clothes that showed her status, but just a casual outfit. After tidying up a little, she personally led people downstairs to welcome her. Wu Huifei was prepared to greet Empress Wang when she met her. At most, Empress Wang would say a few harsh words, and it would be over after a while. Similarly, she didn't wear her own clothes that showed her status. When the carriage stopped outside Empress Wang's courtyard, she alighted and stepped on the carpet as she walked towards the small building. At this moment, she had witnessed the charm of Four Seasons House. It was much better than the palace. Before she could go downstairs to let someone report, she saw the door open. Empress Wang led a group of people out to welcome her. "Sister Wang, why did you come out personally? What should little sister do?" Wu Huifei was stunned, thinking that something was not right. The other party should have stayed upstairs and asked her to meet her. Why was she here? She hurriedly walked forward to greet her, looking flattered. Empress Wang's eyes suddenly reddened, and she quickly walked forward to welcome her, saying, "I was a little unwell a few days ago, so I came here. I've been here for so many days, but I couldn't see you. Sister Wu, I had strange thoughts. Knowing that you were here today, how could I stay upstairs? You haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Servants, quickly prepare a meal for concubine Huifei. Choose the best. If you neglect anything, be careful of your head." Empress Wang said to Wu Huifei, then ordered the servants to make the arrangements. When the two of them were standing not far away, Empress Wang's tears fell. She didn't wipe them away, but looked at Wu Huifei happily and said softly, "Sister, come here. You must be tired. It's hot outside, come in with me." As she spoke, she took Wu Huifei's arm and walked toward the small building, not giving Wu Huifei a chance to say anything. Wu Huifei blinked hard and turned her head to look at Empress Wang. After looking at her carefully, she confirmed that this was really Empress Wang and not a fake. With an unnatural smile on her face, she said to Empress Wang, "Younger sister also misses elder sister. How is elder sister doing here? It's said that Dai Hospital is the best in the world. If you recover, why don't you go back with me? You can go on blind dates every day." Good, I'll be fine soon. Dai Hospital is actually a little worse. The real good is the medical school. The best doctors do research there. They only look at things that the people in the hospital can't handle. I estimate that I can go back by autumn this year. At that time, I can learn more music, painting, and poetry with you every day. Empress Wang didn't wipe her tears until now. She held Wu Huifei's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that Wu Huifei would fly away. "Then I hope that you can go back soon. Are you used to living here?" Wu Huifei asked with concern as she followed Empress Wang upstairs. Only she knew how she felt now. Her opponent had changed. She was no longer the Empress Wang who mingled with the palace maids in the palace and didn't care about her identity. At the same time, she had become more difficult to deal with. "Wang, look at what you've done. You've turned a careless person into such a smooth person. How am I supposed to deal with her now? How did she change? Could it be that there's someone here to teach her?" Thinking like this, Wu Huifei's mood was very complicated. She accidentally touched Empress Wang's hand again and suddenly found that Empress Wang, a woman from a military family, was even more tender than her own. She pressed her hand against Empress Wang's body and felt endless tenderness, as if she had no bones. With this feeling, Wu Huifei's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Empress Wang's face again. She seemed to be very shy, not as tough as before. This is a big threat. Dai Hospital can actually turn a person like this. How did they do it? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be that it was specially made for Empress Wang? Wu Huifei, who was shocked in her heart, could only ask Empress Wang, "What do you use to deal with your troubles here?" "Ah, What else can it be? It's swimming, playing basketball, bathing often, and using a special mixture of milk bubbles. If you have nothing to do, you read books, play the piano with others, and then you learn to do needlework. Everything else is fine, but it's troublesome when it comes to eating. You're not allowed to be picky about the food here, and you're not allowed to eat too little or too much. The most comfortable time is to soak in a hot spring and let someone give you a massage. It's said that it's good for the skin, and it can also relax the body and relieve fatigue. Usually, you'll fall asleep while massaging. Empress Wang was happy in her heart and was even more grateful to Cuckoo. Thinking carefully, she even suspected that Cuckoo deliberately helped her when she needed help the most and began to make up for her shortcomings. Otherwise, how could she make such arrangements? When there was a chance in the future, she must repay Cuckoo well. Empress Wang thought so, and Wu Huifei also thought so. This Empress Wang didn't deliberately come here to hide, but to accumulate strength and wait for a stable position when she returned. She could use so many good things. It must be Cuckoo's arrangement. Good Cuckoo, it seems that you did it deliberately. It's not a coincidence at all. Everything that Empress Wang lacks is taught here. Why didn't I know about the special mixture of milk? Hating Wang Wan, Wu Huifei said to Empress Wang, I'm new here, and there are many things that I haven't seen. I wonder if you can take me to have a look. Why not? In this case, we'll have to eat upstairs. Let's go to the hot spring and talk while soaking in the hot spring. How about that? When they reached the third floor, Empress Wang turned around and led Wu Huifei downstairs. They came to the hot spring together. The hot spring was steaming. After Wu Huifei, who had been rushing all the way, entered the hot spring, she really felt comfortable all over. She took the aperitif wine handed by Empress Wang, took a sip, and let out a long breath. Sister, you're living a good life. I can't soak in the hot spring every day. If I can be as free as an ordinary girl, I don't have to worry about other things. Then I can soak in the hot spring every day. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Right, ordinary girls can't soak in the hot spring because it's too expensive. Sister, you're wrong. As long as ordinary girls come here, they can also soak in the hot spring, but not in this yard. There's also a good place on Yawang Mountain, where the price is cheap. The rich have their own places, and the poor have their own places. Especially the locals, they don't need money to see a doctor, and they also don't need money to go sightseeing. How can the Zhang family and the Wang family let the people in the place that they have governed live a bad life? If all the officials can live like this, the people of the Tang Empire will be happy. Empress Wang said to Wu Huifei as she held the water and poured it on herself. Wu Huifei didn't want to hear about the affairs of the Zhang family and the Wang family now. The better they did, the more uncomfortable she felt. So she found fault with them and said, Sister, you're right. But I'm thinking, since we are all people of the Tang Empire, why can only the local people enjoy it and not the people in other places? Isn't that favoritism? Sister, what you said is exactly what I'm thinking. When I have time, I'll write a letter to ask them not to look down on the people in other places. How about you help me write a letter? Empress Wang followed Wu Huifei's words and didn't argue with her at all. Maybe it was the pressure of the water or the high temperature, but Wu Huifei suddenly felt that it was hard to breathe. She looked at Empress Wang and didn't say anything. Then she closed her eyes and waited for the food to come. It didn't take long for the food to be delivered. The two of them didn't have to come out of the pool either. The food was placed on a floating board so that Wu Huifei could eat while soaking in the water. Wu Huifei tasted a few dishes and nodded, as expected of the ability to become famous. The taste is not bad. Compared to the palace, it has its own uniqueness. I think the Four Seasons house where sister lives is not bad. I wonder how it feels to live there. Actually, it doesn't feel much. It's about the same. How about this? When we go back, I'll give this place to you. Sister, you can change to another place. You can't just come here once and not know what the Four Seasons house looks like. There's a skating rink in the Four Seasons house. Sister, you can go skating there. It's very interesting. Empress Wang had already eaten. She picked up a fruit on the board and bit it. After hearing Wu Huifei's words, she was ready to give up the Four Seasons house. Wu Huifei shook her head repeatedly. That won't do. Since this place is good, sister, you can stay here. If people know that you gave up the place when sister came, they would say that sister is unreasonable. Wu Huifei didn't expect Empress Wang to be willing to give up the place. If it was in the past, it would have been a dream. However, the more Empress Wang acted like this, the more pressure Wu Huifei felt. Humans were not afraid of their opponents being rash, but they were afraid of their opponents knowing how to endure. That was the hardest to deal with. Looking at it now, Empress Wang seemed to have learned a lot. Wu Huifei was worried that others would gossip about her taking over the Four Seasons house, but she also hoped that she could take over. This way, she could raise her status and make many people who didn't support her to her side. How could Empress Wang not see through Wu Huifei's thoughts? She smiled and said, "Sister, what are you saying? Is there a distinction between sister and sister?" It's settled then. Sister will stay in the Four Seasons house for a few days. After you leave, sister will come back. It's not a big deal. Thank you, sister. Wu Huifei already had such a plan. Seeing that Empress Wang insisted, she went along with it. The two of them started to talk like sisters. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would definitely think that everyone in the palace was so easy to talk to. The two of them talked until the sky turned dark. They even got someone to give them a massage. They only parted at night. Wu Huifei would go to the Mountain River house first tonight. Tomorrow, she would move to the Four Seasons house. After sending Wu Huifei off, Empress Wang let out a long breath. She felt hungry again, so she ordered someone to send her some snacks. She would eat supper at night. She sat there and said to Xiao Zhu, "It's so tiring. I don't know how so many concubines of the Gong family survived. I only accompanied them for half a day, but it felt like I ran dozens of miles. Empress Wang is amazing. If it was in the past, Empress Wang wouldn't be like this. Empress Wang, you must persevere. Once you get used to it, you won't have to worry about getting into trouble. Your servants will also enjoy the benefits." Xiao Zhu was very satisfied with Empress Wang's performance today. The accelerated training of the Zhang family and Wang family was indeed amazing. "Okay, for you all, I will persevere. But only when there are outsiders. Normally, I will not do it. I have to be like before, playing and having fun." Empress Wang also felt that her performance today was okay. She didn't have a bad temper. She knew that the other party wanted her to die early, but she endured it. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about being cheated when she returned to the palace in the future. However, she heard from Wu Huifei today that she wasn't very happy about. Zhang Shuo actually went against Xiao Bao and Wang Wan, and was schemed against by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This wasn't good, this wasn't good. The next morning, Empress Wang was indeed going to change places. However, it wasn't the Mountain River house that Wu Huifei thought was second only to the Four Seasons house, but Yaowang Mountain. There was a place for recuperation on the mountain, but it had never been open to the public. It seemed that other than the emperor, only the members of the Zhang family and Wang family could go there. It was said that the place was better than the Four Seasons house, but no one had ever personally experienced it. After hearing this news, Wu Huifei, who was happy the whole night, lost her good mood. No wonder Empress Wang gave up the place. It turned out that there was a better place to go. "Damn you, Wang Wan, just you wait," Wu Huifei thought bitterly in her heart as she brushed her teeth with the toothpaste and toothbrush that Wang Wan had given her. Empress Wang didn't expect this either. She thought that she should move to the Mountain River house, but when she mentioned it in the morning, the person in charge immediately said that there was another place to go at Yaowang Mountain. He also said that a pigeon flew here in the early hours of the morning with a letter from the young master and young lady. Since there was already an arrangement, Empress Wang naturally wouldn't reject it. She put her gratitude in her heart and led the team to Yaowang Mountain. It would take more than half a day to reach Yaowang Mountain from here. On the way, Xiao Zhu said excitedly to Empress Wang, "Empress, it's still young Lady Cuckoo who is on your side." She knew that Miss Wu would come and snatch your place, so she quickly sent a letter. Yaowang Mountain, huh? I've only heard of that place at the top, but I've never seen it for myself. This time, young Lady Cuckoo has put in a lot of money. I heard that the swimming pool there is better than other places. It's the kind that looks like you're about to fall in, but you can't. If you stick your head out, you can see how the water flows down. When the time comes, you have to follow me closely. Don't fall in accidentally. Your swimming skills aren't as good as mine. How could you fall in? I think the Zhang family and Wang family will make arrangements. They won't let anyone be in danger. That place should be prepared for the emperor or the two families. This time, I went there and took a courtyard. Why do I feel that this cuckoo is closer to me than my biological daughter? I feel that other families' biological daughters are just as so. Many of them can't even compare to Cuckoo. Empress Wang, who had no children, started to treat Wang Wan as her biological daughter to make up for the regret in her heart. Chapter 731. After Empress Wang moved away, Wu Huifei moved into Four Seasons' house. She did not look happy at all. She felt that she had been set up. She had originally planned to ask Empress Wang to move to Four Seasons' house. Although some people would think that she had gone overboard, it was not important as long as she could let those close to her or those who were still hesitating know that she could suppress the Empress. Between gains and losses, it was naturally a good thing to gain more. However, things were different now. Empress Wang was living well, and if she came over to ask for a place, others would think that she had gone overboard. At the same time, when she wanted to move to a good place, Empress Wang moved to a better place. It was as if she was saying, "Since you like this small place, I'll give it to you. I'm an empress and I even call myself an older sister. How can I not agree? I'll go where I belong, which is at Yaowang Mountain." In this way, not only did she not gain any benefits, but she also suffered a huge loss. In the eyes of others, she would definitely be seen as a child asking for candy. What about Empress Wang? She was naturally an adult who would not lower herself to the child's level. "Your Highness, the person in charge came over just now and asked if you were going to the ice skating rink. He said that if you were going, you should pick an ice blade so that they can send someone to teach you." Wu Huifei's palace maid came in and asked. She did not allow Wu Huifei to speak, so she continued, "There's also a group of children who came over to ask if you still want to listen to their music. They also brought eggs and 2 hams to thank you for giving them and their families so many pastries yesterday. When have I listened to other people's music? Oh, I know. Empress Wang is the one who listened to it. Do they think that the owner here is still the same? Tell them, but they won't listen. When I'm living here, I'm not going to let others come over." Wu Huifei understood immediately. Empress Wang did not have children of her own, so she liked other people's children. Yesterday, she must have seen the children yesterday and came over to entertain them. What did that have to do with her? The palace maid accepted the order and was about to say it when Wu Huifei suddenly shouted, "Wait, you can't say it. You must not say it. Go to the kitchen and get some good things and send them to the children. Don't accept the things they brought unless they have to. Tell them that the current one is not the Empress Wang from yesterday, but they can still come and go as they please. As for the skating rink, tell the manager to get ready first and find shoes that the kids can wear. I want to skate with the people." "Okay, go." After the palace maid left, Wu Huifei patted her chest with lingering fear. If she had really chased her away just now, then this matter would have been known by everyone. People would say that the Empress lived here and could enjoy the people, while the concubine lived here and should be chased away. The Empress and the concubine were indeed different. If such words were to spread to the capital, and the ministers and the emperor found out, he would have no hope at all. Well, he probably couldn't suppress it even if he wanted to. He couldn't stop those who wanted to. Not to mention others, that Wang Wan would probably do it. She had always been targeting him. Wang Wan, Wang Wan. Go, tell our people to find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. Don't expose anything that shouldn't be exposed. Go. Thinking that Wang Wan ruined her plan and kept helping Empress Wang, Wu Huifei was angry and ordered another palace maid standing next to her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had returned to the yamen. They had a good sleep last night and got up early this morning to wait for He Wei. When they came back last night, they didn't see He Wei. He went to the place where he raised turtles. Even if he came back at midnight, he wouldn't be able to find them here. So they could only talk about it in the morning. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have to wait long before He Wei came over like a panda. Official Zhang, County Deputy Wang, I know I was wrong. I won't give you any more ideas. He Wei apologized as soon as he saw them. Why did County Magistrate he say that? Did you encounter something that you can't solve? Someone, bring a hot towel over and apply it to County Magistrate He Wei's eyes. Also, get some wine to circulate the blood, Zhang Xiaobao said to the panda He Wei. When the yamen runner went to get the items, He Wei was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head and said, "The turtles are dead. Half of them are dead. It's all money. I raised them for nothing." Dead? So what if they're dead? Do you know how they died? Next time, think of a way to prevent them from dying. No one can succeed in one try. County Magistrate you don't have to worry about this. Zhang Xiaobao thought it was a big deal. It was just half of the turtles that had died. I know. When you and Wang Wan returned to Luoyang and took cherries away, I thought about it myself. Don't you need to disinfect the fish when you ask people to raise them? It's to sprinkle lime in the water. I thought that if we disinfect them more, the turtles will grow better. So you found a lot of lime and sprinkled it in, right? In the end, you realized that all the turtles in the water had died. The other half were lucky and stayed on the shore. Zhang Xiaobao understood before He Wei finished his sentence. He Wei nodded. Yes, now I know. The lime can't be used in that way. However, half of the turtles are an industry in the county. The yamen paid quite a bit. I was afraid that if the commoners knew, they would criticize me. Say, look. Just a while after Xiaobao and Cuckoo left, He Wei caused trouble, right? Wang Wan said to He Wei. Yes. Why don't I fork out the money? I'm worried that the commoners will criticize me for wasting time. He Wei didn't know what to do. After all, the yamen was transparent now. Nothing could be hidden. In fact, in the past, the commoners' eyes were as bright as snow and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. However, they couldn't speak, so they endured it and accepted their bad luck. But now, they could speak. He was not in charge of the county. Once something went wrong, he would be punished. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not let He Wei pay for it. It was a loss in the research. He thought for a while, looked at He Wei and said, "County Magistrate I agree with your idea of sending tortoises to Fengzhou and even further north." County Magistrate Wang also agrees. Fengzhou was willing to send a batch of livestock to Baoxin County before the beginning of spring next year. In order to promote mutual understanding between the people of Baoxin County and Baoxin County, they would first send a few people as representatives to Fengzhou to visit and learn. At the same time, Fengzhou would also send people to Baoxin County to carry out mutual exchange projects. I admire County Magistrate his big picture vision. So many turtles can be frozen and sent to Fengzhou. They can be used as medicinal materials and can also be used to adjust the local diet. I'm willing to find a boat and send the turtles over at a low price. What do you think, Deputy Wang? In my opinion, this is a good start. In terms of thinking for the people, County Magistrate He Wei is ahead of many people. He is worth learning from and using this as a foundation to carry forward. Therefore, I propose that after this year's autumn harvest, we should display County Magistrate He's true ability. Li Mu said. In order not to bury talents and to test theories with actions, County Magistrate He should be transferred to Yaozhou and assume the position of military advisor. At the same time, he should also be in charge of the local land use. County Magistrate He, you are worth learning from. Congratulations. Wang Wan also said. He Wei was confused. He understood what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. It was okay to eat the turtles that were killed by the lime, so they should freeze them and send them to Fengzhou to exchange for livestock. There were many livestock in Fengzhou. In this way, not only would they not lose money, but they could also make a profit. More importantly, the dead turtles were not a responsibility, but a necessity. It was good that they died. They should die like this. If they didn't die, it would be difficult to deal with them. Wang Wan meant that he should be transferred to Yaozhou to be the military advisor and be in charge of military affairs. At the same time, she also gave him an actual position, which was estimated to be the agricultural affairs of Yaozhou. But it was because of this that he felt it was incredible. After making a mistake, he was not only not taken down, but also continued to be promoted. The reason was that he had never seen a turtle that died because of a mistake. It was really amazing. Especially Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's businesslike manner, which made people feel that it was true. He Wei felt that he should learn more from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he asked in a low voice, "Is this okay? What's wrong with it? You didn't poison the turtles for your own benefit. You also wanted to make the lives of the people in the county better. It's just that the method was wrong, but the method can be learned. When you go to Yaozhou in the future, when you do things, remember to listen to other people's ideas. Don't let this kind of thing happen again. This matter is settled. I will post it in a while. Didn't you bring back a few dead turtles? Stew them. I think you haven't been living well these days. You need to nourish yourself. If you want to do things for the people, you need to have a healthy body. If you don't bring any, ask someone to get two. I will cook them for you." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. Wasn't it too simple to poison some turtles? If He Wei could be dealt with like that, then it would be a real pity. He was prepared to reward He Wei. He Wei was very moved. He was promoted after making a mistake, and he didn't even have to take responsibility. He nodded and said, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. No matter where I go, I will remember this lesson. I will be more stable. I am not that smart. I want to be stable. Give me a place, and I will hold on to that place. I will wait for someone who is really capable to take over." Good. Sometimes stability is also a skill. It is called being as immovable as a mountain. I will find a way to let you have some real power in the military there. If you don't understand, you can go to Huayuan County and ask. As long as it is a business between the Zhang family and the Wang family, even if they can't give you a good idea, they will still send you news. Is there anything else? If not, County Magistrate He can rest for half a day and have a good sleep. Zhang Xiaobao knew that He Wei was under a lot of pressure. He probably didn't sleep at all last night. No need, no need. I can hold on. I can. I will be fine after eating some food. He Wei suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. He was full of energy. He covered his eyes with a hot towel. His breathing was smooth, and a big rock was finally removed from his heart. After saying that, he came out with his eyes covered. He had to change the covering, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the road. He was going to ask someone to put up a notice so that he could continue to tell the people who were willing to listen about the Yamen situation today. As soon as he came out, he met Old Man Pai and the other two. The three old men knew what happened to him. The people they sent to follow him said that he had poisoned half of the turtles to death. When the people sent to follow him came back, they didn't forget to bring back a few turtles as evidence for the three old men to taste and see if they were poisoned to death. When Old Man Pai saw He come out of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room, he asked, "Is the matter settled? Is there nothing wrong at all? You even got some benefits?" "Official Bai, how do you know?" He asked in puzzlement. His question was actually an admission to what Old Man Pai said. "How can I not know? Go find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. As long as they are willing to help, bad things can be turned into good things." Old Man Pai said like a god. "You are really a god." "That's true. Those dead turtles actually, don't say it. Let me guess. This time, I must be right. Normally, Xiao Bao would sell the turtles. Is it because he wants to advertise it in all the restaurants in the county? Especially the Feng Wu Pavilion. That is the best place." Old Man Pai thought that he could finally follow Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's train of thought. However, his expression was very confident. "No, if that's the case, I will have one less excuse to get promoted. It's like this." He repeated what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. "Ha ha ha." Old Man Chang laughed. "By go, you still can't do it. Did you forget that the Zhang family's plans are never that simple? According to what you said, it's just solving the problem of the turtle's death. Would the experts of the Zhang family come up with such a plan? Would Zhang Xiaobao, who has inherited the true skills, come up with such a plan? Humph. Don't think too simply. It's definitely not just for He to get promoted. It's also not a simple communication between the two sides. There should be other aspects." Old Man Pai, who guessed wrong, retorted. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, He excused himself and went to work. The three old men were left at the door looking at each other. Old Man Pai looked at the two and said, "I don't believe that we can't guess what he's planning." Xiao Bao said that he wants to make the turtles himself, and he wants someone to get them. "Don't go, I have one right now. I'm old and my body can't take it. I need to nourish myself. Quick, get someone to send the turtles to Zhang Xiaobao." Because of the return of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the people in Baoxin County were completely relieved. However, there was an undercurrent in Xiankai County. After Cui Ri came over a few days ago, he still hadn't taken over. He was still asking people to check the accounts. According to him, if the accounts weren't clear, he definitely couldn't take over. If he didn't take over, the other two people couldn't either. After all, they came together. The most important thing was that if they took over too easily, once Cui Ri found out something, they would be in trouble too. County Magistrate Yan, who was going to take over, was the most honest. Ever since he came to Xiankai County, he didn't care about anything. He just went out every day to see which place made the most money, and whether he could get some benefits from it. Of course, watching was just watching. He didn't have the guts to cause trouble at this time. The people who came with him were all high-ranking officials, 3rd or 4th rank. If he really wanted to do something, the two of them would probably be able to chop him up. The accounts were checked very strictly. Cui Ri wanted to find out something from the accounts so that he could deal with Feng Changgong. Xiankai County's accounts were made by all the officials in the county. What should be done had been done. If he really wanted to find out, he could find out. However, Cui Ri had to take the accounts from house to check the income. After checking the income, he had to take the accounts to the places where they spent money. If the other party didn't lie, then he would find out that there was a problem with the accounts and they were short of money. However, this method was obviously impossible because it was a continuous account, not the second examination's accounting method. In fact, even the second examination's accounting method wouldn't work. As long as it was managed by people, it couldn't be foolproof. Therefore, Cui Ri was very anxious recently because the workshop was almost finished. Once it started operating, Xiankai County would immediately qualify to become a Shang County. He couldn't stop it. There was too little time, and he couldn't go to the construction site and tell Tang and Commandery Prince and Zhang Xiaobao's people to stop the construction and wait until he finished checking the accounts. That would be courting death. The only thing Cui Riji could do was to force his subordinates to work harder. He hoped that Li Linfu could check the accounts because Li Linfu was very familiar with this area. His ability was incomparable to ordinary people. He found Li Linfu today and said to him, "Lord Li, do you think there's anything wrong with Xiankai County's accounts?" "It's hard to say. Many accounts look normal, but there's something wrong with them. Some of them look normal, but there's something wrong with them. Some of them look normal, but there's something wrong with them. Some of them look normal, but after checking, there's nothing wrong with them. Therefore, the problem with the accounts isn't the problems with the accounts themselves. It depends on whether there's something wrong with the accounts. Once there's something wrong with the accounts, it's still a problem. Conversely, if there's nothing wrong with the accounts, it's still not a problem. If you want to know whether there's something wrong with the accounts, don't look at the accounts. You have to see whether there's something wrong with the accounts. Do you understand, Lord Cui?" Li Linfu said to Cui Riji. After he finished, he looked at Cui Riji and waited for him to respond. Cui Riji felt a pain in his eye socket. He nodded and said, "I understand. I'm going to see if there's something wrong with me. The Zhang family's clinic is here. I'll go take a look." Cui Riji left as he spoke. In fact, he didn't want to see a doctor, but he really wanted to go to the clinic opened by the Zhang family and the Wang family. He planned to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for help. He knew that if it were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the accounts would be easy to check. Seeing Cui Riji leave, Li Linfu didn't look happy at all. It was mainly because his plan had failed. He was going to kidnap Zhui Meng. However, when the people he sent entered Zhui Meng's courtyard, they found that Zhui Meng was gone. There was still a smell of sleeping incense in the room. Zhui Meng didn't take away the money she earned. She should have been kidnapped. Who kidnapped Zhui Meng? What was the purpose of kidnapping Zhui Meng? These were what Li Linfu wanted to know the most. If Zhui Meng caused trouble in other places, it would be fine. However, if it was because of what happened in Xiankai County, it would be over. It meant that others had also thought of what he could think of. It was hard to guess whether they were enemies or friends. "Lord Li, what should we do now?" Feng Changgong hid when Cui Riji came. Now that Cui Riji was gone, he came out to ask Li Linfu. "Wait." Li Linfu replied with one word. Feng Changgong couldn't wait any longer. He could have been promoted this time, but he was delayed and couldn't get promoted. Besides, he still had something on his mind. He asked, "Lord Li, how long do we have to wait?" "Wait until someone deals with you or the workshops in Xiankai County. We'll see who comes first." Li Linfu was also judging the situation. Feng Changgong didn't understand what Li Linfu meant. He wanted to ask, but when he saw Li Linfu's expression, he could only hold it in and wait for Li Linfu to speak. Li Linfu thought for a while and said, "If it was the other party who captured dream-chasing Daoist, then you'll be in trouble. If it's the other party, then they'll calculate the time. When they feel that Xiankai is ready to become a district, they'll find you and use dream-chasing Daoist in exchange for benefits. As for whether there is another party, and who it is, it's hard to say. However, I can imagine that they must know where you are in trouble. It's very likely that there is a traitor. This is just a guess and can't be confirmed." At this moment, the registrar was also busy. He entered a room again and said to the person sitting inside, "Zhui Meng is gone and can't be seen anymore. Did our people take action? We don't care if he's not our people. Our main mission is to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. We sent a few people, but they came up empty. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have returned to Luoyang. We just heard the news of their return, but there were 4 spies among the people we sent. We can't contact them anymore. I think they're doomed." We haven't done enough in terms of spying. If Feng Changgong is attacked, will you be implicated? The person in the room explained to the registrar and asked again. The registrar nodded. I think so, but I won't be beheaded. This is because I participated in many matters, but I also left behind evidence. When the time comes, as long as I hand over the evidence and prove that I was forced, I'll be considered meritorious. At most, I'll become a commoner. Continue paying attention to the situation in Wuxia County. The higher-ups have already left the capital. When they left, they ordered us to be careful. It's very likely that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't be our people. Alright, if there's really no other way, I'll personally take a look and inquire openly. After the registrar finished speaking, he followed the same path as before and appeared behind Soft Spring Pavilion. Similarly, he calmly passed through Soft Spring Pavilion. This time, he didn't encounter any adulterous couple and walked back with ease. However, the Soft Spring Pavilion that he had just passed wasn't peaceful. 4 women sat together, all of them wearing veils. There was a letter on the table between the 4 of them. To be precise, it was a piece of paper with only a few words on it. The 4 of them were wearing clothes of different colors, red, yellow, green, and blue. They had been staring at the words on the paper for a very long time, but they didn't look away. Chapter 732. When the woman in blue heard the woman in red's words, she said, I don't think they are from the underworld. Their methods aren't as ruthless as those from the underworld. They actually spared our people's lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as losing the Taoist priest. Our people wouldn't be safe either. We kidnapped the Taoist priest because we wanted to collect information. What is their purpose? Until now, there has been no news of the Taoist priest. Could it be that they were just fighting for fun? Our people were more than 200 miles away from here, but they were actually ambushed on the water. At that time, the people who were restrained said that the other party only used one move to deal with them. They were defeated in one move and didn't have any chance to resist. The person who woke up first saw that the other party walked on the water and didn't take a boat. Instead, they swam. This shows that the other party is very good at swimming. If they aren't from the underworld who lives on the water, who would be so good at swimming? We don't know if they will contact us and what benefits they want. If they know our purpose of collecting information, then we will be in a passive position. The woman in green analyzed with a slightly hoarse voice. When the woman in yellow saw that the 3 of them were talking, she also made a sound like a lark. Not only is he good at swimming, but his kung fu is also not ordinary. He knocked down our people in one move. From our people's words, we know that the other party attacked one of the head, one of the stomach, and 2 of the legs. However, among our people, the one who woke up first said that the other party was originally attacking his throat, but for some reason, they suddenly changed their hands halfway and hit the left side of his chin. The other hand of the other party seemed to be able to kill him at any time. I also asked other people, and they also found that when the opponent attacked, he only used one hand. The other hand seemed to have a weapon, but when the light shone on it at night, it didn't shine. It should be black. The same weapon, the same way of attacking. This reminded me of something. What is it? The woman in red asked. We have people in Tubo who are collecting information about Tubo. Back then, the logistics camp in Izhou had been there before. We couldn't tell much about the battlefield at the end, but in the forest at the beginning, many Tubo scouts died mysteriously. It was as if they didn't go through a fierce battle and were killed in one blow. There were some lucky survivors who went to the brothels and bragged that it wasn't because they weren't strong, but because the other party was too strong. When the other party attacked, it was always a single blow. Even if it meant exchanging life for injury, they wouldn't hesitate. Especially at night, the other party's weapon didn't reflect light like normal weapons. The other party mainly attacked the throat, eyes, and ribs. The wounds were all triangular shaped, and they couldn't stop the bleeding. They could only apply medicine or paste on the wounds. We've found out who this unit is. It's the most elite existence of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County, the Vigorous Protection Unit 0. They can carry out special operations in any terrain. They specialize in rescue, reconnaissance, and assassination. They are also good at swimming. At that time, Wang Wan led a total of 56 people to Tubo. It is said that more than 1,000 people died in their hands. Later, they returned to the Tang Empire and never appeared again. The Zhang family and Wang family began to focus on training the members of the number 1, number 2, and number 3 teams. Each team has 300 people. Could it be that they did it? What's their purpose? The woman in red didn't wait for the woman in yellow to finish speaking and continued. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't guess what the other party wanted to do. The other two women seemed to agree with the woman in yellow's judgment. They were good at fighting, their movements were simple, their weapons didn't reflect light, and they were good at swimming. It seemed that only the members of the Vigorous Protection Unit 0 were responsible for this, because it was impossible that the other people's weapons didn't reflect light. The woman in yellow sighed. Whether it's them or not, it's useless to us now. Even if it's them, do we dare to send people to snatch Chasing Dream back? That's impossible. Their people aren't that easy to deal with. Besides, we shouldn't deal with them. Isn't it because you're afraid? Once you guessed that it was the Zhang family and Wang family, you don't have the guts to go. The woman in blue snorted in dissatisfaction. Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that the people I send will die one by one before they see Chasing Dream. If it was really them who did it, they were already merciful when they didn't kill him last time. If they go again, will they still be merciful? Every time you listen to the person who woke up first. At that time, he felt that he was going to die. The other party had used one arm to stab him. There was blood on the blade, so the other party should have also been injured. Even at that time, the other party's other arm didn't move. This means that the other party didn't want to kill him, not that they couldn't kill him. I don't dare to provoke such people. If you think that your people are strong, you can send them to try. However, I'll say the ugly words first. If you fail and the other party finds out who it is, I won't die with you. Don't expect me to help you. I'll run as far as I can. Before you do anything, tell me first so that I can prepare to evacuate. The woman in yellow still had a pleasant voice, but the words she said were merciless. The other three women sighed and stopped talking about snatching people. The main thing was that they couldn't be sure that it was the Zhang family and Wang family who did it. Once they sent people out, there was a high possibility that they would be dealt with. That was not the worst thing. The most worrying thing was that the other party would retaliate. Since we can't be sure, then let's not talk about it. It's just a small part of the income, a small part of the people who can be threatened, so that we can use it for other things. Let's all go back. We still have to do business. Just now, the registrar of Xian Kai County came out. Why don't we do a favor to the Zhang family and Wang family? The green-clothed woman proposed her idea. The other three women shook their heads. The woman in blue said, if they can snatch people from us, it means that they have obtained a lot of useful information. Don't tell me that they don't know about the registrar. Let's go, let's go. Let's pretend that this never happened. But we need to send people to Xian Kai County. Who will go? If we knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would choose that place, we would have arranged for people to go there. Who would have thought that such a small county would be favored by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? The woman in red didn't want to continue discussing this matter, so she asked the other three. The three of them looked at each other. Two of them shook their heads and didn't want to go. Only the woman in yellow nodded and agreed. I'll go, but don't expect me to do as well there as here. I'll just do normal business there. I won't cause trouble for myself. I know. We don't plan to let you gather information about the officials there and then find a way to control them. That place will become prosperous. I guess there will be tour guides like those in the capital in the future. It would be better if you could let your men join them. Seeing that someone had agreed, the woman in red didn't ask for too much. She also knew that playing tricks under the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would cause a lot of trouble. In Xiankai County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also sorting out information. After they returned, they found a lot of seemingly useless information regarding their county and Xinsai County. The information they had received in Luoyang had been sorted out by others. There was very little that they found important. Although it was more accurate, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't believe that their servants could do it so perfectly without undergoing specialized systematic learning actual experience. For example, when Tubo's No. 1 launched an economic war, there were people in the inner court who were in charge of intelligence, but they couldn't determine the danger involved. Many things looked very ordinary, but as long as one thought carefully, they could discover the secrets behind them. This was a kind of nurturing of the mind. It wasn't easy. Otherwise, wouldn't people who were good at learning be able to become intelligence collectors? How could it be that simple? Xiao Bao, someone shipped a large number of beans to be sold, and the price hasn't been lowered. This is a little unusual. There's not a lack of beans here. While Zhang Xiaobao was processing the tortoise, Wang Wan was reading a pile of books. When she saw a piece of news about soybeans, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Has anyone been purchasing soybeans recently, or anything related to soybeans, such as fermented bean curd, stinky tofu, and soybean oil? Has anyone suggested that a new dish requires soybeans and their derivatives?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he chopped off the tortoise's head and placed the shell aside. He planned on sending it to a pharmacy as medicine. Wang Wan shook her head. "No. Then ignore him. I'm not afraid that he will maintain the price, but I'm afraid that he will suddenly lower the price. Furthermore, the price will change every day, and each price will be lower than the previous one. Or perhaps, someone will raise the price of soybeans. This will affect the fluctuation of the local price of soybeans. That's the most worrying thing." Zhang Xiaobao said again. "Oh, does that mean that as long as the other party comes over, no matter how many soybeans he has, he will maintain the current price and nothing will happen?" Wang Wan smelled a strong smell of blood. Although the tortoise's blood was left in the tortoise's body, after the head was chopped off, the stench was still very strong. She didn't know how the person who drank the tortoise's blood drank it. Of course, if there was a special situation, she could also drink it. But now, it wasn't that special. Therefore, Wang Wan took a few steps back and tried not to smell it. That depends on the situation. Tortoise is really not delicious. At least, I don't like to eat it. Many people like to drink tortoise's wine. In fact, it doesn't have much effect. It's almost the same as eggs. It's not even as good as snake gall. But Grandpa Bai wants to eat it. What do you think? He actually made a live tortoise. In fact, this matter is the same as war. Soldiers don't grow. It doesn't mean that the price of the soybeans he sells is really stable. It depends on the output and transportation. It's just that he doesn't achieve anything by doing this. I guess he's just a normal businessman. He doesn't expect to suddenly make a lot of money. At the same time, he doesn't lack money. So, he can slowly ship the goods. You can go and see how his soybeans are. If it's good, you can sign a contract with him. If it's not good, you can just ignore him. The main thing is to see the oil yield. Everything else is bad. Zhang Xiaobao took out the blood of the live tortoise and took out the gallbladder. He soaked it in alcohol to sterilize it. When the old man Pai wanted to eat it, he had to use alcohol to break open the gallbladder and pick out the skin. Then, he would let the old man Pai drink it. Some gallbladders had bad things in them. Unless they were reared, it was better not to swallow them whole. Wang Wan took 2 steps back and took out a charcoal pencil. "Okay, I'll remember it. Let's buy a batch first and see the oil yield." "You're really wicked." You actually used bean cakes to make tofu. Why can't bean cakes be used to make tofu? Our method of squeezing oil can't squeeze out all the oil. Besides, the price of tofu made from bean cakes is cheap. The fiber and protein of the beans are not wasted, right? It's also good for the body. It's just that the taste is not good. In fact, there are many places where you can't even eat bean cakes. Do you know how I lived in the past? I also went to the rescue center. They also gave bean cakes. Children get 2 ounces a day, and adults get 4 ounces a day. There were good rescue centers that would steam them. Some don't even steam them. It's called fishy when you eat it, but you can live. Have you eaten bean cakes mixed with fermented bean curd? Zhang Xiaobao boiled the tortoise in boiling water and threw it into the pot to stew. He only added a little salt. When the time comes, he will add some seasoning. It doesn't need to be so salty. Many people like to drink this taste. He doesn't know which part of this taste is good. Wang Wan had never eaten bean cakes mixed with fermented bean curd before. But she had eaten pickled cabbage mixed with fermented bean curd before. It was more exciting than eating raw fish. She guessed that Zhang Xiaobao's dish would be better. After flipping through a few pages, Zhang Xiaobao said, I found another thing. Someone wants to use his own money to build a road in Wuxia County. But he wants to own the business on both sides of the road. The road he chose seems to be beside the road where we are going to divert the water. He's dreaming. We don't even plan to take advantage of this river. But he saw it. He's very good. He knows where to divert the water from. This person's ability is not bad. It's just that his thinking is not good. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to meet this person. To be able to determine where to divert the water from, this person's ability was definitely not ordinary. He must understand the local economic structure and be familiar with the geography. Wang Wan smiled. What do you mean by low thinking? I don't see how high your thinking is. In fact, He Wei was going to agree to his request because He Wei didn't know the importance of that road. Unfortunately, he is smart, but he chose the wrong method. He gave He Wei a jade bowl that was worth 1,000 strings of coins. When He Wei saw the bowl, he rejected it without thinking. 1,000 strings of coins was too much. He Wei was afraid that he couldn't afford it. Isn't this person very interesting? Why do I feel that his way of doing things is not like the people here, but like us? On one hand, he is secretly scheming. On the other hand, he is giving gifts to officials. When the time comes, he will take advantage of it and the officials won't have to bear the responsibility. In fact, there aren't many people like this in our world. Many people first give gifts to officials, then get information from the officials about how they can earn money. Then, they participate. Compared to this person, they are much worse. Yes, they are not as good as this person. This person is really capable. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. 1,000 strings of coins is not a small amount. If it was changed to money, in our world, there would have been officials who would have agreed. How much is a bushel of rice here? Let's count it as 30 copper coins. 1,000 strings of coins is 33. A bushel is also about 10 caddies. In our world, it was 4 yuan per caddy. It can be about 1,200 to 1,300 yuan. That's more than 1,000,000 yuan, and it doesn't cause trouble for others. I really don't know how many officials can reject it like He Wei. Alright, I will promote He Wei more in the future. It's not easy. At least he still has fear in his heart. However, He Wei is a little silly. If it were me, I would have accepted it. This kind of thing can't be written, right? When the time comes, I will say that he donated it to the county and let the people thank him. However, I will definitely not give him the road. Even if I give him a small section, I will have to teach He Wei. In the future, when he encounters such things, he will follow suit. Yes, help me write it down and contact this person. I will find time to meet him. This kind of person may be of great use in the future. He has a flexible mind and agile thinking. Other than not knowing much about this place, he is really good. As long as he can stabilize and explore more, he can earn more money in the future. Okay, I will write it down. There is one more thing. Wang Wan continued to read. As long as she could analyze it herself, she would put it down. If she couldn't analyze it or found it suspicious, she would tell Xiao Bao and let Zhang Xiaobao decide. The two of them cooperated very well. Wang Wan flipped to the end and thought there was nothing important. Suddenly, she saw a message and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "There is one more thing." Zhang Jiazhen wrote a letter saying that Zhang Shuo framed him and asked us to help. What? He is stupid. Why would such a thing appear in the book in your hand? What does he mean? Don't care about him. Whether he is dead or not, this is what I hate the most. You can write a letter secretly, but you have to let others know. Quick, write a letter to Xi and Kai immediately and tell them to speed up the process. Today, is chasing dream in our hands? Write a letter to Zhang Shuo and tell him about Zhang Jiazhen. Tell him what is going on so that he doesn't have to worry about things going wrong. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he was really angry. This was because he and Wang Wan had just set a trap for Zhang Shuo, and Zhang Jiazhen just had to find trouble at this time. Those who didn't understand would think that he and Wang Wan were on Zhang Jiazhen's side. It was too hateful. It was just like how Zhang Xiaobao's son could take over from his father in Japan more than 100 years ago. They couldn't do this. Wasn't this forcing others to do something? The more Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, the angrier he got. See where Zhang Jiazhen went. Stop all of our goods and water supplies there. If there is any, stop them too. If we don't warn them, they might think of using us to play games in the future. I can't afford it. Wang Wan thought the same. Being used by others was the most uncomfortable thing, especially at such a critical time. Zhang Jiazhen deserved to die. Xiao Bao, do you want to find trouble with Zhang Jiazhen and impeach him? We won't do it directly. Don't we have people at the monster trainer's side? Let them do it. No, that won't do. It's impossible that others don't know about our people. Then let Yu Wenrong do it. Wang Wan was ready to take revenge. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly, "All right, my great aunt, let's not create more trouble. It's fine as long as we explain it to Zhang Shuo. How about this, we will stop the supply, but we will write a poem praising Zhang Jiazhen. You can write it. You can write it better than me. When the time comes, I will send it to Godfather. I'll listen to you and let him off easy." Wang Wan put away her thoughts of killing Zhang Jiazhen. At this time, the aroma of the meat in the pot wafted out. Old Man Chang was the first to appear at the door. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that the two of them looked like they were working, he did not disturb them. He just stood there and waited. Even if he knew that there would be a lot of time to stew the tortoise, he was still willing. The moment he appeared at the door, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. The two of them were very alert. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Grandpa Zhang, there are many tortoise shells here. I'll use aged vinegar to cook one for you. It's just that it takes a lot of time. It will take about 5 to 7 days. When the time comes, you can eat it as a snack. It's tough and crispy." Okay. The two of you continue. Don't worry about me. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Continue. It was the first time that Old Man Chang had heard of another method of baking the tortoise shells without using tiles. It sounded good. When he nodded in agreement, he took 2 steps back. Wang Wan did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Grandpa Zhang, Xiao Bao and I didn't do anything. We are doing business. You don't have to be like this." Yes, we didn't do anything. Business, big business. I understand. Old Man Chang followed Wang Wan's words. Xiao Bao, you still make tortoise shells for Grandpa Zhang to eat? Wang Wan saw that she could not talk to old man Chang, so she turned to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care. He smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Don't worry. As the saying goes, the body is like a Bodhi tree, and the body is like a mirror. Always brush it diligently, and don't let it be stained with dust. This is called the appearance comes from the heart." Xiao Bao, can you learn more? What you said is wrong. It seems that you are the one who didn't lose your appearance. That is called Bodhi is not a tree, and the mirror is not a mirror. Originally, there was nothing, so where was the dust? You are worrying me to death. There is only one level difference. In this aspect, Wang Wan was naturally better than Zhang Xiaobao. She immediately corrected him. Yes, yes. Originally, there was nothing, so where was the dust? Good, well said. Continue to be a tortoise. Zhang Xiaobao used Wang Wan's words to say. Wang Wan finally realized that her words were used by Zhang Xiaobao to criticize her. She asked slowly, do you think that you can show off by letting others think nonsense? Wrong. This is not showing off. This is called happiness. Zhang Xiaobao replied. A broken jar has a good mouth. Grandpa Zhang, let me tell you, it is not good to be jealous. It lowers blood pressure. Yes, Cuckoo is right. I will not be jealous these days. I will wait for Xiao Bao to make something. Old man Chang chose to believe Zhang Xiaobao. What are you waiting for Xiao Bao to do? Is there anything for me? There is news that the emperor is preparing to leave the palace to go somewhere else. It seems that there is more money in the national treasury. Xiao Bao, do you think you can stop the emperor from going out? It costs a lot of money to go out. Chapter 733. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing Buddhism, Old Man Pai suddenly appeared. The two of them were caught off guard. Zhang Xiaobao sighed helplessly, Grandpa Bai, where is the emperor going? Jin Yang, the emperor is traveling. He spends a lot of money. Can we not let him go? Old Man Pai started to oppose the emperor again. No one knew which side he was on. Grandpa Bai, how much can it cost? Can I pay for it? It's not far from Chang'an, right? It's fine if he goes. Does the emperor have to stay in the capital and can't go anywhere else for the rest of his life? Zhang Xiaobao was worried sick. It was not a big deal. Jinyang was Taiyuan, Shangxi, and was not far from the capital. If he wanted to go, he would go. Why did he have to stop him? He could just go for a stroll. Other leaders would take a plane and go for a stroll when they had nothing to do. They would look at the scenery of other places. Only when they talked about something would they not talk about. The main thing was that when they met, they could not be as tough as when they did not meet. Couldn't Li Longji go for a stroll in his own country? How could he be the emperor? Wouldn't it be sullen to live? Wang Wan also had the same idea. If Li Longji was bored in the capital, then he should go out to play and relax. He could continue to do things next time. Why did they have to restrict him? Wasn't it just spending some money? It was not a lot. After going for a stroll, not only would they be in a good mood, but the local people would also be happy. They would be valued. Therefore, Wang Wan also agreed, Grandpa Bai, I also agree. We will pay for it. In the future, if the emperor wants to go out and have a look, we will also pay for it. Old Man Pai didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who always cared about the people, would suddenly support the emperor going on an inspection tour. He was stunned and said, it's not a matter of money. For example, when Yang Guang went out, not only did he spend a lot of money, but he also made life difficult for the people by building canals. Grandpa Bai, we seem to be using the canal as well. We can also repair it. The problem of the people is not a problem of money. He always eats the hearts of the people when he goes to a place, right? We just need to give them enough money. Besides, Grandpa Bai, you only see the bad side and not the good side. Take the pilgrimage ceremony for example. Is that a bad thing? Isn't it just spending money? It can be a deterrent to the surrounding countries. Many times, many things can't be bought with money. There is a saying that one can subdue the enemy without fighting. When a country's emperor goes out and has nothing to do, it can also show the country's ability. Grandpa Bai, this matter is settled. After we take a stroll around, the emperor will go to Mount Tai to perform a pilgrimage. We will pay for the expenses along the way. Just like Empress Wang and concubine Hui, who says that they don't earn money. Grandpa Bai, tonight I will tell you about the relationship between consumption and production. Zhang Xiaobao strongly supported Li Longji going out to play and see his own country. That way, he could love his own people and land more. Money was not spent in other countries. No matter how it was spent, it would stay in the country in the end. Of course, if it was counted as GDP, there would be an increase. If it was someone else who said this, Old Man Pai would definitely not be convinced. However, the people who said this were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was no doubt about their ability. They had never been at a disadvantage. Since they were all in favor, it seemed a little thoughtless for him to say that he was against it. After thinking for a while, Old Man Pai asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Can we really make money? Can we immediately earn back the money that the emperor spent?" "No, Grandpa Bai, we can't do that kind of thing. If we really want to earn back the money in one go, it's still possible. However, I can't come up with such an idea." Cuckoo will also not agree. That would be the real harm. This is our country, not someone else's. Zhang Xiaobao rejected Old Man Pai's suggestion. No, definitely not. If they could earn back the money spent in one go, it would be simple. He could easily do it, but could he do it? Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. If they changed the long-term return to the short-term, it would definitely increase the flow of funds. Sometimes, too fast a flow of funds was not a good thing, so she followed and said, "Grandpa Bai, when investing, it is actually divided into short-term and long-term returns. Xiao Bao and I chose the long-term. The short-term is used on other countries. The accumulation of money is not the circulation of money for us, but the increase of productivity. If we really want to increase the circulation of money, Xiao Bao can use the method of cash flow. Fast, really fast. Xiao Bao can turn 1 copper coin into 10 copper coins to circulate, but the ones who are really hurt are the people of the Tang Empire. Therefore, no matter what Xiao Bao says, he won't use it. It's not that he doesn't know how to. So, I'm wrong. Fine, I'll listen to you. How can that Empress Wang and Wu Huifei help you earn money? Is this the way you earn money to increase productivity? When Old Man Pai saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's unwilling expression, he knew that he still could not follow their train of thought. However, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always done things in a way that did not hurt the people of the Tang Empire. As for where they hurt, there was no need to ask. Of course, it was Tubo and Japan. These two places were still in Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. In the end, they probably would not get better. It would depend on Zhang Xiaobao's mood. If he was in a good mood, he might let go a little. If he was in a bad mood, the two countries could just wait to be unlucky. It was a good opportunity for him to see the ruthlessness of this method. Hearing Old Man Pai mention productivity, Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Actually, it's also a kind of method. The money we earn through the Empress and the concubines is not from the ordinary people, but from the rich and even foreigners. Grandpa Bai, you will know when the time comes." Wang Wan also said, "Actually, not much of our family's money is saved up. Until now, we only have 300,000 strings of cash in reserve. Most of it is in circulation. 300,000 strings of cash is a lot for others. Even if 1,000 families add up their lifetime savings, they can't compare to it. But to us, it is already very little. The money we spend does not have a direct impact on the financial system. To be honest, Grandpa Bai, the return on this kind of investment is really too low for us. A lot of the money is spent on infrastructure. If this was another country, we definitely wouldn't be like this. Wouldn't it be stupid to not earn money when there is money to be earned? After we finish the things in the day, we will talk to the 3 grandpas about this relationship at night. We will tell the 3 grandpas what will happen to Tufan this year and what will happen to Japan. Let's go. Don't talk about it anymore. Since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo support it, then let them do it. When we return, we will write a memorial to the imperial court saying that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will pay for the emperor's trip. Old Man Yao saw that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not willing to compromise on this matter, so he pulled Old Man Pai and walked back. Yes, we will pay for this. I don't believe that 300,000 strings of coins won't be enough for the emperor to go around the country. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. After the 3 old men left, Wang Wan sighed. I originally thought that we would be able to relax by going to a smaller place, but in the end, we are still so busy. Xiao Bao, why do you think? Because we are not willing to live an ordinary life like this. We want to achieve more. You have to be responsible for the height you are standing at. We have always been outside of the Great Tang. To be more precise, we are outside of the Great Tang's imperial power. We are willing to exchange benefits with Li Longji. In the past, it was because we were not strong enough. Now, it is because we like this kind of game. Actually, it means that we have never thought of ourselves as part of a feudal society. In our hearts, we think of the entire Chinese nation. Our good impression of the Great Tang is only because of its tough attitude towards the surrounding countries. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the thoughts of Wang Wan and Wang Wan. Yes, that's right. Because you and I have never thought much of Li Longji, they have always treated this kind of thing as a game. However, in our hearts, we definitely do not think of the entire Chinese nation as a game. This time, we really have to pay for it. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. This was the truth. Of course, why not? This is actually a money-making business. Just like the plan I wrote, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei can't just enjoy it. They have to pay the price. Of course, this price won't hurt the 2 of them at all. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing their thoughts, in Huaiyuan County's Dei Hospital, Wu Huifei was working hard to improve her image to the outside world. This time, she knew that she had lost to Empress Wang. She shouldn't have taken the 4 Seasons workshop in the first place. She made others think that she was an ungrateful concubine. This matter was actually both simple and difficult. It depended on whether there were others who wanted to make use of it. If everyone didn't care, then she could get through it. If there were people who wanted to spread the news behind her back, then she probably wouldn't get anything good out of it even if she returned to the capital. If that was the case, it was fine for her to gain other benefits. The problem was that she didn't gain anything at all. Then, what she had to do now was to think of a way to improve the local people's attitude towards her. She didn't mean to improve, but to strengthen the good side of her in the hearts of the people. Therefore, when it was almost night time, she had to accompany the children who were still playing happily there to skate. She heard from others that Empress Wang's skating skills were very good. She could actually spin on the ice and even jump up to spin twice. In this aspect, she really couldn't compare to her. Who asked her to have a different background? Empress Wang could go on the battlefield and kill the enemy. She couldn't compare to her in this aspect. The only thing he could do was to put on a sincere smile and watch the little ones play by themselves while encouraging them. He had to push a chair and run around on the ice, or else he would fall. Your Highness Imperial Concubine Wu, it's already late. Should we let them leave first and find them tomorrow? The palace maid beside her went outside to ask about the time and came back to ask Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei actually didn't want to play anymore. Seeing that others didn't have to push a chair while she had to, anyone would feel uncomfortable. She planned to practice properly while no one was around. When she returned to the palace, she would make a place like this in the palace. When the time came, she would play with the emperor. It would be much better than playing with the children now. She was inside the house and couldn't see the situation outside. Candles were lit in the house, so she couldn't feel the passage of time. Hearing the words of the person beside her, Wu Huifei asked in return, "It's already dark?" In reply to Your Highness, "It's not dark yet. But you can't always be on the ice. What if you catch a cold?" The palace maid said worriedly. "If it's not dark, then don't talk about it. What are you afraid of catching a cold? Where is this place?" "This is Dei Hospital. Not far from here is the medical school. Don't you see the children playing happily? How can I suddenly make them unhappy?" Wu Huifei's voice was very loud when she said this, so the children playing there also heard it. The children were very simple and didn't know about the struggle in the palace. They had seen a total of 2 important figures from the palace. One was the empress, the other was an imperial concubine. What they didn't expect was that no matter which one, they were very good to them. They were full of yearning for the palace and thought that living there was the happiest thing. Seeing the children looking at her according to her plan, Wu Huifei said to them, "Don't worry and play. Even if it's for the whole night, I'll follow you. When I learn, I'll also play hide and seek with you. There will be food at night." The palace maid following Wu Huifei was not an ordinary person. When she heard Wu Huifei's words and saw her meaning, she immediately knew what to do. She said loudly, "Your Highness, your body is not good. You can't catch a cold. The doctor said that if this happens, you will feel very uncomfortable. No need to say any more. I don't feel uncomfortable at all." Wu Huifei was very happy. Her palace maid was very sensible. When she was talking, she fell to the ground with a plop. She got up with difficulty and said to the children who were looking at her with concern, "It's nothing. It's just an accident. I can't compare to you. You are all very powerful. Aya, it's nothing. My leg doesn't hurt. Your Highness, Your Highness." Wu Huifei said that her leg didn't hurt, but she couldn't stand up. The palace maids immediately lifted her up and walked out. The palace maid who had just spoken shouted twice with concern. Then, she smiled and said to the children who had stopped, "Continue playing. Your Highness is slightly unwell. She will be fine in a while. There will be delicious food for you in the evening. Come, take them to play." The children really didn't know what to do now. Wu Huifei was sick. If they continued playing, it would be too unreasonable. But if they didn't play, that person had already said that they should wait for dinner before leaving. What should they do? Just as they were hesitating whether to stay or leave, Wu Huifei struggled to stand up and said to them, "You must stay here for dinner before leaving. I will come back at that time. I have never played before. Let's see who is better." With his words, the children were relieved and continued to play here. Of course, they didn't need to spend money and there were people to take care of them. Each of them remembered Wu Huifei in their hearts. When they went back, they naturally had to tell the adults at home that the Empress was good and Wu Huifei was good. Once she was carried out of the indoor skating rink, Wu Huifei didn't feel uncomfortable anymore. She indicated for someone to put her down and said to a person beside her, "At this time tomorrow, you will spread the news. You must spread it to the capital. Do you understand?" "Understood. This servant promises to do as Your Highness says." How could the palace maid who had been instructed by Wu Huifei not know what Wu Huifei meant? She quickly agreed. The next day, without waiting until this time in the afternoon, the news of Wu Huifei taking a sick person to play with the local children had already spread. Moreover, it quickly spread all the way to the capital. Wu Huifei was very happy and properly rewarded her subordinates. Only then did she ask the most loyal palace maid who had been following her the whole time, "Have the other things been arranged?" Replying to Your Highness, "The arrangements have been made. Everything has been arranged. Your Highness, don't worry. The people who cause trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will definitely not expose your highness. However, we can't use pigeons to send the news. I estimate that we will have to wait for a while before we can. This is the information that was sent over a few days ago. The palace maid immediately knew how to answer and handed a letter to Wu Huifei. After Wu Huifei read the letter, she said helplessly, "It seems that it won't be easy to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Who took that Zhui Meng away? Pass down the order to have our people cooperate with Li Linfu. No matter what he wants to do, we have to cooperate well. Even if it's to kill someone, we have to think of a way to make it look like a suicide." "Yes, this servant will arrange it now." The palace maid responded and left in a hurry. After this matter was arranged, Wu Huifei sat there and muttered, "This time, I want to see how the two of you will deal with it. You want to go against me? Humph. I'll let you know how powerful I am." The palace maid next to her clearly heard Wu Huifei's voice, but she had to pretend that she didn't hear it. She didn't know what to do there. Some palace maids believed that Wu Huifei could defeat Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, while others didn't have any expectations. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so easy to deal with, no one would have suffered countless losses from them. Another morning, Wu Huifei ate the prepared meal and was about to go to the hot spring again. Suddenly, the head of the Zhang family came over and said to Wu Huifei, "Your Highness, there is something that I don't know if you want to go." "What is it?" In fact, Wu Huifei was not satisfied with the head of the Zhang family, because after she came here, she didn't enjoy the kind of treatment that Empress Wang had described. The accommodation was not bad, the food was not bad, the games were not bad, and the hot springs were not bad. However, there were many things that were missing. First of all, how was he supposed to train his body? Secondly, he did not see any specially prepared milk for him to soak in. Not to mention that someone came to teach her something. This was obviously different from the situation where Empress Wang lived here. However, looking at the rules here, she couldn't find any problems. In other words, the treatment that Empress Wang received was not within the rules, but extra. She didn't know how Empress Wang was now. It was said that the Yaowang mountain was very good. "Your Highness, Your Highness." The head of the Zhang family saw Wu Huifei standing there in a daze, so he called her twice. This time, Wu Huifei reacted and asked the head, "What did you say you wanted me to come over for?" "In fact, it's not a big deal. There will be a competition here soon, a chef's competition. At that time, many chefs will make new dishes, which must be dishes that others haven't seen before. Then, they will let people with status evaluate them. The person with the highest status will have the most important words. Once the dish can win in the end, the name of the dish won't be given by the chef, but by the person who evaluates it. For example, Your Highness, if a dish you said is good and really wins, then the dish will be called Huifei's dish. I didn't want to disturb Your Highness with this kind of small matter, but I think it's interesting, so I came over to tell Your Highness." The head of the Zhang family said very tactfully, but it always made people feel like they were being ignored. What did he mean by not wanting to disturb? If he really didn't want to disturb her, he shouldn't have come over. Wu Huifei's first thought was that the head of the Zhang family didn't want her to participate, so he repeatedly emphasized that it was a small matter. Therefore, Wu Huifei asked the head of the Zhang family, "Will Empress Wang participate?" Your Highness asked Empress Wang if she will participate. It has been held several times, and Empress Wang has participated 3 times. It is held once a month. The head of the Zhang family said to Wu Huifei. "Oh, so big sister is participating as well. Since that's the case, how can I not go and take a look? Count me in. When the time comes, I'll be able to taste the dishes made by the chefs. Is your Aqua Cloud Club participating? I really want to know how the chefs here compare to the imperial chefs in the palace." Wu Huifei didn't hesitate anymore. Since Empress Wang had participated, and her name would be added to the dish, then as long as the dish was really good and spread, wouldn't her name be spread as well? The head of the Zhang family didn't show any other expression. He still had the same smile as before and said to Wu Huifei, since your highness is participating, the chef's competition can't be taken lightly. Even if no chefs from between the clouds and the water are participating, your highness, you should go and have a look. When the time comes, your highness, you should taste it carefully. After that, the head of the Zhang family left in a hurry to register Wu Huifei. Of course, Wu Huifei wasn't participating in the competition, but she felt that she could enter the ranks of the judges. Seeing the head of the Zhang family leave, Wu Huifei finally understood. It turned out that the head of the Zhang family wanted to use this opportunity to elevate Empress Wang's status. Empress Wang had participated in the competition 3 times. It seemed that if she didn't seize the opportunity, she might lose the opportunity. Thinking of this, Wu Huifei ordered the people around her, "Go and check the situation of this chef's competition for me, and where the chefs are from. I don't believe that there isn't someone from between the clouds and the water among them." Humph. It's all for Empress Wang. I guess this is the arrangement. I will make them fail this time. Chapter 734. The chef competition in Huaiyuan County was currently being prepared. This competition was temporarily a local competition. Those who came to Huaiyuan County were all chefs from Jiangxi Province. The competition in other places had not started yet. After the competition in each province, they would be summoned to the capital for the next competition. Wu Huifei wanted to cause trouble for the Zhang family and Wang family during the competition, so she made a lot of arrangements. Empress Wang did not care about this. She ran to Yaowang Mountain to continue to take care of her skin. She also learned more about the way of leisure to stabilize her position. The battle between the two parties had been going on behind the scenes, so it could be considered peaceful. The place that was not peaceful was Xinsai County. Zhou Meng's disappearance made several parties move together. Along with the rumors, when they finally pointed to Feng Changgong, Li Linfu could not wait any longer. The more important thing was to speed up the construction of the workshop. Li Linfu called Feng Changgong and said, "Do you want to live or die?" "Live, Master Li, you must save me. I know my mistake. I shouldn't have asked Zhou Meng to come." In the face of life and death, Feng Changgong begged Li Linfu like a puppy wagging its tail. "It seems that you still don't know where you were wrong. You shouldn't have stopped Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from channeling the river. Good, it's good that you know your mistake. Immediately take the initiative to dig a ditch in Baoxin County and post a notice to the people in the county. First, to prosper the local economy and improve the people's livelihood, we want to cooperate with Baoxin County to divert the river. Second, some time ago, you heard rumors and mistakenly led the fake Daoist Zhou Meng to the county to talk nonsense. You will issue an arrest warrant and offer a high reward for the people to admit your mistake first. Third, are there any omissions in the accounts? If you lack money, you can avoid this first. Fourth, personally go to Baoxin County and ask for forgiveness in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan." Li Linfu understood that this was not just a battle in Xinsai County, but a battle between two parties. His side, Yu Wenrong, saw that the matter was about to be settled. If he pushed a little, it would be better to contend with Zhang Shua. If he retreated, it would be unknown when Dong Shan would rise again. Feng Changgong showed a troubled expression. He said, "Master Li, how can I still have face after doing this? Wouldn't I have to admit defeat to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? What's the point of living if you beg for forgiveness in front of 2 half-grown children? Then you can just wait for your death. I'll help you this time and leave you with an intact corpse. Now that you know how to save face, why didn't you think more about it? Is your face that important? More important than the Tubo Kingdom? Why don't you go and take a look at the land between the eastern front of Jinchuan and the western front of Great Tang? Who's in charge? Someone who can threaten an entire country by himself. Is he someone you can fight? You, a local official, do not know much. That Zhang Xiaobao has not given up on Tubo. This autumn, we will see the result." Last night, news arrived from the capital. Because Zhang Shuo refused to accept Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's invitation list, after falling out with them, he retired. The person recommended by Su and Su, Hiwei, will be appointed as Yaozhou's Ji Shi, who is also familiar with Yaozhou's agricultural affairs. Compared to Zhang Ji, what do you think? How are you compared to Tubo? Tell me, do you want to take poison or hang yourself? This official will definitely help you. Li Linfu said a few words to Feng Changgong, then smiled and offered to help. Officially, this official does not want to die. I will do it now. Officially, if this official uses Zhang Xiaobao's secret plan to deal with Tubo as a threat and says that if they don't help this official, I will inform Tubo, can this matter succeed? Feng Changgong had just said that his face was more important than his life, but now he changed his words. Ha ha. Li Linfu was so angry that he laughed. He patted Feng Changgong's shoulder and said, "Fine, County Magistrate Feng, you have a bright future. This official risked my life to tell you something that you shouldn't know, and you want to use this to threaten Zhang Xiaobao. I didn't see it. Do you have any relatives at home? Is there a place to escape? If we can escape the pursuit of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, this official will run with you. Officially thinks that this plan is inappropriate? How about we hide in Tubo?" Feng Changgong might have been threatened too much recently, so his train of thought could not keep up. He was still persistent. Li Linfu sighed helplessly, "Sigh. I thought that you have a good place to go, but you actually want to hide in Tubo. Wang just needs to go to Shanandong province and gather the 6,000 light cavalry that are still alive and can fight, then ask Tubo for you. Official Feng, please tell this official if Tubo will give you or not. Or Zhang Xiaobao will immediately order Pingzhou Pass to stop the exchange of food for livestock. What do you think Tubo will do? Then go to Japan. Japan has a lot of gold and silver," Feng Changgong said again. "You don't need to go anywhere. Stay here. This official does not want to be chased. Someone, invite County Magistrate Feng to rest. Take care of his 3 meals a day. It is indispensable." Li Linfu didn't want to waste any more time on Feng Changgong, so he called for his own men to restrain him. He immediately began to write a notice in Feng Changgong's name, completing what he had just said. He then ordered the people outside, "Prepare a carriage for this official. This official is going to Baoxin County." In Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao was still writing a letter to Gao Lishur. He said that the emperor was traveling and that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would pay for all the expenses. However, all the arrangements had to be made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, such as road repair, food, and security. No one else was allowed to interfere. No matter how much money was spent and whether or not they could earn money, only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could do it. Wang stood to the side and watched Zhang Xiaobao write the letter. At the same time, she also embroidered clothes for Xiaobei and the others. Seeing that she had embroidered her hands twice, Zhang Xiaobao said, "You don't have to learn this. I am not from the great Tang Dynasty. Whether or not a woman can cook and know how to sew clothes is not important. If you want to eat well, I will personally cook and not feel ashamed. There are some things that women should do. The reason why the matriarchal clan was eliminated was because their bodies were not strong enough and they also had to give birth. There are strong women, but the proportion is too small. No matter which aspect it is, the ones who are truly at the top are men. Even if it is women's underwear, the one who makes the best is not a woman. My mother in the past was actually not bad, but she still knew how to take care of us at home. You are not the kind of man who does not have the ability and needs to rely on a woman. Many times, I have to stand behind you. One is that you can protect me, and the other is that I can cooperate with you. I can cook and sew clothes. I don't know about other women, but I know that I like it. This makes me feel that I am a complete woman. In fact, I used to know how to sew. I could even sew sweaters, but I have never sewed like this before. I only sewed cross-stitch. It was very simple. It was only after I came here that I realized how amazing the women here were. My mother and your mother were like this, especially your mother. Until now, all our clothes were sewn by her. When she sewed, she did not need to sew anything, and the things she sewed were also very vivid. This shows that she must have a good foundation in drawing. The women of this era are really not to be underestimated. Wang Wan was not ready to give up. She felt that if she did not know what other women knew, then she would be missing something in her life. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao finished writing the letter. Seeing that Wang Wan was so persistent, he did not try to persuade her anymore. He asked someone to send the letter away and said to Wang Wan, "It's getting dark. Don't sew first. If your eyes are tired and nearsighted, I still have to make glasses for you. How much glass would I waste? It is much more difficult than making binoculars. Let's go out and take a walk." Wang Wan put away the things and walked out with Zhang Xiaobao. After they were out of the door, she suddenly asked, "Xiaobao, do you know about sewing machines?" "Yes, I know. I am not a fool. I use it pretty well. It's the kind that steps on the feet. I used to make underpants for myself." Zhang Xiaobao felt that his hands-on ability was very strong. He put on a posture of pushing the thread forward and said, "Then why don't you ask someone to make a sewing machine? You can make electric lights and washing machines. Are you missing a sewing machine? If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have thought of it. The principle of a sewing machine is even simpler." "Okay, I will remember this. I can't make it and sell it right away. I have to think about how to use it. This opportunity is rare. The small step we take is a big step forward. Don't make it sound so dignified. Are you thinking of something again?" "Little master, little miss, it's not good." Something happened to Xiaobei and the others. The guard in charge of looking after the little guys rushed over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "What happened?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked nervously at the same time. Little Miss Xiaobei and Little Master Xiaoyuan fell. Little Miss Xiaobei's arm is broken, and Little Master Xiaoyuan's leg is swollen. The guard was so anxious that his eyes were red. It seemed that he was the one in pain. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't continue to talk about the sewing machine. They ran to where their younger brother and sister were. They saw Xiaobei holding his right arm with his left hand, refusing to let others come over to check. He pursed his lips and held back his tears. Xiaoyuan's eyes were also filled with tears. It wasn't that he was in pain. His pants had been taken off. He looked at Xiaobei and felt sad for him. The other little guys were also anxious at the side. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to care about others. He ran in front of Xiaobei and reached out to take Xiaobei's arm. He began to feel the bone. Wang Wan asked with a livid face, "Who took care of him? Why didn't he let us treat him?" "Little miss, we took care of him. Xiaobei let someone touch him just now and said that it hurt. He didn't let anyone get close to him," a maidservant came over and replied in horror. Wang Wan didn't say anything. She nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. After Zhang Xiaobao examined his sister, he let out a long breath and said to Wang Wan, "It's not crushed. It's just cracked. It will probably take 2 months to heal. Pay attention to your diet." There was a slight misalignment, so I corrected it. "Xiaobei, how did you fall?" Mechanical arm multiplied by mechanical arm is equal to resistance arm multiplied by resistance arm. I wanted to see if Xiaoyuan could fly into the swimming pool. He jumped from a high place and fell. Xiaoyuan stood in the wrong place and broke his leg. Xiaobei finally found someone to cry to. As he cried, he looked at a seesaw beside him. Zhang Xiaobao also looked over and saw that there was a platform on one side of the seesaw. It was estimated to be 3 meters high. Presumably, his sister had jumped from there, and Xiaoyuan was standing on the other side. After crying for a while, the strong Xiaobei looked at her brother and asked, "Was it wrong?" "That's right. But little sister, you should ask your brother and sister first." The human body's endurance and the acceleration of gravity are not something you can jump from. Big brother will teach you how to jump later, okay? Later, take some painkillers. His sister was fine, and Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't take his anger out on the people taking care of her. He guessed that the little rascals did it secretly. In the future, he could only tell the people taking care of her to be more careful and more careful. Wang Wan's face was still gloomy. She asked the person beside her, "What if it's 2 zhang tall? What about 3 zhang tall? The maidservant will receive 3 whips, and the guards will receive 10 whips." "No, the guards will receive 20 whips. Guards, guards, guards. If they can't protect her, how can they be called guards?" After giving the order, Wang Wan said to Xiao Bei with a pained heart, "The medicine will be here soon. I won't eat it. I'm not afraid of pain." Last time, when Big Brother practiced the torture removal technique, he didn't eat it after making a mistake. "I won't eat it either," Xiao Bei insisted. Then Xiao Bei, "How do you know that mechanical arm multiplied by mechanical arm is equal to resistance arm multiplied by resistance arm?" Wang Wan was puzzled. This was knowledge taught to the people in the inner courtyard. How did Xiao Bei and the rest know? "It's all because of my second brother." He even calculated whether the slingshot could hit accurately, but as long as it was a little farther, he was right every time, Xiao Bei said. Chapter 735. Xiao Bei was completely well-behaved this time. He had a splint on his arm and looked very pitiful. He had an excuse to ask others to feed him when he was eating. Zhang Xiaobao's little brother, Xiao Hai, was even more silent. Occasionally, he would be in a daze. If one got close, they could hear him whispering, "What is gravitational acceleration? How do you calculate it? Why do people get hurt when they fall?" After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan settled Xiao Bei down, they found Xiao Hai, who was squatting in a corner and drawing on the ground with a wooden stick. The two of them quietly approached him. They thought that Xiao Hai was sad for his sister. Just as they were about to persuade him, they suddenly realized that Xiao Hai was not drawing blindly. He was actually drawing a right triangle. There were numbers written on each side, and there was a simple addition and subtraction formula next to it. Zhang Xiaobao had also studied with Wang Wan for a while. Looking at the addition and subtraction formula, he knew that Xiao Hai was calculating the length of the hypotenuse of the triangle. Perhaps it was because he did not know how to write a square, so he used addition and subtraction instead. He always set the length of the 2 right-angled sides to a very easy-to-calculate number. In other words, it was the kind of Pythagorean. It was very simple. If the lengths of the 2 right-angled sides were 2 and 4, he would not calculate the length of the hypotenuse. "Xiao Hai, are you calculating the Pythagorean?" Wang Wan felt that it was very magical. She also squatted down and asked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was too engrossed and was startled. When he saw that it was his brother and sister coming over, he nodded. If Xiao Bei did not fall, Xiao Yuan also did not fall. After I calculate, Xiao Yuan will be able to fly out of the empty space on the platform that Xiao Bei jumped off and fall into the water. Hee, Xiao Hai, you like to learn this? Wang Wan laughed. Even if the two of them did not make a mistake, Xiao Yuan would only hit the platform that Xiao Bei was standing on when he flew. Picking up a wooden stick from the side, Wang Wan began to calculate according to the rough data on the ground. She didn't even take into account air resistance, only gravity, and added it into the formula to find the limit of flying angle and height. This kind of guidance method could be done by a high school student like Zhang Xiaobao, but for Zhang Xiaobao, it was still too difficult. Little Hai's eyes were fixed. Although he didn't understand why they had to calculate like this, he knew that Sister Wang Wan could calculate, and she was very good at it. Wang Wan didn't expect Xiao Hai to understand immediately. She just wanted to let him know that if he wanted to learn computing well, there was still a long way to go. Little Hai, do you want to learn? It might take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, and then I can learn arithmetic to the highest level? Little Hai asked longingly. Wang Wan shook her head. What I'm using now is just the basics. It's like learning 1 plus 1 equals something. No one knows where the peak of calculation is. Every time you climb a mountain that you think is the highest, you will find that there is an even higher mountain in front of you. What can you do after you learn it? Little Hai asked again. Everything. This is called a coordinate axis, this is called a parabola, this is called. Wang Wan began to explain some terms to Little Hai. She didn't expect Little Hai to understand immediately. She wanted to give Little Hai an impression first. After Little Hai memorized the names of each place, Wang Wan said to Little Hai, if you want to learn this step, you must first have a solid foundation in addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Learn well. If there is anything you don't know, ask me. Go and see Xiao Bei. Because of your calculation error, Xiao Bei was injured. Okay, I will go now. I will learn well. Sister, are you and Big Brother really gods? Little Hai had a goal in his heart. He stood up and suddenly asked. Yes. When you are good, you are a god. In the future, you will be a god too. Wang Wan rubbed Little Hai's head and left with Zhang Xiaobao. There were other things to do. I am a god too. I am a god too. I will learn arithmetic well. There is nothing I can't do. Little Hai encouraged himself and ran towards Xiao Bei. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about their younger brother and sister as they walked back. I thought I would have to wait until they were in their first year to discover their interests. I didn't expect them to gradually reveal it now. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't let them be too biased. Otherwise, when they reach a certain level, they will find that their foundation is not solid enough. They will have to go back and learn again. It will be a waste of time. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Xiao Bei and Little Yuan's injuries were worth it. At least they knew that Little Hai, who was usually relatively quiet, had such an interest. He could actually calculate the length of a string. Yes, every child is a genius. It just depends on whether you can discover it or not. Wang Wan also sighed with emotion. When Old Man Pai and the others, who had also received news of Xiao Bei's injury, rushed over, they saw Xiao Bei eating a cold drink with her arm in a sling. Today, she was injured, so she was treated more leniently. She ate 3 bowls in a row and was still eating. There was also an unlimited amount of candy. This made her forget about the pain in her arm very quickly and become happy. Old Man Bai found out what had happened from the servants. He looked at the seesaw, then at the platform that was set up. He said to Old Man Yao, "It is indeed dangerous, but it let me know that the children of the Zhang and Wang families are indeed different from those of other families. This time, it is a human standing on the platform. If there is a stone placed on it, it would be a catapult. Yes, it seems that the little guys are quite capable. I didn't expect them to be like this usually. Their family just eats better food and says that they don't lack nutrition. They usually play more games, and when they tell stories, they always include what they learned that day. Everything else is about the same as other people's. Why is it that they are different after they are taught?" Old Man Yao concluded. He was quite shocked. He felt that if all the children were raised like the children of the Zhang family and Wang family, then when this batch of children grew up, they would definitely be even more impressive. Old Man Chang did not care about education. He only praised Xiao Bei's bravery and told Xiao Bei that if something like this happened in the future, don't forget to find Grandpa Zhang to play with. He looked as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's injuries caused the servants in the family to receive the punishment they deserved. This was especially so for the bodyguards. They were whipped very hard. The people who whipped them were also not satisfied with them. They couldn't even protect a person, so how could they be bodyguards? This time, they were lucky and broke their arms. What if they broke their necks again? In Xiankai County, after Li Linfu posted a notice to arrest the dream-chasing Daoist in the name of the county magistrate, the worries of the people were finally relieved. Since they did not have to be afraid of traveling to the southwest and did not have to continue controlling the land, then the river could be smoothly led to Baoxin County. As soon as Li Linfu left Xiankai County, Cui Riji received the news and knew about the notice. Looking in the direction Li Linfu left, he said to the attendant next to him, "It seems that this Li Linfu is not like how he was on the way here. We were all fooled." Sir is right. If Li Linfu does this, even if he uses this method to deal with Feng Changgong, it won't be very effective. Originally, it was a crime of beheading, but after Li Linfu did it, it became a crime of negligence. At most, Feng Changgong will be stripped of his official position. That way, the blow to the other party will be reduced. Why don't we call that guy surnamed Yen over and ask him what he plans to do? It would be best if we can get our side, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. This time, Li Linfu is not going there to see the development of Baoxin County and learn from them like he said. He is probably going there to catch people. The attendant next to Cui Riji, who was also his aide, analyzed and said. Looking at the busy people in the county, Cui Riji, who still didn't take Li Linfu seriously, waved his hand and rowed to the Rushui River. He said, "Don't worry. Li Linfu is not that capable. How can he rope in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just because he wants to? But we still have to be careful." The attendant was still worried. "Of course. Let's go and take a look over there. The recruitment and training will probably start today. As long as we start early, the tax paid by Xiankai County this year will be higher than before. When the time comes, we will take all the credit." Cui Riji seemed to be very unwilling to think of Li Linfu as an opponent who could compete with him. He didn't even think of Li Linfu as someone who was more powerful than him. As soon as Li Linfu entered the lower boundary of Baoxin County, he got out of the carriage and rode on his horse. He looked at the situation in Baoxin County along the way. He was also a registrar, so he knew what kind of scene was real and could reflect the good and bad lives of the local people. The houses on both sides of the road were not renovated and looked old. If he only saw this part, then it could be said that the lives of the people in Baoxin County had not improved by much. However, the difference was that although the houses were old, in the enclosed courtyards, he could see chickens and ducks in the front yard. There were also pigs in the backyards. Each family had also found an open space to feed the poultry and livestock. It was almost noon. Smoke came out of the chimneys of the houses. Some had no smoke and were cooking by a unique stove outside. Li Linfu narrowed his eyes and looked at the people cooking. He saw that the clothes they wore were not as good as the people of Xiankai County. However, the expressions on their faces were much better than the people of Xiankai County. None of them looked sad, and their actions were swift. Li Linfu had seen such an expression before. It was the usual expression of people when there was a happy occasion. He also said to the attendant beside him, "This is the human heart. As long as there is a good plan, it will be better than usual when doing things." It seems that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have really put in a lot of effort. "Master, look, there are a lot of people busy there. The road is blocked. Why don't we go around?" The attendant beside him also looked around. A gust of wind blew in, bringing a lot of dust. He narrowed his eyes and waited for the wind to pass. He pointed to a side road and wanted to go around. Li Linfu, who wanted to understand the specific situation in Baoxin County, couldn't go around. Wei Wei exerted force on her legs, and the horse under her sped up and ran forward. The others also knew to follow behind. Without waiting for them to get too close, Li Linfu could see the situation clearly. Many people carried sand and stones on their shoulders and pushed them with small carts to the sides of the road. The people on both sides held tools and dug and pressed. The weather was hot, and many people were bare-chested. Sweat flowed down their bodies, making them look like they were smeared with oil. In addition, the mud was sticky, making people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The commoners who were working did not seem to feel uncomfortable at all and continued to work hard. From time to time, there were people with buckets in their hands moving back and forth in the crowd. Occasionally, they would stop and use a ladle to scoop up the water in the buckets and pass it to the people who were taking a short break from work to wipe their sweat. The people who received the buckets raised their heads and drank it all. They gasped for breath twice and continued working. After watching for a while, Li Linfu didn't see anyone deliberately slacking off. There were no supervisors here. If it was normal for the commoners to work, even if there were supervisors, the commoners wouldn't risk their lives like this. After all, that kind of work was calculated by the day, not by how much they worked. Go and ask. Li Linfu, who didn't know why they were continuing to work on the road, said to the person beside him. The person immediately trotted over and found the person who was busy cooking at the side to ask. After a while, he ran back and said to Li Linfu, the county magistrate of Baoxin County, Yiwei, wants to repair the roads. He said that some of the roads are too narrow. In the future, it will be inconvenient if there are too many vehicles and people coming and going. So, he took out 1,000 strings of coins and prepared to repair the entire county's roads. 1,000 strings of coins wants to repair all the roads in Baoxin County? Is he stupid? Not to mention 1,000 strings of coins, even the wages and the money to buy materials can't be less than 5,000 strings of coins. Do you think this is as simple as a village? When Li Linfu heard the words of the person who came back, he didn't believe it at all. If 1,000 strings of coins could repair all the roads in a county, the sun would rise from the west. The person who went over to ask continued, Master, it is indeed 1,000 strings of coins. This money is used to buy vegetables and food. Just now, I went over to ask. The people in the county don't want wages, and they don't need to go elsewhere to buy things. They prepare their own things. Even the baskets used to carry sand and stones are made by the people themselves. 1,000 strings of coins is probably only used to cook food, and they don't need it. So, they are afraid that people will get heatstroke in the hot weather, so they buy beans to make soup for them to drink. The person who walked around with the bucket just now filled the bucket with mung bean water, and added some rock sugar and salt. When he said this, Li Linfu understood. Indeed, if the first two things that the people did were calculated by the heavens, and the people didn't want money after that, 1,000 strings of coins would be enough. But why were the people so stupid? The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich, so it would be a waste not to take it. Li Linfu, who couldn't understand, dismounted and personally walked over to an old man who was sitting on the side of the road and using a willow branch in his hand to repair a recently broken basket. He squatted there and watched the old man nimbly repair the basket. He asked, Old man, how much does it cost to repair this basket? The old man saw Li Linfu when he came over. The official robes he wore were very eye-catching, but the old man didn't care. If it was an official who came to see him work at such a close distance, he would definitely be nervous. He would be excited and afraid that he didn't do a good job. However, ever since Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and county magistrate he of the county came, everything changed. It was no longer so difficult to see the officials. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo took a group of children to walk around when they had nothing to do. It could be easily seen that county magistrate he would also take time out every day to explain the income and expenses of the county to everyone at the Yamen entrance. He didn't have the slightest feeling of being high and mighty. Therefore, even if another official came to take a look, there was no need to worry. He didn't believe that any official from other places would dare to come and cause trouble. There were many officials in the county who came and went, and they all went to learn. At this time, when he heard the person in the official robes ask, the old man took a loose willow branch basket from the side and continued to repair it. He said, It's free. I can't do other work, but I can still weave baskets. Why not? Old man, you are working for Baoxin County. It's not wrong to get a salary. Is it because the county doesn't pay you? Tell me, and I will impeach them. Li Linfu asked tentatively. He wanted to see what the people in the county thought. As soon as the words came out, the old man's pair of turbid eyes stared at him. Who do you want to impeach? Go, stay away from me. Don't delay my work. I'm not impeaching. I'm just asking. I just said it. Even if you want me to impeach, I don't have the courage. Who doesn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who are in charge of Baoxin County, can't be impeached? Am I right, old man? Li Linfu quickly changed his words. Perhaps it was because his tone was good, or perhaps it was because he was relatively handsome. He gave a good impression. This time, the old man didn't chase him away. Instead, he said while mending the baskets. That's right. Don't you know who Xiaobao and Cuckoo are? If someone really impeaches them, not to mention that they are capable, even if their family is not capable, I will personally put a bloody handprint to protect them. As an official, you said something wrong. How can you say that you are working for the county? Baoxin County is not other people's county. It is the county of Baoxin County. How can you ask for money when you are working for your own county? Are you thinking about it wrongly? Yes, thank you, old man, for reminding me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have thought of this. Yes, how can I ask for money when I am working for my own county? Old man, we are in charge of our own county. Can we manage our own county? Does our own words count? Li Linfu was stunned. Since when did the people treat a county as their own? Since it was their own county, they couldn't just work for their own family. Therefore, he asked again. Why doesn't it count? Every morning in the yamen, county magistrate he will tell us how much money is left in the yamen and where to spend it. If we don't agree, or if a lot of people don't agree, then the money can't be spent. Only when everyone agrees can it be used, for example, to repair the road. When county magistrate he first proposed it, I was also present. Everyone didn't say anything for a while, so county magistrate he didn't dare to order to take out money to repair the road. Later, someone took the lead and agreed. They said that if the road was repaired, it would make it more convenient for pedestrians and vehicles to come and go. With more people coming and going, there would be more people doing business. The county would also collect more taxes. Naturally, more money could be used in the county. Only then did we all agree. You didn't see that when county magistrate he proposed it, he was sweating. He was afraid that we wouldn't agree. Some people said that if we didn't agree, county magistrate he would easily fall ill. The old man, who had personally participated in the decision of the county, was very happy. He said to Li Linfu with joy. He put down the basket in his hand. Seeing that there was no basket next to him, he took the willow branch and began to knit it on the support. Li Linfu really didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of this county. He only knew that they had built a model tour here. Now that he heard about it, he didn't know how to react for a while. Since when did officials need to discuss things with the people and get the consent of the people? How much money was in the yamen was not the people's business. What did the people know? But Baoxin County really did this. The effects seemed to be quite good. Not to mention other things, just the fact that when the people were working, they would work for them without any pay. Other counties could not count on it. Perhaps only places like Sanshui County and Huayuan County could do it. It was good, but it was difficult. First of all, the officials had to be capable. They had to be able to think of good ideas to do things for the local people. In fact, the officials in the county had to be united. They couldn't scheme against each other and were willing to give up all their power under certain circumstances. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't in charge of Baoxin County, He Yue wouldn't be so obedient. He knew that he couldn't win against the two of them, so he compromised. Maybe the old man saw that the official in front of him was easy to talk to and was a good person, so he persuaded, this official, if he is also a local official, he should learn from the officials in this county. We are not unreasonable. As long as you tell us, even if you might do something wrong, we are willing to help. Who doesn't want to let the people in the county have a better life? If the people in the county have a better life, they can take out money for us when there is a disaster in the future. Now, Baoxin County is not afraid of disasters. There is a lot of food in the Yaman's warehouse. Regardless of whether there is a drought or a flood, when the warehouse is opened, we don't have to go outside to escape. Which official are you? After saying that, the old man wanted to ask. Until now, he still didn't know who the other party was. I haven't taken office yet, but I am in a neighboring county. Registrar, I have remembered what you said. When the time comes, I will learn from you. Li Linfu pointed in the direction of Xinsai County and replied humbly. The old man looked at Li Linfu again and nodded. You look good as an official. When you take office, remember to come and ask if you encounter any trouble. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very capable. Things that many officials find difficult to do are easy in their hands. In fact, some of the officials who come here specifically come to ask for solutions. Yes, even if you don't say it, I know. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are well known in the imperial court. In the future, I will come and see you more often. Let's combine the two counties and live a good life. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.